Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the opening ritual for the Road to Parliament 2022 Correllians Live Telethon. My name is Right Reverend Elizabeth, and tonight we will be creating sacred space that will remain open until our closing ritual on Monday evening. Lord Don, ritualists, are we ready to begin?
Let us begin by clearing and releasing all excess energy. Sit comfortably or stand if you wish, with your weight evenly distributed on your feet. Visualize, that is to say, imagine very strongly a bright white light pouring down from above the top of your head and passing through your whole body, exiting through the soles of your feet. Release all tensions, anxieties, and stresses in your being. Imagine them flowing out of you along with the white light. Let it all pour out of you. Imagine the excess energy as little bits of darkness being carried away with the light as it flows through you. When the last little bits of darkness are gone, let the light stop coming down and let the last of it flow out of you.
Behold, I cleanse you, O creature of earth, casting out from you any impurities they may lie within. And I do bless and charge you to this work. Behold, O creature of water, I cleanse and charge you and cast out any impurities that may lie within. And I charge you for this work. Behold, the salt is pure. Behold, the water is pure. Purity into purity, and purity be blessed. I bless you. Bless you. Behold, I cleanse you, O creature of fire. I cast out any impurities that may lie within. Behold, I bless you, O creature of air, and cast out any impurities that may lie within. Purity into purity, and purity be blessed. I charge you. I charge you. I charge you. Our ritual space has been cleansed and blessed, so mote it be.
So mote it be. Behold, I do cut apart a place between the realms of humankind and of the mighty ones, a circle of art to focus and contain the powers we shall raise herein. The circle is cast and will remain as we come and go throughout this our telethon until our closing ritual. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
Hail unto the guardians of the watchtower of the east. Powers of air and inspiration, we invoke you and ask you to be with us this telethon and share with us your love, guidance, and your inspiration. We pray that you will help us open our minds and our eyes and our strength, our thoughts as we go forward during this telethon. We bid you hail and welcome.
Hail
Well, and
welcome.
welcome.
Hail unto you, O guardians of the Watchtower of the South, powers of fire and manifestation. We invoke you and ask you to be with us this telethon, to share with us your love, your guidance, and your inspiration. We pray that you help us to open our courage and passion and strengthen our resolve as we go forward during this telethon. We bid you hail and welcome.
Hail and
Hail
and
and
welcome.
welcome.
Hail unto you, O guardians of the watchtowers of the West, powers of water and compassion. We invoke you and ask you to be with us in this telethon to share with us your love, your guidance, and your inspiration. We pray that you will help us to open our hearts and our emotions and strengthen our sensitivity as we go forward during this telethon. We bid you hail and welcome.
Hail and
Hail and
welcome.
welcome.
Hail unto you, O guardians of the watchtowers in the north, power of earth and integration. We invoke you. We ask you to be with us this telethon, to share with us your love, your guidance, your inspiration. We pray that you will help us open our souls, our higher selves, and strengthen our understanding as we go forward during this telethon. We bid you hail and welcome.
Hail and
Hail and
welcome.
welcome.
We do invoke you, mighty Hecate of the threshold, you who sees the results of every choice, under whose eye every choice is made, and every road is traveled. This night, we ask you to illuminate the winding roads and make them shine both in darkness and in daylight, that we may see them clearly and make proper choices as we embark upon the path towards the goals we set for this telethon and for the Parliament next year. Speak your wisdom to us as we seek it at the crossroads where you dwell. Lend us your inspiration and your love, your guidance and your aid for this, our telethon, we pray. Mother Hecate of the Three Faces, we bid you hail and welcome.
Hail
Hail
and
and
welcome.
welcome.
We do invoke you, beloved Janus, ancient Paterianus, you who sees to both ends of time and by whose hand every door is opened and by whose hand every door is closed. This night we ask you to unbar the gates that stand before us on the path toward the goals we set for this telethon and for the Parliament. Speak your wisdom to us as we seek it in the liminal where you dwell. Lend us your inspiration and your love, your guidance and your aid for this telethon, we pray. Father Janus of the Two Faces, we bid you hail and welcome.
Hail and
Welcome.
O mighty ancestors, beloved ones, who have gone before, we invoke you and ask you to join us, to bless us, and aid us in our works. Ancestors of the Correllian tradition, priestesses and priests, mothers and uncles of the lineage, spiritual family which aids and supports us, lend us your inspiration and your love, your guidance and your aid for this telethon, we pray. Beloved ones, we bid you hail and welcome.
Hail and
Hail
welcome.
and
Hail and
welcome.
welcome.
So we have
Ed, you're muted, hon. No, your sound's off.
okay. Try it again.
Yes, there you go,
There you go.
sir.
We have assembled 3 candles for a variation of the 7-day candle spell. And now we will prepare them, make them holy, and set them our intentions and our desired outcomes.
These are the candles, 3 blessings of the beloved ancestors. First candle blessing. Every human hearing your voices shall also hear your heart's desires, so they may be compelled to give with an open heart, gaining resources to secure lasting change in the current world through your gifts. Second candle blessing. Within this moment, with clear voices, our message will be heard by those who understand the great benefits of freely giving. By being willing to make room for your desire gives others opportunities for generosity. Third candle blessing. Be willing to believe in your wisdom and the goodness of others. Be willing to believe you are able to receive. And so it is.
So mote it be.
So mote it be.
Let us all see within these candles a ball of clear white light, which will cleanse them of any energies they previously held. See the ball of light growing and surrounding the candles, enveloping them in light. See the light growing stronger and brighter, and then see the light shift and change from clear white to yellowish in color.
Inside the yellow light, let us see glittering gold flecks. And now as we see these specks of gold, let us set our first intention and desire. Glorious deities and beloved ancestors, hear us. Aid us and guide us as we pray that the energies of these candles shall be but a pale comparison to the energies of the universe will bring us in these next 100 hours. Energy in the form of money, in the form of currency, in the form of goods and services exchange. We ask that you bless us and our mission as we do this work in your names.
Bless us and help us to succeed in garnering attention and positive outcomes. And particularly, we do ask for at least $10,000 to be donated to us. And even as we ask that, we open ourselves to that and much, much more, as much as the universe is willing to give.
Bless us and help us to succeed to our overall mission, as in the coming year we travel to the Parliament of World Religions in Chicago to represent our communities and many voices of our people.
Bless the Parliament that is to come in 2023. We will that our mission and the mission of the Parliament comes to pass, and for these successes to multiply many times over. We will, all the people who come and go, be safe and uninterrupted in doing so.
And together we pray. Spin the road of silver and gold before us, and light the path so we may walk it. Give us the signposts that we may see our goal's direction, and we find the pattern. We orient ourselves to it, and we draw the goals to us as we light these candles and begin the walk in this, the first of 100 hours. And in this 100 hours, we will gain the momentum toward the Parliament of the World's Religions of 2023.
We see these goals clearly. We manifest them, we draw them to us, and as these candles burn, they shall bring what we will to pass. So mote it be.
So
mote it be.
And now, let us make a toast.
May these foods and beverages represent what we will all eat and drink as we sustain ourselves throughout this telethon and beyond. As we eat and drink, we remember and give thanks for the bounty we share from our green earth, who is Gaia, our living mother goddess. To the goddess,
To the
To
goddess.
the goddess,
to the god,
to
To
the
the
god,
god.
and to us.
To
To
us.
To us.
And so, as we go forward, this sacred space will remain intact, as we have willed, until we are ready to close at approximately 11:59 p.m. on Monday night, the 10th of October, when we will formally close the circle and end our beautiful telethon. As the record stands, I do believe, correct me if I'm wrong, number keepers, we believe we start with $531 in the pot.
Ooh.
That's a very nice number. And I thank you to everyone who has donated so far. I encourage you all to give when and where you can. And thank you all for joining us. Does anyone have anything else to add before we end our ritual for the evening? Hearing none, let us thank our ancestors. Lady Stephanie?
Beloved ancestors, you who have gone before, your wisdom and your example guide us. We pray that you will be with us and aid us as we go forward with this telethon, that we may call upon the strength and knowledge of the past, even as we build the future. We thank you for your presence and your aid this night. And at all times, may you blessed be in all things. We offer you our gratitude, our love, and our respect. So mote it be.
So
So
mote
mote
it
it be.
Beloved Janus, you who sees both ends of time, we thank you for your blessings and your wisdom. We pray you will remain with us to guide us as we go forward with this telethon. We thank you for your presence and your aid tonight and always. We offer you our gratitude, our love, and our respect. So mote it be.
So mote it
Mote it
be.
be.
Beloved Akate, you who will illuminate the path before us, we thank you for your blessings and your wisdom, and we pray you will remain with us to guide us as we go forward with this, our telethon. We thank you for your presence and your aid tonight and always. We offer you our gratitude, our love, and our respect. So mote it be.
So mote
So
it
mote
be.
it be.
Hail unto you, O guardians of the watchtowers of North, powers of earth and integration. We thank you for your presence here at this telethon. May there peace between us now and always. We bid you hail and farewell.
Hail
Oh,
and
Hail and
farewell.
farewell.
Hail unto you, O guardians of the watchtower of the west, powers of water and compassion. We thank you for your presence here this telethon. May there be peace between us now and always. We bid you hail and stay with us.
Hail and stay.
Hail and
stay with
stay
us.
with us.
Hail unto you, O guardians of the Watchtower of the West, powers of water and compassion. I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong one. Hail unto you, O guardians of the Watchtowers of the South, powers of water and manifestation. We thank you for your presence here this telethon. May there be peace between us, now and always.
Hail unto you, O guardians of the Watchtower of the East, powers of the air and inspiration. We thank you for your presence here this telethon. May there be peace between us now and always. So mote it be.
So
mote
mote
it
it
be.
be. And I would say merry meet, merry part, and merry meet again, but we're not going anywhere because we've just begun.
Not for 100 hours.
Not for
100 hours! Woo!
not for 100 hours.
Thank you from the bottom of my heart, everyone, for joining us for this opening telethon ritual. I am so glad to have you all participating, and I really do, from the bottom of my heart, appreciate every single one of you. And I want to begin by thanking my entire team. Everybody that you see here on screen in some way or another. And then we have a whole slew of people in the back who all of you will be meeting over the next 100 hours, along with many guests and musicians and the like. We have a great lineup planned out for you, and you can see that lineup for yourselves at https://correllians.live/ hold on a second, correllians.live/
Schedule.
Thank you. Sorry, couldn't get to it fast enough. Fingers are not working this well this evening, but that's okay. And is there anything we would like to talk about before we kind of roll into the Paladins portion of this presentation?
Don't forget to bid on the auction, guys.
Oh,
Starts
yes!
tomorrow at coffee, 8 a.m.
Yes. And you can see how to bid at correllians.live/auction. And every hour we will be bringing you updates of our monetary numbers from our number keepers, and they will keep us on track with your donations and your generosity. And let's see. Sir Ebony, would you like to give us a little overview of what you guys have planned on Saturday? I know you've been really working hard on that.
Well, I suppose I could give a little bit. So, as you know, there's going to be some live sets going on. Our own Cloud, the Pagan Rapper, is going to do some brand new stuff that no one has heard. I've got a surprise or two up my sleeve. We've got some spoken word. We've got some music videos. We're going to talk all things music. So y'all be ready come Saturday at 6 Eastern until midnight. We're going to have all kinds of fun.
Thank you so much, Sir Ebony. I cannot wait. You heard it, folks. Yes, it's so great. And I know that right before that, I will be talking to H. Byron Ballard about some controversial topics that really shouldn't be controversial, but that are in the present day and age. Yeah, so please do attend as much or as little as you can. And most importantly, like, share, follow, subscribe, and all of the places
donate.
we're running. And
donate.
Yes,
Donate!
of course.
Every
and
dollar counts.
every penny, I would say.
That's
every
correct.
penny counts. Because, you know, a rising tide raises all ships after all. One drop in the ocean
That is
accumulates after a while, doesn't it?
Yep. I don't mind rolling pennies, guys.
I do not mind rolling pennies at
Get
all.
those
either.
buttons.
It's fun.
Get
I
those
think I might
buttons
still
going.
have some penny rolls. I might have some old penny papers.
You have some old penny rolls?
I do.
We'll
That's
take
so
it all.
great. That's so great. one thing I did want to touch on about the auctions is that there are some instructions. So if you guys are intending to go and auction and go and be a bidder in the auction, you have to follow the instructions on Correllians.live/auction before the auctions happen, because if you don't have your bidder ID, you won't be able to bid. So please go and get that taken care of. You'll be emailed your bidding number afterwards, and then you'll be good to go.
Yep.
And those will be happening on pagan.world. So if you just head over to pagan.world after you get your auction bidder number, you'll be all set and ready to roll with
Make
that.
sure you go into the forum.
Oh, into the forums. Okay.
Yes.
Mhm. Let me see.
Or
'Cause-
actually, you can actually see them on the front page. It's right under
Awesome.
this live broadcast, and then you'll have it underneath as well. You'll see some of the listings for the auctions.
Fantastic.
Fabulous. Okay. Let's see. What else do we have to cover in this beginning? Does anybody have anything else to add?
I
Go
realized
ahead.
that
Yes.
SJ Tucker is also doing a live set on Saturday, so you'll definitely want to come and see her.
Yes.
And John Anastasio as well will be doing live afterwards. So we got some live music that'll be coming out. So you, by all means, come and listen to that as well.
Perfect.
Awesome.
Wonderbar.
We love us some
Okay.
Let me offer. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ed.
Okay, so let me offer one thing to all of you who are listening. The one thing you can do, of course, you can donate, you can buy perks, get send-ups. They're going to bring you through a lot of entertainment. But if you're seeing this on Facebook, on your Twitch account, any of your social media accounts, please share it. This is an amplification. The more you share it, the more people will see it, the more opportunities we will have them to see what we do for our work, but also have an opportunity to share in our joy and energy of going to the Parliament. So please share it if you see it in your Facebook, your networks. We really could use your help, and it's in a number of spots. So please share it when you see it.
And thank you so much. Thank you so much for that.
And aside from the
General Ed.
auctions, don't forget the psychic readers.
Oh yes.
There's tons and tons of
Psychic readings
readings available.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 9 psychic readers lined up and waiting for you to purchase a gift card or gift certificate to have a reading done by one of them or more of them if you want more than one reading done.
And one of those happens to be Lord Don Lewis.
Yes, that is correct.
Woo-hoo.
Lord Don himself. As I understand, they will be $25 for 15-minute readings. It's just a flat, straight across the board. Anybody you want, $25 for 15 minutes is my understanding. And with that, we are at the bottom of the hour already. 30 minutes in. Phew. Oh, I feel like I've been running a marathon already. It's been kind of a marathon getting here, let me tell you. Planning one of these things is a marathon in and of itself.
You should be very proud of yourself.
Thank you.
Lady Elizabeth. You did a fantastic, wonderful job.
Yes.
Sir Eric.
Thank you so much. Yes,
wonderful. Everyone did a fantastic job.
So before we head into our first donation break, and you guys get to see the awesome video that Sir Eric whipped up for us, props to him. Without that man right there, please. Without Sir Eric's help, this telethon would not be. Because that man has been there for me through every minute, every hour, every crazy thing that's happened, every what the heck are we going to do now?
Yeah, and
Everything.
it seems like he's always awake. Something like 3 o'clock in the morning. And
No.
Right away.
Well, you know me. I wake up at the crack of at noon, and that's why my show is going to be the mid watch between midnight and 4 a.m. every night of the telethon.
A man
I have some
after
guests.
our own heart.
That's right.
I have my friends Eco, my friend Francesca. I got Bree Chavez coming in. I got a nice taped interview with the wonderful Lilith Dorsey. from Nolans. She called in and we got a nice little canned interview.
Very
but the other
nice.
3 guests will be live.
Awesome.
Wonderful. And speaking of being live, Sir Eric, would we please take a 5-minute donation break, the first of many to come?
Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from the beautiful metaverse. I am the first priest and chancellor of the Correllian Nativist tradition of Wicca, and I want to thank you for tuning in to the Road to Parliament 22 Correllians Live Telethon, 100 hours of magic and community. We're here to ask you to help us as we send a contingent to the Parliament of the World's Religions in August of 2023. We're going to give voice to you and to our community. During this 100 hours, our goal is to raise at least $10,000, and you can help us to do that. We humbly ask that you go to correllians.live/donate and give what you can. Then share this telethon and make sure those in your spheres know where and when to watch. Again, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the show.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the 9th Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here is one of 6 reasons you should attend. Number 1, with hundreds of classes available across the spectrum of religious and spiritual thought. Presentations with real-world events taught by thought leaders and teachers. Workshops to cover important skills and information training that offers results long after the participants return home. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody.
What are you most looking forward to at the Parliament of the World's Religions?
What I'm most looking forward to at the Parliament of World Religions is learning about all the different types of religions that are out there, meeting the various clergy and making new friends around the globe, and getting to know the other people and what they're focused on and what needs to be done to help me focus and teach others.
Why do we need representation at the Parliament?
Our attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, we can make a difference. By standing with our faith community and as a people of spirit, we can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way.
Who are the Sacred Order of Paladins?
The Order of Paladins is a service-oriented order dedicated to assisting our communities in moving towards a better, more sustainable stewardship of Mother Earth. And we are also dedicated to preserving Gaian culture today in order to support our civilization in the future.
Why support the Paladins?
Because we have had representation at every modern parliament, and we want to continue and expand on that with those of us who are attending in 2023.
What is the money going to be used for?
Most of the money we are looking to raise with our $10,000 minimum goal will go towards housing costs. Our plan is to house and feed all of us together for the week of the Parliament. Whatever money that remains when this goal is met will go towards bringing honored paladins in from other countries who would otherwise not have the opportunity to attend the Parliament. One such paladin is Reverend Sir Rolando Camon, whom we fondly call Apu Adman.
But we can't do it alone.
And that's ultimately why we are here, because we need your help. Thank you so much for watching and contributing in whatever way you can. Please donate to our cause at Correllians.live/donate. Like our video feeds and share so that others can join us in watching what we have planned for you throughout these 4 incredible days and nights. And there we have it. We are officially rocking and rolling. And we have our first live donation. Thank you so much to our first live donation. I really do appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. Everyone, how are we feeling? How many of us are going to stick around for a while?
Well, I ain't going nowhere, so you're stuck with me for a while.
That's right. I'm stuck with you. So this next little while here, up until around midnight, we wanted to hang out with our paladin friends and family and talk about the mission to the Parliament and the importance of traveling to Parliament, including perhaps some things that have not already been spoken about on our little donation break there. Lord Don, did you wish to say something? I see you raising your hand politely.
You're on, sir.
Oh, have to
There
unmute
we
yourself. Whoopsie
There we
daisy. There
go.
we go. Haha.
Well, on the subject of the Parliament, you know, every Parliament is important, and we've talked in the past about why they're important, but this Parliament has as its focus defending human rights. And we're living at a time that human rights are under assault in many places. And we certainly are concerned with our own civil rights. And so it's very important, I think, for us to make sure our voice is heard. It's never wise to let someone else speak for you. It's much better if you can come to the table and speak for yourself. And the more that we are able to do that, the more I think we will influence the discussion. The more we influence the discussion, the more our concerns will be paid attention to. And the Parliament is a global event. People come from all over the world. They are, in many cases, the local faith leaders of their area, sometimes more than local. And what they learn there, what they experience there, they will take back home. And so, with this focus on human rights, I think it's very important for us to be there and to represent ourselves, our people, our needs in terms of civil rights. And you know, I always say that if we're concerned about our image, we must take control of our image. In this case, if we're concerned whether our message will be heard, we must be there to deliver our message ourselves. That way we know it's heard. And that is what I wanted to say.
Thank you so much. I really do appreciate those insights. I know that you've been to a number of parliaments, as have most of us here. I know that Lady Stephanie was given the chance to walk to represent our tradition, the Correllian Nativist tradition of Wicca, and that was at. Remind me was that at Salt Lake City? I believe so. Yes, Salt Lake City. Sir Eric, you wanted to say something? I can't hear you.
Yeah, that's what I get for muting everybody. I unmuted everybody but forgot me. This is going to be my first parliament. I remember the very first parliament back in the 80s. I was with the Church of All Worlds, and Anna Dea Judith was there to represent us. And she came back with these amazing stories. And I'm really looking forward to creating some of my own stories and to really interface. Because to me, I see religions focusing, so many mainstream religions focusing on the differences between themselves. I like the idea of the Parliament because I'm going to get to, and they already do, focus on the things they have in common. And there are way, way, way more things we have in common as spiritual beings than we do differently. You know, whether we wear a hat tilted to the right or a hat tilted to the left, it doesn't matter
Right.
when we are there to focus on our spiritual connection. And I think that with the Correllians, there's an opportunity to represent everybody and to go in there. So not only between now and then, go, you know, help us, donate, please help us get there, but also initiate conversations with us so that we know what's on your mind, what you're thinking. And when we're there to represent you, that we can speak and incorporate your voice in the larger dialogue that we're going to be happening. Back to you, General.
Thank you so much, Sir Eric. I really do appreciate those thoughts that you've shared with us. Lady Lori, I know that you have had some amazing experiences at Parliament, and you have so many that you just love gushing over. Would you like to speak to that for a short little bit here? Or a long
Gushing
little bit?
over.
Plenty
I
of
don't know
time.
about gushing over.
I know about gushing. Don't you play me, girl.
So Parliament was an experience that cannot be put into words to describe what you're going to leave there feeling. In Utah, I think that for the first 4 days, I cried every day. It was not anything that I was expecting. I was not expecting the warm welcoming from the Mormon that we are surrounded by there in Salt Lake City, or the Sikh feeding over 10,000 people and then donating 40,000, all the food and the utensils and the silverware. It was moving. And the 13 grandmothers with their stories of saving their lands and starting their seed farms and going forward what we needed to do. This Parliament, however, I am so looking forward to seeing how many of our programs get picked up. We have 13 now, from what I was told today. We have 13 individual proposals that were submitted. I have a few more people to get back to this evening with helping them, because hey, programming was extended till November 3rd. So if you have an idea, you don't know how to get it put on paper, we're here to help you. The more that we can get submitted, the more our voice is heard. Another great thing that I am looking forward to is the Parade of All Faiths. We have a very large congregation going. We are almost at our halfway point. Lord Don said he wanted 100 Correllians. We are over 40. So I'm counting that as just about at our halfway point. And with that, we will all be marching, dancing, singing, driving through the parade. It's going to be a wonderful thing. Another thing that's going to happen that I was informed of is, for the first time in a very long time, Chicago is possibly, and we're going to say possibly because it's not 100% yet, going to allow the pagan community to do an outdoor ritual on the lake. It would be opening ritual for the start of it. We're really got our fingers crossed. Twyla York is really working hard on having that happen. So there's a lot of great things that are going to happen this Parliament that haven't happened previously. And the reason is because it's back in its home state. In 1993, this is where, in 1883, Lord Don, was it the first? 1883, 1993. It was in Chicago.
The first Parliament in Chicago was 1893.
93, yes.
And it did not happen again for 100 years. The first modern Parliament was 1993, specifically celebrating the centenary of the first Parliament. And then they decided to do them on a regular basis because it had gone so well. And it was very interesting. A lot of people didn't think it could possibly happen. And it was only in the weeks leading up to the Parliament that many of those people realized, yes, this is a real thing. And people from all different faiths did come together in Chicago to get to know each other, to work together in the spirit of interfaith. And some of them, I mean, there were some churches that just weren't up for it, and that's always going to be the case. But there were so many that were, that it was a beautiful thing. And therefore, it continued on a regular basis since then.
Yes.
Yes.
So
And
that's awesome.
And
Parliament is also looking for volunteers. If you cannot afford to pay your registration, you can donate time, but I assure you, it's not going to be an hour or two here and there, because I've done this for 2 years now in a row. And it's not because I couldn't afford to, but it's because I wanted to get more involved. In Toronto, I worked as a volunteer, and I think I got to attend 2 workshops, and it was so worth it because I did volunteer in the aspect of being in the room with other workshops that I necessarily would not have gone to. So it was good. I got to learn a lot of different things with that. There is a minimum amount of time that you do have to volunteer. It is not the whole entire event. It may be 4 hours one day, 6 hours another day. They will give you time to be able to do the things that you want to do. Even if you pay for your registration and you still want to volunteer, bags need to be stuffed, flyers need to be folded. There is a multitude of things that go into putting this together. So volunteer your time.
If you've never been to one, it is very difficult to imagine the scale of the event.
Yes.
It is gigantic.
Yes.
And there is so much to be done.
I think that was what was so overwhelming for me in Utah, that I heard you and Lady Sherry and Lord Ed talk about it, but it didn't register in my mind until we walked into that convention center at Salt Lake City, that it was like, oh, shoot. I was going to say a bad word, but shoot. This is like real. It's not like a little festival thing going on. This is real. You're talking
it's a serious world event.
It is a serious world event. Yes.
And that's why it's so important that we're there. It is a true global event, and the things that happen there have a global impact.
Yes.
And by having a significant presence, we have a significant impact. And I see that there has been another donation.
Yay!
Yay! Thank you to that donor. I believe the total is now 401. And the first pagan volunteer at the Parliament was the Reverend Sir Edward.
Yes.
And he was volunteering for them at least 2 years before the 1993 Parliament, and was I believe, an assistant stage manager during the event, which gave him a unique perspective, and I was very lucky to have him share that with me. And many others, as I said earlier, they didn't actually believe this was going to happen, but we knew obviously that it was, and it was the most remarkable thing. To think of all of these different religious leaders from, in some cases, very different religions coming together in a spirit of peace and interfaith exchange, and having no real problems, was really quite remarkable. And I don't know that it was entirely conceivable before it happened. Of course, this was many years ago, and the world has changed a great deal. And the interfaith movement has grown since then, certainly. But it was epochal. It was a thing that had not really happened before, including the original Parliament, which was in its own way quite different. And each Parliament since has been important in various different ways. And this one, focusing as it does on human rights, I think is particularly important.
Yes.
I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more, and I am very much looking forward to spending all of this time with you in preparation for, and all of the time with you at the
Yes.
Parliament. And speaking of the Parliament, we have a Facebook comment from Brian Ellicott. Hey fam, let's do this 100 hours for Parliament. Thank you so much for that little shout out there, Brian. I really do appreciate you giving us that comment. And if you out there in radio video land, as they say, audio video land, please comment, subscribe, share, donate. We can't do this without your help.
Right.
Oh, are you still muted, Ebony? Can't you unmute yourself, dear? I'm so sorry. Hold on.
It's all right. I'm
Oh.
good now.
Oh, there you are. Okay. If you want to speak, please. You're the only one, and Lady Stephanie too. But Lady Stephanie's shy. We all know that.
No, that's
Go ahead, my dear.
No, you put me up.
No,
That's
go ahead, Ebony. Go ahead.
No,
What are you most looking forward to? What are
Hmm?
you most looking forward to at the World Parliament of Religions?
Well, I think I'm most looking forward to just having other different religious perspectives to tap into and just see how other people think. Because I'm always one that wants to know how other people feel, and on a spiritual level, because we all have our own way of perceiving things. So I'm very curious to learn about the way other religious beliefs view the world and view what's happening, because as we stated earlier, there's an immense amount of different social issues going on that affect everything that we do these days. So it's going to be really cool to see how in the midst of that we still have this wonderful dynamic, and taking that beautiful message that is the Parliament and bringing that back home.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you so much. Very true words spoken there. And I want to welcome to our little forum Reverend Sir Chad Blackman. Hi, Papa Bear. Great to have you with us. How you doing?
Hey, Coach.
I'm good.
Coach, yes.
Coach. They called me that earlier, and I was like, think of it as Coach from Cheers.
Yeah, that was funny. I want to thank you myself for helping us get everything set up and make sure everything is up and running. You were the gauge by which we were like, okay, can we start this thing yet? Can we get this thing rolling? Making sure that we were on all 11 platforms that we are streaming to. Would you like to talk a little bit about your work in getting in how you have basically slid into that position of being our tech guy?
I think it was a collaborative effort by everyone, especially you, Sir Eric, and yourself. But trying to stream to, like, what is it, 11, 12 different platforms or sources was a task that we were ready for. We just need to try it. And now that we have, we've shown the world that we can reach them anywhere we want to go. After all, we are the Paladins, and we do take challenges on.
True words. True words. And we have Arlene, who is the hostess of the Crystal Cave Show. Hi there, Arlene. Thank you so much for coming in and hanging out with us.
My Crystal Cave.
Oh, I love that. It's so good.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'll be on.
Bring your mic down,
Your
love.
microphone boom, dear. There you go.
Thank you.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're live.
Yes, we are live.
And awake.
Numbers and all.
Oh, I don't know about that, Chad.
That woke me up.
Some of us are awake. I'm also waiting for dinner, so please excuse me when if I need to step away.
So, Arlene, would you like to talk about a little bit about the Crystal Cave, which you will be doing, I believe, several nights this weekend? Is that correct?
Correct. I will be hosting on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday from 12 to 4. And
Yeah.
Saturday, I will have Oberon Zell.
Okay, you just
Oh, I think she has to go get her food, but that's okay. Thank you so much, Arlene. I really do appreciate you giving us that little bit of sneak peek. Reverend Oberon Zell is always a cool cat to hang around with when he's available. And I look forward to seeing him on your show then. So let's see. Oh, Patricia Reeves says from Facebook that they look forward to 2023 Parliament of the World's Religions. Thank you so much, Patricia, for your comment and for tuning in. And I do believe that we had a few other comments as well. I think Cosmo, who is also, thank you, who is also one of our hosts. He will be with the Crossing the Rubicon with Cosmo. And that will be in the late hours of the day. He enjoyed the live opening ritual and wishes us all a well done. Thank you so much for that, Cosmo. If anybody would like to make a comment and see it on the air, please, wherever you see this video, and it allows commenting, which is basically everywhere except for Roku, then please do. And we will, if it is appropriate, put your comment out there on the air. And we thank you in advance for your kindness and your donations. I believe we are running up to the top of the hour here. It is 8:57. Sir Eric, are we ready for that next donation break so that we can all have a little bit of a breather?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any last words?
Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from the beautiful metaverse. I am the first priest and chancellor of the Correllian Nativist tradition of Wicca, and I want to thank you for tuning in to the Road to Parliament 22 Correllians Live Telethon, 100 hours of magic and community. We're here to ask you to help us as we send a contingent to the Parliament of the World's Religions in August of 2023. We're going to give voice to you and to our community. During this 100 hours, our goal is to raise at least $10,000, and you can help us to do that. We humbly ask that you go to correllians.live/donate and give what you can. Then share this telethon and make sure those in your spheres know where and when to watch. Again, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the show.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the 9th Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here is one of 6 reasons you should attend. Number 2, networking and contacts. You will meet people from every religion from over 80 countries. Meet and have conversations that are thoughtful, insightful, and with deep value. Making contracts across interfaith ministries, understanding and sharing knowledge and resources. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody.
What are you most looking forward to at the Parliament of the World's Religions?
At the Parliament of World Religions in 2023, I'm personally looking forward to broad exposure and deep engagement with various wisdom traditions from around the world, particularly as regards pressing issues from today and future goals for our human journey. I expect that I'll be able to incorporate much of the learning back into my own personal path, as well as share tangible insights back into the metaphysical and spiritual community that I work within.
Why do we need representation at the Parliament?
Our attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, we can make a difference. By standing with our faith community and as a people of spirit, we can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way.
Who are the Sacred Order of Paladins?
The Order of Paladins is a service-oriented order dedicated to assisting our communities in moving towards a better, more sustainable stewardship of Mother Earth. And we are also dedicated to preserving Gaian culture today in order to support our civilization in the future.
Why support the Paladins?
Because we have had representation at every modern parliament, and we want to continue and expand on that with those of us who are attending in 2023.
What is the money going to be used for?
Most of the money we are looking to raise with our $10,000 minimum goal will go towards housing costs. Our plan is to house and feed all of us together for the week of the Parliament. Whatever money that remains when this goal is met will go towards bringing honored paladins in from other countries who would otherwise not have the opportunity to attend the Parliament. One such paladin is Reverend Sir Rolando Camon, whom we fondly call Apu Adman.
But we can't do it alone.
And that's ultimately why we are here, because we need your help. Thank you so much for watching and contributing in whatever way you can. Please donate to our cause at Correllians.live/donate. Like our video feeds and share so that others can join us in watching what we have planned for you throughout these 4 incredible days and nights. And we're back. Thank you so much for sticking around through this first hour of the telethon. 99 hours remain. I'm tempted to sing that bottles of something on the
99
wall.
hours
Yes.
of the telethon to go. 99 hours to
99 hours to go. Yes. And I do believe that we will be having Reverend Sir Rich joining us momentarily, Cloud the Pagan Rapper himself. So that's going to be exciting. And I do want to kind of pull Lady Stephanie into the conversation if she is willing. Lady Steph, would you please be kind enough to speak about your experiences at the parliaments that you have attended in the past?
Oh, for crying out loud, you act like
You're shy.
I am not. So,
Okay.
just waiting to have my time. All right. There's so many layers here, and everyone that brought up their reasons and what they've experienced and what they've learned and taught are all one world in a sense, just like the Parliament is. And the benefits can't be overlooked. One example is that there will be tons of media there. And I lost count of how many people, magazine people, influencers, like podcasters, television people, newspapers in the form they have now. There was one time there were so many people coming up, I had to call Chancellor Don over and say, "Would you like to take this interview? I'm getting tired here." So he took that interview. So that's just, they're just walking around everywhere. I had to take cards to make sure that okay, I'll get back to you when I can. And that's just not me. That's anyone that's willing to have themselves open to people wanting to ask questions of you. then I also walked into every parliament that I have attended, which is 3 if you count the Zoom the other year, that it seems that everybody desires to want to talk to you. So I would make a point to go up, especially in the halls. There's all kinds of action going on in those halls. And so whenever I would finish being inside of a teaching or whatever I would be working, I would make sure I would head for the halls, keep my antenna up, and approach people. And there's so many wonderful reasons to approach person, walking up and saying, all right, Ken, I was just so interested in the garb that you're wearing. And then I would get something like, well, I'll tell you about mine if you tell me about yours, that kind of thing. And then the exchange commences quite naturally, quite wonderfully. Or after a presentation and people come up to you and say that I really enjoyed it. I never even knew that pagans were still existing. Never knew about that witches are here. And they were just, I wouldn't say shocked, but they were a little confused, and in a good way, that they just had no idea the amount of wisdom. I said, let's see, I looked across the room. I said, looks like there's about 20 pagans here at the moment. So explore, talk to them. They'll love it. So I would try to encourage different people that were acting like, gee, I really would like to, I have so many questions. Well, this is the great opportunity to ask about, well, what is a pagan? What do you do? What do you really believe? As well, that's a super complicated question, because pagans believe in many, 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 many things. So it's not such an easy answer. But this is the greatest opportunity, and for some people, a once in a lifetime opportunity to step forward and approach people and just go for it. Just thoroughly enjoy their company and the wisdom that's coming out of their mouth, and affirming their connection with you as you are connecting with each other. You're not going to find, at least I sure didn't, you're not going to find someone that's miserable or I don't want to talk to you. I didn't find that. And so just knowing that openness, that pure openness, and especially people that you just would never think would want to talk to you, just like these people that were confused, that didn't realize that witches were walking around the earth. But I said, it's a good thing. It's a very, very good thing. And, we're here working along with other religions together, all in our own way, yes, but yet we're still connected with everyone that's working to make humanity at least reasonable. Like, really? I mean, equality, come on. People that look at other people as less than, no, that we have to get to the point that stops, like knock it off. And to know that we do have the answers to many situations, let's just call it that. We as pagans have many answers to connecting with everyone, and reasons why we should connect to everyone, that we are not all separate. In fact, we are one race, and I know you've heard that a million times, but it's true, one race, and we live on one home. And the earth herself is really speaking to us like she does every day, and people are beginning to realize that the earth, it truly wants us to develop as far as it has developed. Because remember, a mountain's been living way longer than we have. There's some trees that lives longer than we have. So those trees, they communicate with each other, and they communicate with themselves. The insects communicate with each other, and they communicate with themselves. So there's a lot. We are evolving. You know that we are. But knowing that when you enter the parliament, you see it in living color, that there's more people out there that are willing and open to say, I want to listen to your point of view. And then I, in return, and hope everyone would do it in their own words, in their own time, responding the same way. I want to hear how you approach your path. Some of us here have chosen to walk a beautiful path, like the Correllian tradition. And there's other people that walk different paths. And then there's other people that are creating paths. And it's a thing of beauty to walk through those halls and just drink in that beauty. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you so much, Lady Stephanie, our first priestess of the Correllian Nativist tradition. Hi, I'm Eric Abear. I am a paladin of Gaia, and we have Cloud the Pagan Rapper in the house, and we'll get to him in a second. Got a few people that are checking in. Michael McBride says, greetings all. Hey, Michael. Hey, out there. And a brother of mine, brother of my heart, Jared Houston Crow. Or Houston. I'm from New York. We say Houston. I'm gonna have to ask Jared how he says it. Anyway, he is saying greetings all, and this is amazing. Thank you so much. And we have, Ebony's checked in. That was beautiful from my Lady Stephanie. Yay.
Oh, thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, and maybe that's not a great thing because I would love to have a dozen more. But Cloud the Pagan Rapper in the house. How you doing, brother?
I'm good, man. I'm really good. I gotta say, I'm super stoked for the telethon as a whole. This whole thing, there's so many moving parts, so much work has gone into it, and as an order, paladins, we should all definitely put a lot of work in to get in here. So give yourselves a little round of applause, everybody. Honestly, it's an honor to be here and to taking part in helping out with this thing. Because Parliament, the idea means something to me. Now, I've never been to one before, but hopefully this is going to be my first. And I have always been mesmerized by hearing other people's schools of thought. And I think that's one of the things that I am so excited for, is having all of these different leaders and clergymen from different areas coming together. And, it's just like so much wisdom. There's so many different schools of thought you can learn a little bit about. And I think that's why, the idea works. So yeah, how's everybody doing out there?
Oh, I'm doing great, my friend. Did I just hear another beep? Chad's in. Okay, he's checking something out. Yes, our back end guy is checking out the back end. There are a few channels we're not streaming to, so I know we're saying 11. We just want to be honest and say there's a few, but hey, I also just want to give a shout out to Restream. This is a program that we just started using. In fact, it was Cloud, your idea to do something like this, get off Zoom. Yeah. And, you were part of the, you and me and a couple others were checking out some of them. And, we're very happy we landed on Restream.
Yeah,
And yeah, this is a great program. I'm really pleased with it.
yeah. There's a lot of moving parts with it that you can use that you don't get on other platforms. You know, especially for something where we're trying to raise funds. It's really good to be able to have access to more controls while we're running an event like this. I have to say. So I do want to make a little bit of an announcement for everybody out there that's watching. So if you come Saturday night to our Music and Musings that entire evening, I have 100 download codes, and you get dealer's choice, okay, of misconceptions or modern bar. You pick it, and I will send you a download code with any donation during the music night at the time. So definitely, if you haven't got your hands on it yet, here's an opportunity for you to do so, and an opportunity for you to help out a wonderful cause. So,
Hey, awesome, awesome. I do believe that you're not the only one doing that.
that is correct.
Who else?
Well, Sir ELN herself, who I will be co-hosting the thing, the evening with me. She's going to be doing the same as well with her first album, The Inspiring Afterthought. And if you have not heard Sir ELN's The Inspiring Afterthought, it is a straight through listener. There is not a bad track on this record, and you definitely need to go and check it out. But Ebony will be having download codes as well. So definitely make sure that you guys get your hands on those.
Outstanding. Next up, we tried it a little bit earlier, but she had a little, she got interrupted by pizza, which, yes,
It was fabulous.
had a little bit of transparency. She's my sweetie, so I am very happy to bring to the forefront back Arlene Freed, and you can talk a little bit more about your Crystal Cave show.
Okay, let's try this again. I have the Crystal Cave show. The Crystal Cave show begins on Saturday at noon, and it runs till 4 from Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. On Saturday, I will have Oberon Zell, and I will also have Jeanette Silver. Mm-hmm. That will be presenting their, various topics. After that, on Sunday, I have a friend of mine who happens to be a collector of crystals. His name is Christian Grimm, and he's a coworker of mine and a friend, and his crystals are fabulous and amazing. And he's going to be talking about that. Prior to that, I'm going to be giving a little lecture of my own about crystals, just a general 101 on that. And after Christian, I have our own Laurie Denman talking about the crystal web. And I'm so looking forward to that and picking her brain on that and learning a little bit more and just passing along that information to you. And I'll be doing meditations and a whole bunch of other things, and talking about a whole bunch of different topics, and primarily all dealing with crystals. And now, the incentive is, if you come to my show and donate during my show, you will get a special Crystal Cave card designed by our own first priest, Reverend Don Lewis. It's an awesome card. And it goes along with, if I remember correctly, Lord Don, it goes along with the Infinite Tarot as well. But it's also a one-of-a-kind card.
If I remember, there's only 300 in print.
Correct. And 100 of them have been donated to be offered each for every donation you give, you're entitled to get one of those cards along with it during my show. They are called the Crystal Cave card, and it's a fabulous, beautiful card. And Lord Don, can you talk a little bit more about the card itself?
Well, it was when we were doing the Infinite Tarot Kickstarter. One of the things that we offered was have your own card made, and this was one of those. And obviously, the person for whom it was created has donated them, which I think is a lovely thing. And it represents a crystal cave, and it is in shades of blue and lavender, as I recall. I don't think I have any nearby.
I do have a picture. Hold on one second.
Upload it to the. Or are you on as a guest or as a host, darling?
I'm on a guest.
Okay.
How about I
send it to me and then I'll upload it.
Okay, that's exactly what I will do.
We love technology.
Yes, active cooperation is key to making all of the things go, for sure.
Yes, the card is fabulous, and the card itself, it's so beautiful. And to me, looking at it, I see spiritual awakening. I see knowledge. I see the light at the end of the tunnel, or coming out into the spiritual awakening from from this. That's my interpretation of the card. Did you receive it, my love?
Not yet. Where'd you send it? Did you press go?
Yes. Hold on. I'll find out. Let's see. Where did you go?
I'm right here, honey.
1964.
Okay. Yep, got it. Okay, I'll give you a sec to grab it.
Yep. Yeah.
Somebody else talk while I do that.
So, Arlene.
Yes.
How was that New York pizza?
Fabulous.
I'm so jealous.
Would you like?
You're the one who moved south, sis. I'm sorry.
Would you like to see what it looks like?
No. I want to taste some.
I had 2 slices.
Very good. I did ask Eric if you and he were driving, and if so, I was going to give you a list of bakeries and pizza places and others.
Gotta do New York bagels. If you're
gotta bring some bagels. Okay.
Yeah.
I have a joke. So this Texas oil baron is making a business trip to New York City for the first time. And he goes and says, to his friend, hey, what should I do? I'm going to New York City for the first time. I've never been there before. What should I do? He says, well, you go to Cat's Deli and you ask for bagels and lox. You will not be disappointed. Okay, so he does. He gets off his private jet lands at Kennedy. The limousine picks him up and he says, I'm taking you to the Waldorf Astoria. Is there anything you'd like to see, make any stops before? And he says, yes. As a matter of fact, my friend told me that on my very first business trip to New York, I need to go to Cat's Deli and order bagels and lox. So that's exactly what he does. He goes into Cat's Deli and he says, hey, I'm a visiting businessman from Texas and want to get some bagels and lox. Great. They give him a bagels and lox and he loves it. It's the greatest thing he's ever eaten in his life. So he goes in and then he goes out and then he's very much on like, oh my God. So for his entire stay in New York City on his business trip, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, he goes to Cat's Deli, gets bagels and lox. So the limousine picks him up and is to take him back to Kennedy Airport. And the driver says, is there anything you'd like to see before you go, sir? He says, yes, I have to go to Cat's Deli one more time to get bagels and lox. Of course, sir. So he walks in, He gets his bagels and lox and he goes, you know what? This is my first business trip to New York, and I have been getting bagels and lox for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and I just have a question for you. Well, yes, sir. What's your question? Which is the bagels and which is the lox?
I don't think you could have said it more New York than that.
I'm sorry, say again?
I don't think you could have said a more New York joke than that.
Oh, I got a few, but they're not safe for family consumption.
Look, well, you see,
Give it a few hours.
We're all talking about New York pizza and New York things, but we need to be thinking Chicago. So we need to start
Chicago, yes.
And our Chicago style dogs and get ready to make our way to Chicago. So
absolutely. Gotta have that deep dish.
I was recently in Chicago, and y'all all saw that I had that big, beautiful deep dish with Lord Jason and Sir Chad. And let me tell you, I was in heaven. It was magnificent. Yes.
I can't wait to have ourselves a nice pizza party when we're there one of the days.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a blast.
I'm also looking forward to exploring.
Yes, the city of Chicago is a beautiful city, as I do recall. I've visited there a couple of times myself, and it's just lovely. The people are very nice, and if you stay on the right sides of Chicago, there's some places where you probably shouldn't go wandering at night, but I think every large city has those places. But McCormick Center, oh my goodness! So McCormick Center, for those of you who are not aware, who might be tuning in, watching us right now, we have several live viewers from across the metaverse here. McCormick Center is gorgeous, and I highly encourage anyone interested, even remotely, to go and look at it from the Google Maps. And I believe they also have a website, and they have lots of pictures and all that kind of good stuff. It's humongous space, but it's needed because the Parliament, as was said before, is ginormous. My goodness, we are at 9:30 p.m. already. How are we feeling, everybody?
I feel like I want to have a donation break.
I feel like I want to have a donation break too. Please, good sir, make it so. See you on the flip side.
Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from the beautiful metaverse. I am the first priest and chancellor of the Correllian Nativist tradition of Wicca, and I want to thank you for tuning in to the Road to Parliament 22 Correllians Live Telethon, 100 hours of magic and community. We're here to ask you to help us as we send a contingent to the Parliament of the World's Religions in August of 2023. We're going to give voice to you and to our community. During this 100 hours, our goal is to raise at least $10,000, and you can help us to do that. We humbly ask that you go to Correllians.live/donate and give what you can. Then share this telethon and make sure those in your spheres know where and when to watch. Again, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the show.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the Ninth Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here is one of 6 reasons you should attend. Number 3, breathtaking performances of music, dance, and the arts. Every kind of religious and cultural music, dances, and art fill the 5 days. The Parliament presents beautiful, colorful, intimate, and spectacular performances in many languages from many cultures. The display of the heart, in essence, the freedom of expression, will be on full display. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody.
What are you most looking forward to at the Parliament of the World's Religions?
What I am looking forward for the Parliament of World Religion 2023 is that the Parliament will bring me in so that I could meet my Correllian family. It's been a long time that I've been following the Parliament World Religion and the Correllian tradition through Magic TV. But this time, with your help, and I'm really hoping that you could help me to be at the Parliament of World Religion 2023. So this is what I'm looking forward to meet you and be in person with you at the Parliament of World Religion.
Why do we need representation at the Parliament?
Our attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, we can make a difference. By standing with our faith community and as a people of spirit, we can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way.
Who are the Sacred Order of Paladins?
The Order of Paladins is a service-oriented order dedicated to assisting our communities in moving towards a better, more sustainable stewardship of Mother Earth. And we are also dedicated to preserving Gaian culture today in order to support our civilization in the future.
Why support the Paladins?
Because we have had representation at every modern parliament, and we want to continue and expand on that with those of us who are attending in 2023.
What is the money going to be used for?
Most of the money we are looking to raise with our $10,000 minimum goal will go towards housing costs. Our plan is to house and feed all of us together for the week of the Parliament. Whatever money that remains when this goal is met will go towards bringing honored paladins in from other countries who would otherwise not have the opportunity to attend the Parliament. One such paladin is Reverend Sir Rolando Camon, whom we fondly call Apu Adman.
But we can't do it alone.
And that's ultimately why we are here, because we need your help. Thank you so much for watching and contributing in whatever way you can. Please donate to our cause at correllians.live/donate. Like our video feeds and share so that others can join us in watching what we have planned for you throughout these 4 incredible days and nights. And we are back. You are watching the 2022 Road to Parliament Correllians Live Telethon. And what are our numbers at, by the way? Let's see. Can we get a numbers check from one of our good people? Ah, yes. Currently, we're at $401. Thank you to all of our donators so far. And we have with us several people, several hosts, Lord Don, and one we have not met yet on the air, Cosmo. Hello, Cosmo, and welcome aboard.
Hello. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, can hear you perfectly fine. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you. No, this has gone fantastic. I mean, it's just been quite a revelation to watch this unfold. So y'all done just an amazing job.
Well, thank you, and thank you for joining us as well on this adventure as we dive right into the 100 hours. You have been one of the other instrumental people, particularly with your amazing gift of creating guides and such for our hosts in the back end, learning this new platform and having questions that you are just so nimbly able to answer within that guide. I really, really do appreciate your contribution in that way. Thank you so much.
Yes, I wanted to. Yes, let me add that too. Is yes, your documentation and just helping us learn everything has been really valuable. You have a show, don't you? That you're going to be.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the point on this documentation too, I think, as we know, part of that also helps me. I mean, I'll be the first to admit my memory is not like it used to be, but we learn by doing, and the more I can help jump in, I think it helps everybody all around, and certainly helps myself. So I'll be selfish in that regard and gladly take the benefit that it gets from that. Yeah, the show that I have, I branded it Crossing the Rubicon. The general premise of that would be exploring the frontiers of metaphysics, spirituality, science, and art in pursuit, and this is key, of an integrated and inspired way of living. So the whole crux of this is to interview a few folks, show some content that really get around how do you blend your mundane life, your magical life, but make it a true holistic integrated experience, one that you could be more transparent with. Obviously, everything you can't do that way, but you can always strive toward those areas. And I think part of that also is taking our magical life and bringing it into our everyday experience. So that is in a nutshell. And so I'm going to have a few guests. There's actually a few guests, some apprentice leadership from Grace School. They're not going to be talking specifically about Grace School, but I thought they would be perfect to talk about, you know, their spiritual path and also how they translated that into leadership within the school or in general in their life. And then finally, how do you wrap that up into an integrated way of living? You know, and everybody's going to have a different viewpoint. And so we have Provost Nicholas Kingsley, who's going to be attending Monday. I have apprentice leadership Selah Nix, Mercado Draconis, Blue Capuchin, and then foremost come tomorrow, Rebecca Lynn Scott. She'll be doing a fantastic discussion on Everybody Does It, Death and Dying. And so this one has just sat with me so much this past year, especially I was executor on my mom's will and went through that process. And so this comes through in a very timely way. And Reverend Elizabeth had a very good discussion with Rebecca 2 years back at Illustration. And I always went back and looked at that because it was just so substantive. And I think everybody's just going to get so much out of it. Obviously, everybody has their own vantage point, their own human experience with life and death and people that have been affected, and how you prepare for that. How do you prepare for, the time of a funeral or the will or special instructions? So there's so much rich information. And then Sunday, she's doing a wailing workshop, again, with the grieving process around death. But, I think the more we confront death, the more we can be enriched on how we live. I was just mentioning to her the other day, I just watched Terms of Endearment last night again, the 1983 picture. Such an emotional film. And there's so many things, even with film, that you can draw with these myths that have to do with the life experience, our relations in death, and how we live life and how you treat a new generation that you're passing it on to. Anyway, so Rebecca Lynn Scott, let's look at the times here. These are Eastern Daylight Times. So Friday night, 10/7, 8p to 10p. Rebecca Lynn Scott will be doing Everybody Does It, Death and Dying. She will also be doing the wailing workshop on 10/9 Sunday, again at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And then I'll be doing an overnight segment, much like Eric will be doing kind of a late night thing. So I found some great content, especially through Magic TV, that really drives into the metaphysical and the integrated way of living. So I've kind of packaged that up because I feel it was fitting to what I wanted to talk about with my segment. And then closing that off Monday, Provost Nicholas Kingsley, who's scheduled for 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time on Monday, 10/10. And then right after, we've got a double header with Blue Capuchin and Mercado Draconis, who are part of that leadership team. And then one that I forgot, Selah Nix, is right after Rebecca Lynn Scott on Sunday. So Selah Nix, again, apprentice leadership, magical community, very rich conversation. She's also a great writer. We might get into some of the writing craft. That's at 10 p.m. Sunday. So I think that kind of wraps things up in a verbose way for my segment. Apologies. This is the first time I've hosted. So if I
Awesome.
the mouth, that's why.
No, please, Cosmo. No apologies necessary. You are a natural.
Believe me, this is
And
my
thank-
first time hosting. It's Arlene's first time Actually, I think it's all of us. This is the first time we've really done something like
I'm
this.
not going to use that lame excuse anymore. I can't get away with it, so I better get that out of my pocket.
Okay. Eric, do we have the Crystal Cave card to show off yet?
You mean that beautiful
That
thing?
beautiful thing! Look how pretty!
Isn't it gorgeous? I'm
And-
so
Very
looking forward to showing it and offering it for everybody during my show. That's
the Crystal Cave on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, noon to 4 p.m. Eastern
Yes.
Time.
Yes.
We also have another thing happening.
So we're gonna wave to Eric and Arlene from Stacy Diane.
Hi, Stacy.
Let me show it. Oh, there you go.
Hi, Stacy. Oh, she's such a sweetheart. I adore her. She's such a good friend.
Yes,
That's
she
so
is.
nice. Thank you so much for tuning in, Stacy. We really appreciate your support. And Patricia says that she absolutely loves it, probably referring to the card. Thank you so much for your kind words, Patricia. And Brian giving us a shout out from a little while ago.
Hey,
Yeah.
Very good, very good. Thank you to everyone. Go
Brian,
ahead,
thank
sorry.
you for sharing. I saw that you shared it.
Outstanding. Yes, yes. Please keep sharing on social media the links. If wherever you're watching, it's good, so share it.
Yep.
It's working.
And especially if you know us, mention us. Mention the individual people if you're sharing it because we're friends.
Yep. Shout out.
I don't have any friends.
Welcome.
I only have family.
Aw, Eric.
Aw.
Lady Lori, there is something special happening on Sunday. Would you care to share with us a little bit about what's special that's happening on Sunday night?
Is that 6 to 8?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me. Why do I not have that up to look at? I will.
I want to make sure before I give the wrong time, but I do believe it's 6 p.m. to 8 p.m.
And thank you.
Full moon is 6 to 8. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you,
So
Patricia,
we will
for
be doing
sharing.
the full moon ritual. But before the full moon ritual, we're going to do some. And when I say we, I'm talking about Lady Emerald and I are going to do some readings and prayers to Hecate. Possibly, if we can fit it in, because I'm still trying to work out the time, I might do a reading of The Raven from Edgar Allan Poe. That is one of my favorite pieces. I haven't gotten it down to 20 minutes yet. I should be able to.
Nevermore.
Evermore.
Nevermore.
And if you are tuning in for the new moon ritual, bring a paper and a pen, bring a burning pot, and get ready to sit back. And we are going to do a full moon meditation to cleanse and release everything we no longer want instead of the normal ritual. That's what I decided I'm doing this time around. I found quite a few different aspects of meditations that I've took apart and reconstructed and put together. And there's a lot of different prayers to Hecate, and there might be one or two thrown in because I worship Selene. So I feel like I have to include Selene into that. And it's going to be fun. We'll have the 2 hours of that going on. And
Excellent. That is going to be a wonderful time. And I also like Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven. I remember Lord Don, actually, I think that you read that on Magic TV, if I recall, several
Yes,
years
indeed.
back.
Yeah, yes, indeed, I did.
Yes, so that's quite a lot of fun. We like to mix it up a little bit, us Correllian fam.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so
on that note,
Mhm.
I have that little book review for Mary Shelley coming at my overnight watch, so I'm going to have fun with that. Speaking of Gothic literature.
Oh, cool.
Oh, excellent.
Yes.
That's going to be fantastic.
It's real. I find it fascinating. The founder of what we call science fiction is a woman. And at the time, well, Cosmo can tell. Will tell.
You're speaking well to it.
Yeah, we'll speak well to it. But I find it fascinating. I'm not a huge fan of that particular story, but you got to give big props to knowing it's the first one that really created a genre that we now know as fantasy, horror, sci-fi.
Well, what's so fascinating is it's so philosophical. Sorry, go ahead, Arlene.
That's okay. Was she was before Bram Stoker with Dracula?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, I find that there are lots of women who are the firsts to do things that are overshadowed by men who are the second or the third to do things. But for example, I do believe that it was a woman who, many women actually came up with different medical procedures and tools and the like as well. And
the Red Cross.
And exactly, yes. Yeah. For another example. So yes, women of antiquity and recent history too, definitely have had a large role to play. And I always like speaking about them just to give people a whoa, I didn't know that. And so that's nice. That's nice to see that with dovetailing here.
And the thing with Mary Shelley is she was instrumental in getting her husband's work publicized for so many years after. Oh. So if it probably wasn't for her, he wouldn't have had so much of his work well known after his death.
That's awesome.
Well, we do have another comment. Patricia has been commenting in the chat, and we really thank her for that. But she's saying anytime she believes she will be attending the Parliament next year, traveling there in her motorhome. Yay!
Yay!
Make sure
we look forward to meeting you.
Yes, make sure that you wave us down and say hi.
Mm-hmm. You won't be able to miss us half the time. We're going to be in robes, probably.
And sashes.
Yes. Yeah. So very good. What was I? I don't remember what I was going to say after that. Lord Don? Oh, I thought you were going to speak. Sorry.
I would like to just remind everybody, if you have not registered yet, we still do have a group rate going on of $250 for Correllians and Friend of Correllians. So go to the Correllians.com page, grab that promotion code, fill out your registration, and meet us there. We would love to have as many people join us as possible.
Yes, indeed. And that has been extended to the 31st of October. Is that right?
October 31st. That's
October
correct.
31st. And also, on that note, speaking about extensions, if you want to make a proposal for a workshop or discussion panel at the Parliament next year, they have also extended that.
Yes,
I believe to November 3rd. Yes,
and
November
it's
3rd.
not only just panels and workshops, it's art, it's music. Just throwing that out there. Music.
Where is he? He's over this way.
He's over that way. Yeah.
Yes.
I was kind of ready for all that.
Just an idea, that's all. So anyway.
I love the idea of riding in the back of the parade truck with PA. Yeah,
yes. Absolutely.
I really like that idea.
Oh, hold on. Let me twist your arm here. We have a very famous, maybe I started it. I don't know who started it, but it's a concept of being voluntold.
Well,
no.
You did not start that.
I didn't start it, but I know I started saying it.
You guys are latecomers to that. Lord Don, right over there, has been, doing the voluntelling, although gently and nicely. He's very kind about it. He just basically looks at you and goes, "Okay, take care of it. Make it so." Number 1 or 57 or.
My favorite is the nod. Yeah. Once you see that,
that's right.
You have no choice but to do it now.
Especially if you come up with an idea.
Exactly.
It's like, why don't we do this? And then there's the nod, and he's like, that means, yeah, go ahead and do it.
Exactly.
I'm so glad that you're doing that. Yes.
Lady
I
Lori,
love
when
that.
was
I so
when,
love
when
that.
is the
Parade?
I wasn't going to mention that, but I will put it on my list of things to discuss. But when is it that the topics are
So
when
everything needs to be in by before the end of the day on November 3rd. So let me explain to you for the topics. You have a panel. That would be your first category. If you're doing something like a panel, you need to have at least a minimum of 3 to 4 people. If you are doing a workshop, you can submit a workshop if you're teaching and it's going to be interactive with the crowd for 1 person, preferably 2. For religious observations, you need 2 people. You need a moderator and somebody that's presenting. For your arts, music, and theater, it's what it is. It's not a set amount of people. So think about how you can incorporate. If you were thinking about doing a lecture, try and turn that lecture, if you only have something by yourself, into some type of a workshop that you can incorporate into the crowd. It's really not that hard. I worked with a few people this week and we came up with a lot of great different ideas. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me, revloricnt@gmail.com. I will be more than happy to help you and get any questions answered that you have on submitting. Like I said before, I just got a few more texts about two or three more people that would like to submit. We are up to 13 proposals from the bunch of us that have submitted already. So
Awesome.
that would be wonderful.
Thank you so much, Lady
You are
Lori.
welcome. It's so exciting to see,
This is.
we're submitting 13 different ideas. So
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. I hope several of them get past the rope.
Yeah.
I'd like
yes.
to take a moment too right now to really talk about, because I'm new to the Correllians. I'm, Arlene and I, we joined last year, and I just wanted to say how welcoming the Correllian Nativist tradition has been to us.
Yeah.
How they have given us opportunity to thrive both inside and in our service to the community. And I just really want to thank you guys so much. I mean, I've known Lady Elizabeth for, a few years, a couple of,
I think it's like 4 now, 4 or 5.
Yeah. And it was just like, what is it with these Correllians anyway? And then she's like, well, and then everything that she said was like, wow, yay. So, I just want to give a shout out to say thank you for welcoming me, welcoming us, our entire study group. It includes Brian. Hey, Brian, and Devin out there. If you're watching, Devin, shout out to you, brother. Out of New York City here, we have a study group, and we're really just jazzed about the future. And I've been working so hard to get this telethon going, as I'm so happy that I was acknowledged for, but it's been so joyful.
Good.
It is so wonderful to be giving back to a community that is giving me so much. Going to the Parliament, being a paladin, just doing it, and the friendships that I'm making. Everybody on this screen right now is our friends of mine, and
you have no friends, you have family.
That's right.
I'm pretty damn sure that's what you said.
That is what I said. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's on it. Wow.
I kind of want to piggyback off of that because, I've been Correllian for about 2 years now, and maybe a little more than 2 years. And I gotta say, over those 2 years, I mean, everybody really has become family to me, you know, and something I hold so dear in my heart. And you know, you guys up there in New York, I mean, you know, Shrine of Nine Muses is only what, an hour and a half drive from
Oh
me.
hell yeah, yeah.
You know?
We've been out. We went out to visit Liz, and we definitely are to come down and see you guys.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, we got that right there. We got the little Nine Muses sigil necklaces going now.
Oh, cool.
Very cool.
But yeah, we're trying to bridge that gap up the East Coast so the Correllians have places to stay whenever they travel.
Nice.
Yep.
And it's something that really means a lot to me to help out with people who were very welcoming to me. And it was like when I first found the Correllians, we're going back to like Witch School 2001, like I would say like 2010 maybe. And I started on Witch School. I said hi to like 3 people, and then I had to crash move, and I never got back to it until 2020. And you know, I spent better part of that decade, you know, watching Lord Don's videos on Magic TV, seeing the Right Reverend Elizabeth, a young Right Reverend Elizabeth, you know, reading, you know, literally reading off of a piece of paper right in front of the camera, and you can tell. And, you know, doing it old school and doing it right, you know? And now she's like my nephew, you know? And it's just, yeah, I mean, what Eric said, I mean, it's just a wonderful, warm, welcoming place that, you know, hits you right and it feels when you feel it right, you know? So, shout out to everybody.
We're glad to
You're
have
my
you
ride or
on.
die, bestie.
Yep.
Oh, goodness. Thank you for that.
That's very
Cloud.
wonderful to hear.
Yes.
Well, Lady Elizabeth.
Yes.
We are at pledge break time again.
We are, yes.
I'm sorry. Oops, I used the wrong word. The donation.
Oh, donation break, yes.
Yes. We are currently at $401 that we have raised so far. Yay! Thank you, everyone, for your lovely donations.
Tell your friends.
Tell your friends.
Tell your friends, share,
Tell your
donate.
friends.
Yep.
We have number 4 to do. Yay. Where is it? So, after the break at the top of the hour, we're going to come back and we're going to have a Paladins panel. So I want to thank everybody who, for coming, doing part of the ritual. If you want to stay, great. If you, go if you must, stay if you will. We love you. Mwah.
Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from the beautiful metaverse. I am the first priest and chancellor of the Correllian Nativist tradition of Wicca, and I want to thank you for tuning in to the Road to Parliament 22 Correllians Live Telethon, 100 hours of magic and community. We're here to ask you to help us as we send a contingent to the Parliament of the World's Religions in August of 2023. We're going to give voice to you and to our community. During this 100 hours, our goal is to raise at least $10,000, and you can help us to do that. We humbly ask that you go to Correllians.live/donate and give what you can. Then share this telethon and make sure those in your spheres know where and when to watch. Again, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the show.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the Ninth Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here is one of 6 reasons you should attend. Number 4, have your voice heard. Your attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, you can make a difference. By standing with your faith, community, and as a person of spirit, you can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody.
What are you most looking forward to at the Parliament of the World's Religions?
What I'm most looking forward to at the Parliament of World Religions is learning about all the different types of religions that are out there, meeting the various clergy and making new friends around the globe, and getting to know the other people and what they're focused on and what needs to be done to help me focus and teach others.
Why do we need representation at the Parliament?
Our attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, we can make a difference. By standing with our faith community and as a people of spirit, we can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way.
Who are the Sacred Order of Paladins?
The Order of Paladins is a service-oriented order dedicated to assisting our communities in moving towards a better, more sustainable stewardship of Mother Earth. And we are also dedicated to preserving Gaian culture today in order to support our civilization in the future.
Why support the Paladins?
Because we have had representation at every modern parliament, and we want to continue and expand on that with those of us who are attending in 2023.
What is the money going to be used for?
Most of the money we are looking to raise with our $10,000 minimum goal will go towards housing costs. Our plan is to house and feed all of us together for the week of the Parliament. Whatever money that remains when this goal is met will go towards bringing honored paladins in from other countries who would otherwise not have the opportunity to attend the Parliament. One such paladin is Reverend Sir Rolando Camon, whom we fondly call Apu Adman.
But we can't do it alone.
And that's ultimately why we are here, because we need your help. Thank you so much for watching and contributing in whatever way you can. Please donate to our cause at Correllians.live/donate. Like our video feeds and share so that others can join us in watching what we have planned for you throughout these 4 incredible days and nights. And we're back, officially beginning the Paladin Panel 2-hour block with myself. I am Right Reverend Elizabeth, Paladin General. We have Reverend Chad Blackman, Reverend Sir Chad, and we have Reverend Sir Cloud and Sir Eric Hebert. Hello, gentlemen. Welcome.
Hello, my lady.
How are we all doing this evening? We pumped? We stoked? This has been amazing so far. What is all that noise?
Yeah, Chad, that's on your end, bro.
She's running some stuff. Let me just mute.
Okay. And you can plug in whenever you have a comment there. Yes, dear.
Sounded like some awesome death metal there.
It sounded like a paper shredder.
Don't give me ideas. That was the garbage disposal.
Oh, okay.
It's a good idea, Cloud. I can do that with some. I've got the guitar here. We can.
Yeah, well, don't put that thing down the garbage disposal. That would not.
No,
please don't do that.
No, but I can play it while the garbage disposal.
My axe is in the living room. Sorry.
That's funny.
I got my nice Martin.
Okay. So in these first 5 minutes, I am supposed to pump up the Parliament, the Road to Parliament Correllians Live Telethon. So if you, our viewers, have not shared yet, please share this live stream with everybody that you know. Friends, families, neighbors, coworkers, the garbage man, the bus driver, the lady sitting next to you who looks like she could use a friend or something really cool to watch or listen to. Maybe she's feeling a little blue. This might liven her day, evening. And yes, if you can, please donate to us. We are looking to raise $10,000, and we are just a little tiny bit closer to that goal with, I think it's $401 in the pot. Thank you, General Ed, for being our number keeper for this little segment here. And as long as you are with us this evening in the background, we do appreciate that. And what else do I want to say? Oh yeah, donate, donate, donate. We can't do it alone, everybody. It all takes a big tribe to get just a few of us to Parliament and all fed and housed for that whole week, which is, by the way, just in case you didn't know, it's the week of my birthday. It's gonna be like a giant birthday party. It's gonna be so great. I can't wait. And so let me see here. In the chat, we have James McCoy. James, you are not late at all. We have 100 hours total to fill, and you are perfectly on time, my friend. Hello to you as well. Thank you for watching. And Brian says, hi once again. We do appreciate you watching us, Brian, and keeping us going out there. Oh, goodness. All right, gentlemen, here we are.
Yes,
Wow.
we are. Well, first off, I want to send a shout out to Jay and Elvis, Brian's housemates.
Oh, okay.
Jay is his partner and Elvis is their cat.
Is their cat, right. Okay. Yeah. Shout out so made. So, gentlemen, we are talking about the Paladins for the next couple of hours. Thank you so much for being with us to do that. And in the upper corner there, we have the sigil of the Paladin Order. You may also know us as the Sacred Order of the Paladins of Gaia. That is our big fancy snazzy title, but we're just the Order of Paladins every day, you know. And our order, well, instead of me kind of dictating, why don't each of you take a moment, talk about what does being a paladin mean to you? What have you learned so far during your tenure, if that is the correct word, as paladins? What do you guys think?
Go ahead, Cloud.
No, by all means, Sir Eric.
Okay, fine. I'm not shy to talk first. But first off, Jay and Elvis raises in the roof for y'all. Yay! And okay, being a paladin for me, it's new to me. And being that it's so service based, because I have always been service based. I've always been about, what's the word I want to say? Service to the community has always been important. I was a Boy Scout, a Cub Scout, Boy Scout. I was, as Coast Guard. I've always believed in service. In fact, the military, we call it the service. So, as I came around the Correllians and saying, what do I feel like doing? I was all about, well, let's find out. And speaking of, Sir Brian,
sorry, I stepped on you.
Okay, I was talking, so.
Yeah.
Hey, Brian.
Brian! Sir Brian!
Sir Brian.
Welcome.
The idea, also, I've been a Gaian, since like the 70s. The idea is that understanding that the earth itself is a living goddess. I've been, very close to Oberon Zell in my life. He's like a second father to me. He wrote the Gaian thesis in 1970 that basically was saying, hey, the earth is a living goddess. And it's fascinating because at the same time, in completely not knowing each other, James Lovelock, a geologist, wrote about how the earth needs to be treated as a living system, and he used the word Gaia. in his Gaian thesis. And eventually the two men did meet and, confer. But, also for me, my scientific and my spirituality matches perfectly. They blend perfectly. So to have these two together, it made perfect sense to me to have them come together. So to be a paladin of Gaia, to serve her and to make the world a better place, so to speak, has always been a personal value of mine. Back to you, General.
Thank you so much for that, Sir Eric. And we are greatly honored to have you with us on this leg of your journey through this life. As you were saying before our donation break there, we've known each other a few years now. And, likewise with yourself, Reverend Sir Cloud. You and I are ride or die best friends. How did I rope you into being a paladin? Tell your story.
Actually, I approached you about it.
That's true.
I approached you about it, and the ideals behind the order really do resonate with me. Similar to Sir Eric, I'm ex-military myself, and the idea of service to the community has always been an important thing to me. Even when I was having my tough times, I still would lend out a helping hand if I could, even though I was down and out, And it's just kind of who I am. It's who I've always been. And to see, that put into execution to make actual change is something that, I wanted to be a part of. And so that is why I approached you about it. And I believe that was a very brief discussion. But
It was like, hey, bestie, what do you think about me becoming a paladin? Yes, you're in. Done. When do you have a moment to take the oath?
yeah. I think I took the oath like 2.5 hours after we talked about it.
Basically, yeah.
Good
decisions.
But without getting too soapboxy here,
oh, come on.
When it comes down to it, Paladins of Gaia, we serve Gaia, right? And Gaia being a living goddess that we live on, that gives us all that we need and everything we have to be able to create entire civilization, buildings, everything, Us being the evolved species on this planet, which is arguable, but us being the evolved species on this planet, the people who have evolved to be able to build these monstrous constructs of steel and glass and giants, everything that we've been able to accomplish, one would figure that we are supposed to be the stewards of this planet.
Mm-hmm.
And up until, a recent semi-shift in consciousness that's been happening around the world, we haven't been very responsible in that space. And, whatever we can do to, lessen our footprint and to help other people get by in a sustainable condition, that is something that needs to be done. It's work that needs to be done.
We will. You're absolutely right, and I don't think that you are soapboxing at all. You are speaking to our mission, which is to be and to become more responsible stewards of this planet, because we haven't. It's not being political or whatever. It's simply speaking the truth. We as a species have not been taking a very good care of our planet, and we only have one. As to echo from Our Lady, our first priestess, Stephanie Neal, earlier, we only have one planet. There is no planet B. And so in doing that, we need everybody to band together from all walks of life, but we in particular do it as Gaians, as pagans, because, above all, I personally want us to survive whatever may come. And in order to do that, we need to build and sustain processes and cycles of production and reuse and reduce and recycling, right? It needs to become a cyclical circle of this instead of just one way in, one way out that we tend to see now with things, right?
I mean, there's actual evidence of that Mother Nature will clean herself out of these.
Yep.
And let's take the pandemic and lockdown, for example. Like rivers were starting to clear themselves out. Water was getting clearer. The air was getting cleaner. And, these were all measured metrics that happened during the pandemic. And, during that time, I wrote a song called Warning Shot. Right. And, because I feel that was a warning shot. It was like, hey,
wisen up, folks.
Everybody go home, get in your room, and think about what you've done. And it's just kind of, it's something that stuck with me since then. And since then, I have been actively more getting involved in, our environmental, situation.
Yeah.
And
I wanna ask Reverend Sir Chad. I know that you are also ex-military, if I recall.
Yep.
And
8 years.
8 years? Wow, that's a long time. I know it's not as long as some, but gosh darn, I wouldn't have survived one. So
Well,
tell us your story. How did you come into the Paladin fold?
I was already a Correllian. I had become a Correllian in, I believe it was 2016. In 2019, I was with you at our big illustration in Danville, and that's when you guys brought it out, and I said, I'll jump in. I mean, I don't think people out here realize, for people that realize, just let me speak for a moment, and I'm sure General Liz will back me up on this. We are a multinational organization. We are in other countries right now. Our numbers are growing every day. And as we said earlier, we are a service organization. We serve Gaia and we serve the people of Gaia. If you are a person of service, you need to be with us. Because the truths that have been spoken here cannot be said more eloquently. We are here to better our world. It's the only one we got, people. I want to ask that you donate tonight to this good cause, because I'm telling you, I've been to the prior parliaments. These guys who have not been, General Liz and I both can tell you, your mind is going to be blown. That's all I can say. This is one of the most wonderful things to be a paladin and be of service. And we'll be doing that at the parliament too. Be sure to come by and see us.
Yep, we're going to be doing a lot of good works at the Parliament, and I'll talk about that in a little bit when we get to. I have some words to say about His Excellency the Reverend Patrick McCullum. But speaking of new people joining us, we were talking about Sir Brian earlier, who's given us a few shout outs, but now he's here with us live. Hello, Sir Brian.
Hi, everyone.
How are you, my dear? You look very snazzy tonight. I love that lavender.
Thank you. Yeah, I was watching while I was getting a haircut because
very nice.
It's a big weekend for me, even before being the newest paladin.
Gee, what's happening this weekend, Brian?
We'll talk more about that after Saturday.
He cannot divulge his secrets. Sir Brian, you and I had the conversation about you becoming a paladin, and what inspired you to take the leap?
It's weird because all the people that have spoken before me are veterans, and I spend my 9 to 5 working with veterans in a LGBT organization where I help veterans who are LGBT identified, now that they're in civilian life, find their way and get the services and benefits that are offered to them. So And, being the son of a 9/11 first responder who passed away, it's just like I never got that opportunity to be of service in that same area as all of these fine gentlemen. But I try to do the best I can in the ways with gifts that, the goddess has provided to me. So I'm just honored that, this is my path right now.
Well, I want to just shout out to my brother and good friend Brian. He's a young man who has made such a significance difference here in this city and in the LGBTQ community as a whole. In fact, I am, I'm in in his program. He's helping me work and getting my benefits out of the VA and things like that. So I'm really appreciative of him. On a personal level, we hang out, we smoke hookah, we just chat for hours on end. We have we're sharing paganism together. He's working for me, so to speak. He's providing service to me, and I think I'm really proud to call myself a friend of Brian. FOB.
FOB for short, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna have to make a little pin. Sorry, Cloud. It's having difficulty hearing you there, dear.
Oh, I said the work that you're doing, Brian. That's good work, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, bravo for getting into that line of work, because so many people need that assistance when they get out of the military. I personally was a moron and did not accept that assistance when I got out of the military, and those programs that are in place to help these soldiers when they're coming home are absolutely paramount to their transition back to civilian life. And moving forward, even after they've been back, the VA is always there. And yeah, man, that's hats off to you, man, because that is very important work that you're doing.
Yeah, and I think it definitely is part of Gaian service for sure, because as you said earlier, Cloud, and as you also said, Reverend Sir Chad, we are all on this mother living and breathing, and we have everything because of her. And there is not a moment, not a single second, that we are apart from her. Because none of us are going to Mars, none of us are going to the moon, none of us are going to Jupiter. None of us are escaping this sun that we are traveling around at hundreds of thousands of miles per second, or whatever. Don't at me, folks. I'm not exactly scientifically accurate all the time, okay? Unless I have my resources, which I don't. Speaking off the cuff here, okay? We are infinitely and inextricably tied to this living, breathing planet. And we need more than ever, right now, to start acting like it. And Brian, the reason why I say that your service is definitely a service to Gaia is because those people that you're helping are part of her. So there are many things that that paladins can do in service to her. And I just want to make that clear because, some people are like, oh, well, it sounds kind of hippie, kind of granola to me. What do you guys mean in service to Gaia? So that is just one example.
It does sound a little crunchy.
It just sounds, I gotta say.
Actually, it sounds a little fluffy to me.
A little fluffy. Oh, well, guess what?
We
My
get
favorite
fluffy and
things...
crunchy here. It's okay. It happens.
Yeah.
We have 100 hours to get less fluffy and crunchy.
That's right. We have 100 hours to dive into the seriousness of the rest of the occasion, okay? But being fluffy and being crunchy and being spicy is kind of how we make variety on this planet, right? I used to used to, just to touch back on my past, I used to run the Pagan Variety Show on Pagans Tonight Radio Network, where basically I got to exercise my gift of gab for 3 hours every week on Sundays. It was great. You know, I think that I've always considered myself a person of the earth who wants nothing more than to see every being on this lovely blue sphere thrive. And I spoke to this heavily. I was recently interviewed, actually, by the Metaphysical Times. Shout out to Christy, and thank you to Sir Eric for facilitating that conversation with Christy and I. And I was happy to have the interview. Go check it out on the Metaphysical Times website. If we can pull that up here in just a moment, we will do that. Say again, Bestie.
It was an excellent interview.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, the older I've got, and I know I'm not that old at 34, but darn it, I feel like I'm anxious sometimes, okay? Don't at me. The older I've gotten, the more firm in my beliefs. And this is just one of them, that we are all here together for this purpose. And right now, that purpose is the Parliament. We are approaching fast the bottom of the hour yet again. Sir Eric, and all, with your permission, I will ask that we roll up the donation break so that we can have 5 minutes to collect our thoughts and roll along to the next segment. So please, gentlemen, think about what you would like to discuss in the 20 minutes right after this.
Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from the beautiful metaverse. I am the first priest and chancellor of the Correllian Nativist tradition of Wicca, and I want to thank you for tuning in to the Road to Parliament 22 Correllians Live Telethon, 100 hours of magic and community. We're here to ask you to help us as we send a contingent to the Parliament of the World's Religions in August of 2023. We're going to give voice to you and to our community. During this 100 hours, our goal is to raise at least $10,000, and you can help us to do that. We humbly ask that you go to correllians.live/donate and give what you can. Then share this telethon and make sure those in your spheres know where and when to watch. Again, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the show.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the Ninth Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here is one of 6 reasons you should attend. Number 5, become a part of the global peace movement. As you learn and share at the Parliament, you discover none of us are alone, and that people all over the world are working towards peace, a freer world, and the protection of human rights. Whether your service and goals are local or global, through the Parliament of the World's Religions, you will be able to act. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights, and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody.
What are you most looking forward to at the Parliament of the World's Religions?
At the Parliament of World Religions in 2023, I'm personally looking forward to broad exposure and deep engagement with various wisdom traditions from around the world, particularly as regards pressing issues from today and future goals for our human journey. I expect that I'll be able to incorporate much of the learning back into my own personal path, as well as share tangible insights back into the metaphysical and spiritual community that I work within.
Why do we need representation at the Parliament?
Our attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, we can make a difference. By standing with our faith community, and as a people of spirit, we can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way.
Who are the Sacred Order of Paladins?
The Order of Paladins is a service-oriented order dedicated to assisting our communities in moving towards a better, more sustainable stewardship of Mother Earth. And we are also dedicated to preserving Gaian culture today in order to support our civilization in the future.
Why support the Paladins?
Because we have had representation at every modern parliament, and we want to continue and expand on that with those of us who are attending in 2023.
What is the money going to be used for?
Most of the money we are looking to raise with our $10,000 minimum goal will go towards housing costs. Our plan is to house and feed all of us together for the week of the Parliament. Whatever money that remains when this goal is met will go towards bringing honored paladins in from other countries who would otherwise not have the opportunity to attend the Parliament. One such paladin is Reverend Sir Rolando Camon, whom we fondly call Apu Adman.
But we can't do it alone.
And that's ultimately why we are here, because we need your help. Thank you so much for watching and contributing in whatever way you can. Please donate to our cause at Correllians.live/donate. Like our video feeds and share so that others can join us in watching what we have planned for you throughout these 4 incredible days and nights. And we're back.
And we're back.
Woohoo! Thank you so much to everyone who is watching out there on the many avenues of the internet, or the metaverse, as some people are fond of calling it these days. It is great to have you all with us. Welcome to the Road to Parliament 2022 Correllians Live Telethon. We are 1/2 hour in. Woo! 1/2 hour into the Paladin panel segment. And we have some fine examples of paladins with us this evening. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us today. And let's see here. We have not made any progress on our donation bar, but that's okay. We have plenty of time left. And yes, so I did see that we had a question from James McCoy. And that question was that he basically wanted to know, what is a paladin? And, you know, a paladin in a nutshell is a person dedicated to the stewardship of Mother Earth through active participation in service-oriented avenues. Such as, for example, Sir Brian, he does work with LGBTQ veterans every single day. And I know that that is something very admirable of you, and I am so proud that you were able to do that work, and I'm very glad for you, because that must be very fulfilling. And so, gentlemen,
one of the most fulfilling things I've done so far.
Oh, very good. Well, I'm very glad to hear that. Not, you know, there's not many people on this blue sphere that can say that they've done really fulfilling work in their lifetimes, and so yeah, that's something that's very good for you. What else do we want to talk about, fellas?
Well, I want to say one thing to Brian first
Please.
off. As a veteran, I want to say thank you for your service. This helps us in a long ways to getting where we need to be. Transitioning from military to back to civilian life is very hard. And so you're doing your bit to help us get back into society. Thank you so much.
Yes. And so we have a follow-up question from James, and I will touch on this briefly, as we did discuss this just before our break. So basically, he's asking, what kind of service? And, well, any kind of service that benefits Mother Earth, Gaia, our living goddess, and her people. And not just us as humans are her people, but I mean all living things on this big blue sphere are her people. Arlene is again watching from the Roku platform and chatting into us from Magic TV. Hello, darling. Thank you so much. And folks, you know, if you haven't had a chance yet, please do us the biggest honor and send us some cash, please. Go to Correllians.live/donate and use the big PayPal button on the front page. You can't miss it. I promise it's there. And slide us some money, because what we're doing next year at the Parliament of the World's Religions in Chicago in 2023 in August, that is going to be a huge service project for as many paladins as we can muster and support while we are there. It is the call to conscience. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I mean, you think about it, folks. If you just give nothing but, we all spend money at Starbucks, wherever. If you just give that one day's cup of coffee to us, and everybody did this, 100, 1,000, 10,000 did this to us, imagine the kind of work the paladins could do to represent. This was not our first, well, this is not our first thing we do. This will not be our last.
Yeah. One cup of coffee can make a difference. And, you know, it's funny that you brought that up, because I was actually kind of, before we started, like days ago, I was like, man, how can I kind of pitch this to people, you know? Because asking for money is hard. But, you know, we have to, because fundraising is how things get done, is how organizations like ours make our money and go places and do things, important things. And you know, it's funny, because I was thinking about the one cup of coffee, like, man, how can I ask people to give up their one cup of coffee? But it's one cup of coffee. If you go to Starbucks every single day, you're spending at least $5.50 for your cuppa, right?
And the service we're doing, it's not for us.
Right.
It's to help in the Parliament for all of you.
That's right.
Put a voice out there for you, which is one of the things I believe, General Liz, that Sir Brian want to talk about the theme for the Parliament.
Yes, please do.
So the theme for this Parliament is a call to action in human rights, and it's no, you know, small feat to say that human rights in every corner of the world has been under attack longer than the past year, but especially the past year. And I am one of the co-heads of the Order of the Rainbow Tent in the Correllian tradition, which is an LGBT safe space. And we let our allies come in too. We love a good ally come hang out too. And as a very, very openly transgender and bisexual person, human rights have a very defined impact on how I live my life and am able to provide service to other people. Not just, you know, I work with LGBT veterans, because up until recently, veterans who identified as LGBT could be given a dishonorable discharge in the United States if they identified as LGBT. And part of the work I do is in New York State, we have this bill now called the Restoration of Honor, which allows for our New York State LGBTQ veterans to go from a dishonorable discharge to an honorable discharge, which dramatically improves their access to health benefits and benefits that will deeply impact their lives. And as a transgender person, it is no, you know, small moment that across all corners of the world that my trans and gender non-binary siblings have been under attack in various ways, whether it be our reproductive rights or, you know, our ability to just be in spaces or even use restrooms. So I am giving myself of service not only in my professional life, but this weekend I am one of the many tarot readers offering my tarot readings of service so we can get towards our $10,000 goal.
Excellent. That is awesome. And to book a reading with Sir Brian or one of our other psychic readers, please head over to Correllians.live/readers. And all of the instructions are there. I know this because Sir Eric has been my right-hand man through all of this, and he programmed our entire website with the help of Curio, Rebecca Lynn Scott. To both of you, I thank you again from the bottom of my heart. And Sir Brian, you as well, for helping to round up and organize the psychics within the last couple of weeks here, man. You guys are the #1 fam right now. Like, we would not be here if it weren't for my amazing team that
Well,
has been working.
Shout out to Cloud and his street team.
Frickin' heck yeah! You guys have been sharing, have been promoting, have been firing everybody up for the last 2 months. And here we are, day 1.
Yeah. Shout out to everybody in the street team. Y'all did excellent work.
So proud.
And thank you, honestly. Yeah, I couldn't have done it without you. As soon as I got told, it was like, okay, well, you're going to be doing this marketing thing. I was like, okay, not alone, not. Everybody that answered the call when I rang the bell, thank you guys so much for that. Honestly, it means the world to me.
Hey, I want to add a little something to what Sir Brian was saying. Sir Brian, I'm sure that Eric and I, being to the older generation here, can attest to the fact that you're carrying on a fight that we had years ago, and we still fight every day. So thank you again for picking up that torch from us. We could not do this. It's so disheartening to hear bad news like you were saying a while ago, and we fight it. I mean, I can remember being in the military and not even being able to get with fellow pagans and have a place to worship or do anything. Well, I say worship, but commune.
Worship.
Yeah.
And it was so hard then, but it's thanks to people like you that are doing this kind of work. And I would say this to James McCoy. He put a question there again. James, we do work around the world. We are here for Gaia and humanity. All the people you see on the screen is just a small portion of the amount of people we have that could not be here tonight. It's a work night.
Yeah.
Well, I would also say that a little bit of tooting my own horn. Back in the 90s, I was working with the Military Pagan Network, and I was the military director of Witches Against Religious Discrimination, which James just brought up that he's a member of. So shout out to Ward.
Yeah. Do they still exist?
I'm glad that they do exist, because at that time we were working with the chief chaplain's office in the Pentagon to get the pagan addendum to the chaplain's manual written and approved.
Wow.
And it was shortly after that where the Fort Hood situation came about. And luckily enough, organizations like Military Pagan, like Witches Against Religious Discrimination, that had a military aspect, were there to educate the chaplains. In fact, the chief chaplain of my service called my commanding officer, who happened to be a Unitarian. And he's like, oh, I know what Eric's doing. He's great. He's fine. Leave him alone. Cloud, brother.
Yes. So you just brought up Fort Hood.
Yes.
Right? And that was one of the places with the first open pagan circle on the military base.
Mm-hmm.
I was stationed at Fort Hood.
Oh, wow.
I attended those circles. And it was a wonderful experience. And here's the thing. Most of the people that attended those circles were from the local area. They weren't even military. They were coming on the post to meet military pagans and to be there with people and for people. And, I made a lot of friends. Some I still talk to. And,
that's pretty cool.
It was, my experience, I just think I got sent to the wrong unit, but I had to sign my Thaman out of the arms room. I had to literally check my Thaman into the arms room and sign it out when I needed it. I was not allowed to have a dagger in my barracks.
Yeah, when they I had my altar, but I had a routine where it was always put away, and when I needed it, I had a routine of how I put it out in my barracks, and then I put it away. But I left it out one time, and the Master at Arms found it, and he came up and he's like, he sees my athame, and I said, "Oh, it's a ceremonial short sword," and he just and because the fact that it was blunted, it wasn't a live blade.
Right. My women was short.
Yeah.
So what did he do? What did he say?
Oh, the MAA just handed it back to me and says, "Just don't leave it out."
Yeah, no, me, I had to send it into the arms room, and I had to sign it out every time. So after that situation happened, I said, "Screw it, I'm balls to the wall pagan, and everybody's gonna know it." So I started rocking a kind of cool uniform, and which I didn't do up until that point. And then I just set my altar up in my wall locker, fully set up, open it up, boom, off. Like. So I was just sitting there, the altar just out, and people walking by like, "What is that?" Like, it's witchcraft. What?
Well, yeah. There's a shout out to Circles. Shout out to Circle Sanctuary, who issues the military pagan ribbon.
And it's work like Selena. It's work like Phyllis Karat. People like that, and the work that you guys do that make it just a tiny bit easier for us to be in more circles.
Yeah.
That's a very inspiring story there, Cloud. When I was in Okinawa, we could not do that. Even the locals were.
I got myself situated and registered with our local base, Joint Base MDL, as pagan clergy. So if any pagans go to end up on Fort Dix or McGuire or Lakehurst, and they reach out to their chaplains looking for a pagan, I'll be on the list of some of their people that reach out to them. Because I live about 25 minutes from that base.
Yep.
So it's like,
that's
hey,
good.
39 uses doors open, guys.
Yep.
That's very good.
That was my mom's base.
We have, for people that don't understand, we have pagans like, we have people like Cloud who do service. We have Sir Mary Hawk, or Reverend Sir Mary Hawk, who does prison ministry. We have people that are in all walks of life as the paladins that help in some manner. As when we say service, that was the number one thing that Elizabeth drilled into my head is service, service, service. And that's what we do. So I got an invitation for you, James McCoy. Come and talk to us a little bit, learn some more. Be glad to have you.
Yep, we certainly would. Thank you so much for that, guys. My goodness, that's awesome.
Hey, how about a shout out?
Going to be the noob pagans adieu for the evening, y'all. As I have guys' work to do in the morning.
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do.
Good night, Brian.
Good night, Brian. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
So I will see you all this weekend.
Okay, good. We'll talk some more about your rights.
And if I don't see you before tomorrow, Saturday, good luck.
Oh yeah, bending knees and breaking legs at every chance.
Oh gosh, he's a hoot every time. I tell you.
Yeah.
He's a treasure.
Yeah, and he brings up a good point. There are a lot of violations that happen today that have been happening for ages. I mean, we still have people in countries get imprisoned and beheaded and killed for stuff for just having a religious belief. So everything that we can do to help them only helps humanity. It only helps humanity. I mean, honestly, that's just a simple fact of it. And that's what the Paladins we are about. That is what our tradition is about. We're always about service to the better of things.
Now, we've been talking a lot about the Parliament and us representing and pagans being at the Parliament. But it is the Parliament of the world's religions. This is plural. The Christians will be there. The Muslims will be there. The Jews will be there. The Hindus, the Sikh, the Rasta. Every major religion will be there. And I really look forward to that interfaith dialogue.
And I was laughing at you, Sir Eric. I was laughing at the fact that just earlier, Liz and I were talking about the CISC, because we've been before. We've had our heads wrapped by the CISC, and they serve us meals and stuff. You just don't understand the closeness that community has. We get to talk about world issues that impact everybody.
Every single person
on
planet Earth will be influenced in big or small ways, probably big, some small, sure, by what we are heading towards next year in August. And
even the atheists are influenced because of the political and social influences that the religious communities, including our own, have on society.
And I don't, and this is something that may sound strange, but honestly, I don't think that religion should have any place in lawmaking whatsoever, because governance is not about religion. It should not be about religion, especially here in the United States. It should be about ethics and morals. What is the moral thing to do? What is the ethical thing to do? What is the right thing to do? And if we can't do the right thing, what is the next right thing to do?
I also want to, it's about the fact that in our government in the United States, the separation of church and state, there are certain rules that a religious organization, especially one that's acknowledged by the government, what we call a 501c3 organization, which the Correllian Nativist Church Incorporated is, we are prohibited from being politically active and telling people how to vote and what to vote. There are so many 501c3s and religious organizations in our country that do not abide by that rule. And sometimes I say to myself, well, we should counter it by, putting forth our feelings, our personal feelings. But no, we're here to follow the rules.
Well, but what we can do, something that we can do, and this is part of the discussion that I will be having with an amazing powerhouse of a woman in just a couple of days on Saturday evening, right before the 6-hour music block, is H. Byron Ballard. And that woman and I will be wonderful pagan, wonderful witch, wonderful human being all the way around. She is like a grandma to me. And we've had a lot of great discussions elsewise in other places. And I wanted to bring her on here so that we could get down and dirty and discuss from the standpoint that we can and should be having this discussion about the political things that have been going on lately from the point of view of ethics, morals, and human rights. These three things are on the line. And it's these three things that we must draw the line and defend until our last breath. And I am prepared to do that. Don't know about y'all. I don't ask anybody to. I mean, unless, they actually want their human rights. We do have 31 of them. Or is it 32? 30 plus. It's a lot.
The whole thing is our community, the pagan community's got to put aside their differences and come together. Our petty little differences can't divide us anymore.
Nope.
If we don't make a stand now, this is the perfect time to make a stand for everything that is right and change the world the way it needs to be. Not our way, the way it's supposed to be. Agreed?
Yeah. Agreed.
I have been preaching that in my music.
I know.
For like 2 years already.
We know.
As we bump it in the car.
Why be inflating? Why?
It just doesn't make any sense.
We're all in this together.
And Brian, thank you, Sir Brian. 32 human rights. And Brian touched on something earlier that affects him as a trans man, that also affects many people like myself who are women and have uteruses, okay? And, I don't want any person who doesn't have a freaking uterus deciding what I get to do with mine or not do with mine.
Yeah, I don't
And
think
that should not be legislated from a pulpit. That needs to be decided by doctors. My doctor and I should be having the conversation, not some people in suits who are going to pander to lobbyists, take their money, and run with it. I can't say any names. I won't say any names because that's not allowed.
But I think that the point of view that we're talking about that motivates them to say, hey, this is how I believe. Got no problem with that.
Right.
But how you believe shouldn't affect how I believe and shouldn't change my way. I phrase it this way. Just because you're on a diet, that doesn't mean I can't have a donut.
That's right. That's exactly so. Well, just because you're a diabetic doesn't mean that I have to abstain from sugar and starch.
We don't have to agree all the time. But if we can have those meaningful conversations and come to a general consensus, which our world has forgotten. The world has become so desensitized that every little thing triggers them. And they get in an uproar about things that they truly don't know about. And I'm not putting anybody down, but live and let live. My generation and generation before me was live and let live. Hey, if you want to have a beer on your front porch, have one. If you want to dress in dresses, go for it. Live and let live.
Mm-hmm.
You're not hurting anybody. So what does it matter? But today's world, I read an article today that heard about a story today. It's blew my mind over a car, of all things. Guy got in California, had a little Hyundai in, put it in sport mode, coming out of the road, got pulled by a cop, had his registration pulled on the car because it was too loud. The car is stock. Talking about, that doesn't seem like a violation of human rights, but it is. It's his car. He pays for it. Diesel trucks are louder than this car was. But this is the kind of thing we face every day when we have overreach. Same thing with a woman. Let a woman be.
It would not surprise me if the driver of that car was a person of color, a black or a brown person, because was it a white person? I'm surprised if it is.
No, it was actually he was Latin American, I might as well say. But
okay, so
you know what I'm saying?
a person of color who may be passing white.
Yeah.
But we just have to acknowledge the facts that our black and brown brothers and sisters are far more likely to be pulled over for petty police offenses or whatever.
It happens all across the world. It happens to all races. You look at the Ukraine war right now.
Oh God,
we've got Americans over there are trapped. Well, these are things that are happening in our environment.
It is.
That people are watching something, they believe that. When the truth comes out, they're shocked. Well, why does it shock you? It's a human rights violation.
Yeah.
Right. But we tend to sweep that aside for the drama that everybody wants to hear.
Mm-hmm.
I have definitive opinions about the way things should be.
Yeah.
And that's great.
And that should not affect anybody else outside of my immediate sphere of influence, my immediate family. What I think Elizabeth should do with her body as a woman has no bearing on what she should do as a woman.
Nope.
I know that we're in alignment, but if we weren't, I still believe it doesn't matter how I feel. If you want to do something, or if you think something shouldn't be done, don't do it. Don't stop somebody who feels differently, because we're talking about a religious belief.
We're also
not an absolute fact. We don't know the absolute facts.
Mm-hmm.
That's what religion is about.
That's why it's a belief.
But it also comes out of the fact that she's a human.
Yep.
Hey, Liz.
And
bodily. Imagine that. Me, a human. I thought I was. Huh?
And granted, I have worked with Liz before and told her, okay, honey, you have rights, but you have responsibilities to maintain those rights. And this is what she does. She gets on there, she speaks up, and she talks to the world about it.
Yep.
That's her responsibility.
And I'm not shy about it. Anybody who is a friend on my page knows that there will be occasions when I pop up. Okay, Liz is about to get on a rock and roll. Here we go. 1-2 punch. Here's
And
what I
just
think. And I do that because otherwise I would internally implode. Because it is just I call it the welling up. It is the welling up of such emotion. It's kind of like what I feel when I'm about to give a spirit message.
okay,
It
folks,
just
we're ready for break, and we'll come back and
oh
continue
yeah.
this.
Yeah, so let's cut from here to a break really quick, and we will come back
Wait,
and maybe
before that,
try. Yes.
somebody is checking in that I think you'd like to say hi to.
Yes,
Rolando, my dear, amazing,
ladies
beautiful
and
friend.
ladies and gentlemen, this is one of our this is our main contact in the Philippines. One of our brothers from the Philippines who represents us very much so and fights for rights.
And he does a very good job at it.
Yes, he
Reverend Sir
does.
Rolando Gomez Camon, who is one of the people that we are looking to bring from overseas to the Parliament in Chicago of next year, and we're going to tell you how you can help us get him here.
For the price of
Eric,
a cup of coffee.
for the price of a cup of coffee. So if you can sacrifice your cup of coffee for us, we would be very appreciative. And I know Rolando would really adore you from the bottom of his heart for your kind generosity.
Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from the beautiful metaverse. I am the first priest and chancellor of the Correllian Nativist tradition of Wicca, and I want to thank you for tuning in to the Road to Parliament 22 Correllians Live Telethon, 100 hours of magic and community. We're here to ask you to help us as we send a contingent to the Parliament of the World's Religions in August of 2023. We're going to give voice to you and to our community. During this 100 hours, our goal is to raise at least $10,000, and you can help us to do that. We humbly ask that you go to Correllians.live/donate and give what you can. Then share this telethon and make sure those in your spheres know where and when to watch. Again, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the show.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the Ninth Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here is one of 6 reasons you should attend. Number 6, it's a spiritually transformative experience. Participants and attendees tell of the truly improving life experiences that forever change them towards their own spiritual life. The spiritual and emotional growth in the days of the Parliament is intense, organic, and awe-inspiring. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody.
What are you most looking forward to at the Parliament of the World's Religions?
What I am looking forward for the Parliament of World Religion 2023 is that the Parliament will bring me in so that I could meet my Correllian family. It's been a long time that I've been following the Parliament World Religion and the Correllian tradition through Magic TV. But this time, with your help, and I'm really hoping that you could help me to be at the Parliament of World Religion 2023. So this is what I'm looking forward to meet you and be in person with you at the Parliament of World Religion.
Why do we need representation at the Parliament?
Our attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, we can make a difference. By standing with our faith community and as a people of spirit, we can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way.
Who are the Sacred Order of Paladins?
The Order of Paladins is a service-oriented order dedicated to assisting our communities in moving towards a better, more sustainable stewardship of Mother Earth. And we are also dedicated to preserving Gaian culture today in order to support our civilization in the future.
Why support the Paladins?
Because we have had representation at every modern parliament, and we want to continue and expand on that with those of us who are attending in 2023.
What is the money going to be used for?
Most of the money we are looking to raise with our $10,000 minimum goal will go towards housing costs. Our plan is to house and feed all of us together for the week of the Parliament. Whatever money that remains when this goal is met will go towards bringing honored paladins in from other countries who would otherwise not have the opportunity to attend the Parliament. One such paladin is Reverend Sir Rolando Camon, whom we fondly call Apu Adman.
But we can't do it alone.
And that's ultimately why we are here, because we need your help. Thank you so much for watching and contributing in whatever way you can. Please donate to our cause at Correllians.live/donate. Like our video feeds and share so that others can join us in watching what we have planned for you throughout these 4 incredible days and nights.
Well, welcome back, everyone.
And
we
we're
are back.
Yay!
So let's just talk about the last half hour. Everyone there saw us talk about human rights, and we got real passionate about it. But that's the kind of passion we carry in this service. Every paladin here works towards the betterment of our community. And when you sit here and you see us getting passionate about this, not interrupting you, General, but
no, it's okay.
When we go to Parliament, for most of you don't realize these panels that are meeting there, these other things are going on, the exhibitions and stuff. The Correllians and Wiccans have been going to Parliament since, I believe, the 80s. And over
1993.
Okay.
93.
Lady Lori.
Close enough.
But if you think about it, people such as Phyllis Carrot, and all of our other people have worked hard to get our representation into this Parliament, so we have a voice. And that's what we're going to do, is just to do our exhibition of our service to the rest of the community so they can see we have a voice too. So we're just asking for, give $1, give up your morning coffee, whatever you can give tonight and this weekend is so paramount to our mission. We want to be the voice for you. We want to be able to speak out for our community and say, we're here for you. So what we're going to talk about this hour, guys?
Well, one thing that I would like to say is I want to open up our email address, actually. I just had this idea. I want to open up our email address, and if you would like to send us a donation and leave us an email about what you want us to particularly bring to Parliament and try to discuss at Parliament as part of our mission, I am willing to do that for you. Our email address is correllianslive@gmail.com. Please make a donation and send us an email, and when we go to Parliament, we will do our best to make sure that the issue you would like to see addressed is talked about and discussed on your behalf.
Look, we got a person that's about paladins. Look at that. So many tonight. That's fantastic.
Very many tonight. Thank you so much. Let's bring her comment on the air here. Patricia Reeves, thank you so much for watching these last several hours that we've been live so far. 3 hours in, guys. Patricia says that she's happy to be here and learn about the Paladins and what we are all about. And thank you so much. And we are glad to be here and be talking about what we are about, because nobody can know if we don't talk. If we don't speak up, nobody can know what we think. Nobody can know what we want. Nobody can know what gets us excited and passionate. So anyway, segueing into whatever else we want to talk about, ideas?
Well, shout out to Lady Aisha, who's out there.
Oh, yes! Did she leave us a comment? Oh, yes.
Yes,
Oh, she
she
did
did.
earlier. Yes. Yes, there she is. Hi, Lady Aisha. Cloud, you recently saw Lady Aisha. Do you want to show off what she gave you guys? Can't hear you, brother.
How about now?
There you go. There you go. I never saw that come back up. I'm over here trying to chat away anyway. So I was completely surprised. Lady Aisha got in the cahoots with the Nine Music Shrine, and the original plan was for her to attend South Jersey Pagan Pride with us on Saturday, the 1st. But hurricane, weather, all of that, it got moved to this Sunday. But she came into town, and they still managed to completely pull one over on me. It was such a huge surprise. It was absolutely wonderful. She came bearing gifts. Look at these. Look at that. It's so awesome. The Nine Muses sigil necklace, and just seeing her with the gift, really. She's one of my favorite humans in the world. So, absolutely. Thank you for all of that. I mean, I was completely overjoyed for like 2 days after.
Yeah, I saw the video, and the look on your face was priceless.
Yeah. It's on TikTok. It's there. But yeah, before we guys get into any other things, I just wanted to say it has been a wonderful evening, but tonight is a work night, so I'm going to have to take my leave. But for those of you watching, Saturday night,
6 p.m. right here.
Midnight, me, Sir Ebony Nash, Sir ELN, we are going to be emceeing this night of music and musings, and it's going to be a wonderful thing. Don't forget, both of us are giving away, we have 100 free download codes to give away during the music night. All right? So come in, make a donation, and then for me, you can pick whichever one of my albums you want to bring home with you. Okay, so they'd be either Misconceptions or Modern Bark. And
I believe y'all have some special guests coming in too, don't you?
Oh, we sure do. I mean, I could run through the whole lineup. So we have Christ King, who is a Christo-pagan spoken word poet and rapper. He's going to be doing some spoken word poetry for us. We have Celeste Love, who is an esoteric singer. And if you ever heard my song Messages, she's the one singing the hook on that. We have, we'll be featuring music from Lone Wolf. We'll be featuring music from David Wood. All right. Not to mention, I will be doing an acoustic set, basically sampling some of the experiments for my next full-length album, Don the Wiccan Music Experiment, which is going to be a multi-genre album of music. All right. And
will you be mentioning something that you and I have been working on? Is that ready for prime time yet?
That's not ready yet. That is not ready yet. We're shooting illustration for that one. But we also have we have John Anastasio, who's going to be performing. We have Marin King, who's going to be featured as well. And it's all going to be capped off by our headliner, the one, the only S.J. Tucker.
S.J. Tucker!
Huge! I had the pleasure of doing an online concert with her and Marin King about a year ago, maybe a little bit more than a year ago. And I gotta say, she's an excellent human.
Yes.
She really is.
So you've got a full lineup.
Shout out to you. Thank you for agreeing to do the show with us here. And yeah, so we got a pretty packed night for you guys. So definitely tune back in for that if you haven't. And share this. Donate. Let's make this thing happen, people. Now, you're probably not going to see me on the air again until Saturday night. So I'm just going to say it again. Donate. All right? Help out because we need it. We need it. We're out here. We're doing this. We're raising these funds. And every little bit counts. These guys have been talking about a cup of coffee. I don't like Starbucks myself, all right? So I would just donate the $6 anyway, because you basically pouring it in the sink anyway, right? So, but it's a Jersey thing. I'm a Wawa guy. But honestly,
Oh, I'm a Dunkin' Donuts guy, by the way.
yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
But you know, we're saying, I mean, and it doesn't have to be a cup of coffee. It could be a toll over the bridge. You know, like just don't drive over the bridge one day and donate the money. You know, there's so many little things that we take for granted, and these are all things that we do in a daily routine. That just making that one little shift not only could brighten your day, because it's going to put some good energy out there because you're giving that money to a good cause. But it's really going to help us help you essentially by helping give you a voice and give our community a voice at Parliament. So, and I, for one, am looking forward to raising mine when I get to Chicago. So, with that being said, y'all, right blessings, blessed be. I love you guys.
Love you too, bestie.
Peace, bro.
Wonderful work,
Sleep
everybody.
good.
And I will be checking in.
See you
Blessed be.
later. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Absolutely.
Okay, folks, you heard it from the one and only Cloud the Pagan Rapper. Let's see some donations roll in before midnight. We are at $401 so far, holding steady. I would love to see us reach 500 by the big 1-2 a.m. punch when we hand it over to our sandwich.
Who is that?
Oh, I wonder. One Sir Eric A. Bear.
For the mid-watch, yes.
Yes, for the mid-watch with the sandwich. Every night, this telethon, you'll be doing that for us, and I really do appreciate that. Because I am not that much of a night owl anymore. I can't afford to be.
But speaking of overnights, yes, I have the 12 to 4s in the East Coast. But breaking up the 4 to 8 a.m., we have Reverend Joanne Williams will be on tonight at 4 to 8 with her Zita spell with Earth Witch. No, Earth Star.
Earth Star. Yeah.
Earth Star. And I think tonight she's going to have Livia on.
Ooh, very good.
Yeah, I got to. I got to meet Livia. They were doing some prep earlier, and I got to meet her. Well, first off, I'm just going to say it. I didn't know who she was when Joanne is like, "Oh, I'm going to have Livia," and everyone's like, "Oh, that's wonderful. Who's that?" She gives me a link to her YouTube video, and I became an instant fanboy.
Instant fanboy. It happened.
Her music is so amazing. Her songs are so thoughtful and so well made, and the production values on her, because I'm a bit of an audiophile, and they are just amazing. Livia, so you don't want to miss that. That's tonight. Tomorrow night, so that's for
Friday night.
Now tonight's Thursday night, Friday morning. Friday night, Saturday morning, the fine people from the Philippines, including Apple Atman, will be on between 4 to 8. And so we're looking really forward to that.
Yeah.
And then Cosmo is on the next night.
Mm-hmm.
With his crossing the Rubicon. And then the final night of our telethon, Reverend Joanne Williams will be back with Zita Spell.
Excellent. So we have the best lineup for you all. We look forward to seeing you over and over and over again. Come and go as much as you please. We are glad to have you for 5 minutes, for 5 hours. We are glad to have you on your lunch break, or your smoke break, or your break from doing the dishes, or whatever it is that you're doing in your in your day-to-day lives. as you support us and in watching our telethon. And as you just saw on the screen, Reverend Sir Rolando is present, and they are excited for their turn. Both Rolando and Lakai. They will be coming to us live from the Philippines. I'm so excited to see their portion of presentation for us.
And Lakai is offering psychic readings. And let me pull that up because that's just really awesome.
Yeah.
He is providing Philippine traditional divination, paper tawas, and I can't even pronounce these words.
I think it's
Sibulan Adlaw Tala Mystic Oracle by Lakai Magbaya Akami. And I am so sorry. I'm probably butchering those words.
Okay.
But yes, once again, we have a bunch of psychic readers that you can choose from Lord Don to Sir Brian you met earlier to Lakai and a couple others. So yay.
And all of that.
But the readings are limited. They only are offering so many. So once they're
gone, they're gone.
They're gone. So jump on the bandwagon and choose your psychic reader and get your reading. What will happen is then you will be put in contact with them, and the two of you will make up your own
schedule, day and time.
Your own schedule. So you we're not going to schedule for you. It doesn't have to happen right away. At your convenience, at you and the psychic reader's convenience.
Yeah. So just to clarify, the Tawa Sibulan Adlaw Tala is the Moon, Sun, and Stars Oracle.
Oh,
thank you so much, Rolando, for that translation. I really appreciate that. And I am 100% certain that they do not mind us mispronouncing. It's the effort that counts. Sir Chad.
And folks,
Can't hear you.
We're coming to you on several media sources. Tell us about some of those, Sir Eric.
Oh, okay. We are on Magic TV, on the Roku, and on YouTube. No, actually, I'm sorry. It's Magic TV on YouTube. I want to get it right. Pagan World TV on Roku and at pagan.world.
Yep.
Right.
We are on the Correllians Live YouTube channel, as well as the Correllians Live Telethon, the Pagan World TV, Witch School, Pagan Noise, Nashville Pagan Pride, the Daily Spell Facebook pages. We're even on Pagan TV out on the Twitch.
Exactly. So tell all your friends to come join us.
Yes, please.
Tons of places to watch us. You choose your preferred method. It's all the same stream.
All the same people who have worked for a solid 2 months. This is the pinnacle of 2 months of solid hard work planning. We had meetings every single Tuesday. Our planning meetings that ran into like 2 and 3 hours long as we muddled and mashed and marbled and massaged and got ideas and had reports about everything, saw our analytics, all to bring this to you. These 100 hours of amazingness.
All for you.
All for
you. You.
And we're really proud to be here. I am so stoked that the anxiety is now gone, and I'm just like, yeah, let's roll with this. This is great, guys. Like, I can't believe we're almost 4 hours in already.
And it's great what we're doing because a lot of people don't realize the difference we're trying to make. For those of you who don't know, the Parliament of World Religions brings all the world's religions together across cultural, political, any kind of barrier that may separate us so we can have meaningful conversations and enlightenment to everybody. So what we're trying to do this next coming year is bring as many of our Paladin people, our Wiccan people, anybody we can bring with us to the Parliament to show a true representation. All we're simply asking for is for you to just simply donate what you can to help us.
Yep. And you can do that by going to Correllians.live/donate. And let me try to bring that up here. You got it for me. Thank you so much, Mr. Sandwich. And all it takes is about we need about $10,000 is the floor. I would love to see us kick that through the moon. But we can't do it without your help, and that's why we're here. And we are actually about at the bottom of the hour, nearly, which means that it's time for a donation break. Well, you were here. One of the 6 reasons why we need to go to Parliament, and you should try to come too if you can.
And it really is a value, because if you guys really think about what Cloud was just talking about before he went offline, that's 6 hours of entertainment. Can you imagine the amount of money you have to spend to see that?
Yep.
You can't go to a modern day concert for that kind of entertainment.
No, there's 8 different artists.
Yep.
We're going to have.
And they are very well known in our pagan circles. Most of them are. And S.J. Tucker, I can't wait for S.J., but I could talk about her all night. She's just the most lovely person.
You can do that after the break.
I could. Yeah, sure. I could talk about her songs now that influence me. But
and then you think about
because
then you think about the auctions we're doing, the readings we're doing. Folks, we are giving you good value for this entertainment, and we're asking for so little. Just help us out.
Yeah. Reaching out the hand. Sir
Okay,
Eric?
There's a question. Arlene Freed wants to know, why am I called a sand witch? First off, it's 2 words, sand witch, because I live by the ocean. Anyway, I've got 4 hours to talk about that. And darling, you should be in bed.
Go to bed, Arlene.
Go to bed, Arlene. You got work in the morning. I love you.
All right.
Actually, I love you all. I'm going to be off for the next half hour while I get ready for my mid-watch.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for that. And I guess it's you and me, Papa Bear.
All right. Yep. Ready for break?
Yes, please break it away.
Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from the beautiful metaverse. I am the first priest and chancellor of the Correllian Nativist tradition of Wicca, and I want to thank you for tuning in to the Road to Parliament 22 Correllians Live Telethon, 100 hours of magic and community. We're here to ask you to help us as we send a contingent to the Parliament of the World's Religions in August of 2023. We're going to give voice to you and to our community. During this 100 hours, our goal is to raise at least $10,000, and you can help us to do that. We humbly ask that you go to Correllians.live/donate and give what you can. Then share this telethon and make sure those in your spheres know where and when to watch. Again, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the show.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the Ninth Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here is one of 6 reasons you should attend. Number 1, with hundreds of classes available across the spectrum of religious and spiritual thought. Presentations with real-world events taught by thought leaders and teachers. Workshops that cover important skills and information training that offers results long after the participants return home. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody.
What are you most looking forward to at the Parliament of the World's Religions?
What I'm most looking forward to at the Parliament of World Religions is learning about all the different types of religions that are out there, meeting the various clergy and making new friends around the globe, and getting to know the other people
and what they're focused on and what needs to be done to help me focus and teach others.
Why do we need representation at the Parliament?
Our attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, we can make a difference. By standing with our faith community and as a people of spirit, we can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way.
Who are the Sacred Order of Paladins?
The Order of Paladins is a service-oriented order dedicated to assisting our communities in moving towards a better, more sustainable stewardship of Mother Earth. And we are also dedicated to preserving Gaian culture today in order to support our civilization in the future.
Why support the Paladins?
Because we have had representation at every modern parliament, and we want to continue and expand on that with those of us who are attending in 2023.
What is the money going to be used for?
Most of the money we are looking to raise with our $10,000 minimum goal will go towards housing costs. Our plan is to house and feed all of us together for the week of the Parliament. Whatever money that remains when this goal is met will go towards bringing honored paladins in from other countries who would otherwise not have the opportunity to attend the Parliament. One such paladin is Reverend Sir Rolando Camon, whom we fondly call Apu Adman.
But we can't do it alone.
And that's ultimately why we are here, because we need your help. Thank you so much for watching and contributing in whatever way you can. Please donate to our cause at Correllians.live/donate. Like our video feeds and share so that others can join us in watching what we have planned for you throughout these 4 incredible days and nights. Thank you for joining us at the Road to Parliament 2022 Correllians Live Telethon. It is Right Reverend Elizabeth and Reverend Sir Chad Blackman. We are both paladins of Gaia, and we are here to bring you a little bit of information about the telethon. What are we going to be doing? How do you donate? How do you give us money? What are some of the value pieces that you're going to be getting in exchange? So we're going to take the next 30 minutes in our run up here to the first round of the mid-watch with a sandwich in order to do that. So, Reverend Chad, Papa Bear, how do people donate? Oh, you can't. Oh, there. Sorry.
Well, we can donate. There are several ways. We can, the Correllians.live webpage has a donate button. So does Correllian.com. Those are two of the places that we can donate. I'm sure there are others. I can't think of any others, but
so
we have
the
several
main
sources.
Yeah, so the main one is at Correllians.live/donate for this telethon. And believe it or not, a lot of our psychic readers have donated the entire amount of their readings to us. So by purchasing a gift certificate for a reading with a psychic, you are helping us add more money to that pot. And when your donation is processed to get that gift certificate from them for a reading, that will be added as towards the monies that we're counting towards the pot, okay? And we can't forget the auctions. Auctions are donations that are going directly into our pot as well. So please go and get your bidder number. You have to get a bidder number. You can go to Correllians.live/auction. In order to do that, let me see if it's singular or plural auction. I apologize. Hold on just a second. Auction, singular. Correllians.live/auction, and the instructions are there. All you got to do is fill out a form, give us your PayPal email address, give it a valid email address that we can contact you at, and we will email you that bidder number. And then you can go to pagan.world when those auctions begin, and you can use your bidder number and how much you want to donate as a valid bid in a nutshell. Let me see here. And do you want to talk about some of the perks that we've been mentioning earlier today, Papa Bear?
Yes, I mean, we were just. Let me get back here. I was just looking at Pagan World, and
Mm-hmm.
you got to understand something. We're giving you great value for your money. All these readers we have for this weekend, or this whole 100 hours, are good quality readers. The auction items are items that have been donated, quality jewelry, many books, things that have been donated that will do you good.
Mm-hmm.
And you have a chance to bid on these. Just think about it. And of course, you got us lovely hosts to talk to, and
Of
you know,
course.
we're going to try to keep you entertained this whole time, but give you great value for your money.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Even if it's just $1, $6, $10, wherever scrape it up, throw this way, you're going to get your money's worth. Trust me. You
Absolutely.
couldn't do it.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely. You
we're
can't
talking.
buy this. You can't buy
No,
this in any grocery store or even on Amazon or eBay. For example, one of the things that is going to be featured in the auction are several pieces of Lord Don Lewis's artwork. If you
yes,
guys have not seen this man, okay, go and search up the Tarot of Hecate. That is all his artwork. He designed every single piece except for the custom pieces. Well, even the custom pieces that were custom ordered, such as this card. Let me show us really quick. Bringing up this Crystal Cave card. This is actually going to be a perk item.
yes.
100 people will have the chance to receive this by making a donation during the Crystal Cave show, which is going on in this telethon. I believe it's between 12 and 4, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday.
And we're talking
Uh-huh.
about 100 card base deck that has, for the first time in history, has expansion decks to it. A fully customizable deck.
Yeah. And that is just some of the artworks that Lord Don has done in his lifetime of being an artist. This man is accomplished. He has many talents. One of them is definitely art.
And
Mhm.
some of you may ask, what are you paladins really, what kind of community do you have? Well, let's talk about that for a minute, journalists. Let's talk about that. We work with people such as Phyllis Carrot and then Byron Ballard. We work with a lot of the big community members to try to be of service and help improve our community.
Yeah.
And this is just
So
one of thousands of ways that General Liz, I call her General Liz, because she's also a high priestess of our Gaia temple. She works tirelessly as well as the others to do everything we can to bring our community together. Look how far, Liz, look how far we've come in the past decade. We're actually on a streaming service now, Roku.
Would
you
it's
have thought,
TV. It's
would you
television. 10
would
years
you
ago, 10
no,
years ago, I'm looking you straight in the eye right now, okay? 10 years ago, if you told me that I would be on a TV station right now, I would have laughed you out of the park.
even 2
But
years ago.
even 2 years ago. Well, okay, 2
Exactly.
years ago, it was the pandemic, and we were kind of getting going with things like Zoom. So, that's very video oriented, and so it might have been more believable 2 years ago, but 10 certainly not. Okay, so we have a nice little comment down here from Patricia Reeves. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today, Patricia. And Patricia says, my goal one day is to become a high priestess. Patricia, that is an admirable goal. And I encourage you to study everything you can from as many sources as you can. Witch school and the Correllian Nativist tradition are a great place to begin, but it is only a beginning.
Exactly.
Don't let anybody clip your wings. And if here is my one piece of solid advice, and this goes to everybody, not just Patricia. If anybody tells you stop asking so many questions, stop asking them questions and go ask other people questions, because they clearly don't have anything to offer you. Anyway.
The study never stops, does it?
The study never stops.
Her and I
ever.
learn from each other all the time. We'll
every day
banter back and forth, and we learn every day
it's
from
great.
each other.
But you before that little segue there, Papa.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about our leaders, those people we serve. So in Paladin lexicon, okay, in Paladin colloquial parlance, we call them the Voces, the voices.
Yes.
And we have a number of them. I believe there are 8 or 9. I think it's 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 currently.
Yeah.
And they are Lady Stephanie Leon Neal, first priestess of the Correllian tradition of Wicca. Lord Don Lewis, High Correll, first priest of the Correllian tradition of Wicca. And Lady Linda Isles of the Fellowship of Isis. Lord Oberon Zell of the Church of All Worlds. His Excellency, the Reverend Patrick McCullum of the Patrick McCullum Foundation, and he who is also the creator of the World Peace Violin. Lady Selena Fox, founder of Circle Sanctuary. Lady Belizana Laveau, archpriestess of the Aquarian Tabernacle Church. By the way, if you have time this weekend, shout out to all of them who are having a great sickle festival right now for Hecate's sickle. And finally, Lady Althea Northridge, or of the Hermetic Fellowship of Chicago. Now, what is a Voces as I am speaking about them? Okay, so these folks are in no order of importance that listed, okay? These are people who can call upon the Order of Paladins for assistance. And when they call upon us, we will strive to be ready to answer that call with all the resources that we have at hand. And if we don't have the resources immediately at hand, then we will develop them in a timely fashion to assist and meet those needs. And in return, the Voces are allowed to observe and advise the Order of Paladins.
Let's give a good example. Sir Patrick McCullum just went through major surgery. He lives in California. We have people out there who are doing their best to help him get the help he needs.
Yep, we had people. I'm actually his personal assistant, and I was working with him to come up with a few solutions to help him through the next several months, because he had to go in for a corrective knee surgery, and that's going to take him down for a long while. And let me tell you, it is not easy to rearrange that man's life.
No, but he keeps going.
But he keeps going. It's incredible. This man's mission, Sir Patrick McCullum's mission in his whole life, the last 40, 50, 60 years, has been to bring peace to this planet. He had a vision that was given to him by the goddess, and she told him, go make peace on my body. Go make peace and go tell people the value of peace and why they should be at peace and how to be at peace. And that led to the creation of the World Peace Violin.
And then we have Phyllis Carrot, who called upon us to bring in more people and give presentations and be on panels and stuff.
At the Parliament. And that's why we're going. And it could be said, and I think I have kind of taken this on as a request of the Chancellor, the first priest and first priestess of our own Correllian tradition, as a task they have given us to bring ourselves to Parliament and be representatives. So in this work, even now, we are doing the work that is requested of us by our Voces, by our goddess, our living green Mother Earth, who everyone should seek to live in harmony with, because there is no reason why any person has to starve. There is no reason why any person has to go without clean water or food or clean clothes or a place to live or a job. There is so much we can do to build sustainable, renewable, cyclical systems that feed back into each other like the living planet that we are. And one of the major shifts that I would like to see as a result of this telethon and as a result of next Parliament is for people to realize, to wake up and realize that they are as much a part of this planet as that grass that they step on every day to walk down to that concrete that they laid, that was made out of limestone, that came from the ground, that is our Mother Earth. That is to get into their car, which is made of metal that was mined from our Mother Earth, that was forged in the fires of Mother Earth to create
And,
that vehicle.
and we're
That rubber, those chemicals, everything is sourced right from her.
and the thing
And
is if you're watching out here, as she's saying, she's exactly right. Even we come from the earth, and we are all interconnected.
yes,
So why are we not working to make our earth better and quit with the mundane life we know isn't working and start working towards working with earth to make our lives a lot better?
and I have to be commendable to a lot of the people who are doing these things already, because there are a number of businesses, small businesses, that are doing things like I like to go on YouTube, and no, we're not receiving any promos from these folks, by the way. Although if they want to give us a shout out, that's great. Business Insider does a segment often called Worldwide Waste. And last night I watched this whole thing about how they were making paper plates and reusable, like biodegradable items from the tops of pineapple. You know, like the green tops that you just chuck and throw into your garbage. They shred those up and they mix it with paper and they make a biodegradable product with it. And they sow seeds inside of that biodegradable product so that when you throw it into the compost heap, it'll grow something like, I don't know, like cilantro or strawberries or a couple of other things, seeds they put in there too. And, you know, it's just incredible what people can do. I know that there is a ton that is being done with, for example, mushrooms. It is incredible how much resources we have to make things that are similar to plastic cutlery, paper plates, paper cups, straws. I know that a lot of businesses in the United States are starting to turn away from one-use plastic straws. And no, that's not saying that everybody will have to do that, because there are some people who will need to use plastic straws. Why is this? Because their teeth can't handle metal, and because they have disabilities which they can't swallow, like they can't drink regularly, so they need that plastic to be able to be bendable and flexible in that way. So I'm not saying that we need to override and completely change every single little thing that we do, okay? I'm just saying that we have to get to a place where we can sustain ourselves, because if we do not, and I'm echoing back to when I gave this, when I brought through Joan of Arc a few years back in 2019, I think it was 2018. She told me that if we do not release ourselves like arrows from bows into the future and become more sustainable in a very quick turnaround, we are going to end ourselves as a species. You can speak to any climate scientist. They will tell you the exact same thing. We are headed for a very dark future if we do not turn this boat around. And can we? Absolutely. We start with things like this. We start with raising money, getting our people involved in the conversations at places like the Parliament of the World's Religions, and get the conversations started with people who could actually affect change. Change begins with me. Change begins with you. Change begins with every single one of you. So, Papa Bear, how can they help us affect this change? What should they do?
Well, for one thing, you can donate. Two, if you really want to be a service, come talk to us. We're always looking for more people to come join us in service. And thirdly, if you have not checked out the Parliament of World's Religions, go check it out. The price may seem a little steep, but trust me, the time you will spend there will more than be an investment for you.
And let me bring up that graphic really quick so that people can have a little sneak peek about what next year's Parliament of the World's Religions is going to be all about. It's going to be a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. And in my opinion, this could not come at a more timely manner. And there were actually a lot of us who were quite surprised at this bold stance that the Parliament is taking, and I am relieved.
But
I
this
am
is a
relieved,
stance
and I
they
am
take year round. If you're a
well.
subscribing member, you see us all the time with them.
But the thing about it is, Papa Bear, is that they've never had a theme
No,
based
no.
this strongly.
And they've developed it over years. You know, every
Right.
year's gotten more.
More and
It's
more
perfect.
refined and in tune.
Exactly.
It is perfect for this day and age. Yes, absolutely right. Okay, so we're at 11:50. Yay! We are still holding nice and tight at $425. We got a donation in the last hour. Thank you so much to the donator who has brought us up to the amount of $425. Let me change this up for us really quick.
And we still got more to go. So please
We have a long way to go.
Get a hold of your friends, bring them in. Our community in this time of need really needs to come together. And if you can donate a little bit to help us, maybe you can also find the means to come with us. You know, everybody's always welcome with this. I mean,
That's right.
Liz and I can tell you personal experience. These places where they go are huge. Thousands of people coming together from different cultures, different religions to talk, to learn together.
That's right.
So please, everything you do helps us. Everything you do helps you. Come join us.
Yep. We would love to have you with us.
We'd love to have you with us.
And again, when you make your donation, if there is something in particular that you want us to see addressed or
Email
to try
us.
our best to see addressed at this Parliament, email us at correllianslive@gmail.com. Right after you make your donation, say, hey, my name is so-and-so, or you can be anonymous if you want. This is what I would like the Paladins to talk about, the Correllian contingent to talk about when they go to the Parliament next August in 2023 in Chicago, Illinois. This has been a really great start. I am so pleased that we are nearing our $500 for this first evening. And so if you haven't yet, please check out our entire website. It was made with the most love and care and dedication and frustration some days, as there were some things that we really struggled to figure out, but we had a great systems database systems manager in Rebecca Lynn Scott. And of course, Papa Bear here also helped out taking a look at some things. And, and then Sir Eric basically wrote the website, produced all of what you see.
And I mean, you can catch us on all kinds of places. Correllians.live, paganworld.co. We're on Roku as Pagan World TV. We're on Facebook everywhere. Come and join us. Come and learn more about us. Ask the questions. Don't be afraid. And to answer Patricia Ann Reeves, Patricia, we have a wonderful school in the Correllians that has basic courses for free. You can start your journey there if you want to. You're more than welcome. But
and we are almost at the top of our hour. My goodness, that was a lot that we packed in that little segment, wasn't it, there, Papa? I knew we could do it.
And we'll probably have to do it some more so people understand. But our mission is so important.
But yes, so please go check out our schedule. That is the one-stop shop. Coming up at midnight, we have the first midwatch with the sandwich. And he's gonna have his guests Eco and Lilith Dorsey. Probably that's tomorrow. Never mind. Oh wait, no, it is gonna be tomorrow. Silly me.
Well, it's the same thing.
I'm such a goober. And so Eco and Lilith will be joining him. And then we have Set a Spell with Earthstar at 4 a.m. to the 8 a.m. 2-hour slot there. And our host will be Reverend Joanne. She's from overseas. She's such a lovely lady. You really should come up and watch her if you are awake during those hours. And then at 8 a.m. to 12 noon, we have Morning Coffee with Ed the Pagan, hosted by General Ed Hubbard and Sir Neil Goodman. And then at noon until 4 p.m., we have Crafty Correllians with Sir Kai Aiden. And from 4 to 6 is The Cauldron of Story and the Well of Memes, hosted by Reverend Laurie Blackman, and that will be with Phaedra Bonowitz. And from 6 to 8, will be Behind the Scenes of Pagan World TV with the Pagan World TV crew, hosted by General Ed Hubbard. And from 8 to 10, this part I can't wait for, my bestie, Curio Rebecca Lynn Scott, will be having her talk on Everybody Does It, Death and Dying, hosted by Cosmo Rubiconis. And then, of course, at the 10 to 12, 10 p.m. to 12 a.m. slot will be Tarot Talk with Mary Hawk and Gail Tracy Mole. And Sir Mary is a lovely person as well, and I am going to be looking forward to hearing what Gail has to say about tarot. And I believe that Gail, let me look this up before I misspeak here.
Well, the great thing is all these people come from different traditions, different walks of life, and different paths, and we all come together as a community. This is awesome.
And one thing that I would like to point out about Gail, she is also one of our psychics. So by you purchasing a reading from Gail, you are actually helping us out. So adding money to our pot in a variety of ways is what we have the opportunity for you to do this weekend. So thank you for joining us.
Reading.
Yes, you get a very quality reading. All of these psychics are experienced. Okay, these are not just some people that we pulled off the road. We know these people, and we know the value that they will give to you. So with that, we are at the time for the Paladins segment. Thank you so much, Papa Bear. I love being on air with you, and we're going to turn it over to the Midwatch with the sandwich. Reverend, not quite a reverend yet, Sir Eric Hebert. Thank you, everybody. We will see you on the flip side. Eric, your turn. Hit the button.
Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from the beautiful metaverse. I am the first priest and chancellor of the Correllian Nativist tradition of Wicca, and I want to thank you for tuning in to the Road to Parliament 22 Correllians Live Telethon, 100 hours of magic and community. We're here to ask you to help us as we send a contingent to the Parliament of the World's Religions in August of 2023. We're going to give voice to you and to our community. During this 100 hours, our goal is to raise at least $10,000, and you can help us to do that. We humbly ask that you go to correllians.live/donate and give what you can. Then share this telethon and make sure those in your spheres know where and when to watch. Again, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the show.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the Ninth Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here is one of 6 reasons you should attend. Number 2, networking and contacts. You will meet people from every religion from over 80 countries. Meet and have conversations that are thoughtful, insightful, and with deep value. Making contracts across interfaith ministries, understanding and sharing knowledge and resources. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody.
What are you most looking forward to at the Parliament of the World's Religions?
At the Parliament of World Religions in 2023, I'm personally looking forward to broad exposure and deep engagement with various wisdom traditions from around the world, particularly as regards pressing issues from today and future goals for our human journey. I expect that I'll be able to incorporate much of the learning back into my own personal path as well as share tangible insights back into the metaphysical and spiritual community that I work within.
Why do we need representation at the Parliament?
Our attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, we can make a difference. By standing with our faith community and as a people of spirit, we can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way.
Who are the Sacred Order of Paladins?
The Order of Paladins is a service-oriented order dedicated to assisting our communities in moving towards a better, more sustainable stewardship of Mother Earth. And we are also dedicated to preserving Gaian culture today in order to support our civilization in the future.
Why support the Paladins?
Because we have had representation at every modern parliament, and we want to continue and expand on that with those of us who are attending in 2023.
What is the money going to be used for?
Most of the money we are looking to raise with our $10,000 minimum goal will go towards housing costs. Our plan is to house and feed all of us together for the week of the Parliament. Whatever money that remains when this goal is met will go towards bringing honored paladins in from other countries who would otherwise not have the opportunity to attend the Parliament. One such paladin is Reverend Sir Rolando Camon, whom we fondly call Apu Adman.
But we can't do it alone.
And that's ultimately why we are here, because we need your help. Thank you so much for watching and contributing in whatever way you can. Please donate to our cause at correllians.live/donate. Like our video feeds and share so that others can join us in watching what we have planned for you throughout these 4 incredible days and nights.
There I am. Hi, everyone. I'm Eric Abear. I'm Sir Eric Abear, the Sand Witch. Welcome to the Midwatch. Traditionally, the midnight to 4 a.m. Watch, as it was called at sea, was called the Midwatch. And this was always my favorite time. I'm a night owl, always have been. There's just something about Midwatch. There's no bosses. You don't see anybody. You know, the officers are asleep. You know, the captain's asleep. He's like, don't bother me if you don't have to. There's something about being very relaxed during this time. Just kicking back, telling sea stories. Just, you know, catching up on your reading, you know, your professional reading, whatever. It's about growing. And I think growing as a pagan is important. One of those ways I'm growing as a pagan is I'm going to the Parliament of the World's Religions in August of 2023 in Chicago, Illinois, in the United States. The modern version of the Parliament's been going on since 1993. And my friend Anadea Judith attended that, so she came back and she was telling us about, you know, how an amazing experience was. And there were very few pagans there, but she's such a powerhouse. She is just, you know, an amazing priestess that, you know, she's worth a lot of people. People say, "What? Don't put Dea on a pedestal." I say, you know, I can't help it. You know, there's a story about when I first started in paganism, and I went to a store here in New York City. I'm in Brooklyn, New York. So in Manhattan, there's a store called Enchantments. And it's a metaphysical store. It's a magic store. And I go in, and they're saying, oh, well, you know, interesting. Okay, this is good. We have classes on Saturday if you're interested. Okay, I showed up on Saturday. I'm 19 years old. I'm a skinny little runt of a kid, and I'm on a wallflower. I'm I'm standing in the back where the class is in the little yard behind the actual building. So it was outside. And I don't know anybody. I don't know what I'm doing. I have no idea what's going on. Everybody's got something to do to get set up, moving things around. And finally, one of the people there, who turned out to be the teacher, is like, okay, circle up to pagans. I didn't know what that meant, but people start going around, getting in a circle. And I don't budge because I don't know. Should I? Doesn't feel right. I don't know. What do I know? And then a woman comes up to about here on me. Just comes up, looks at me, and says, "What are you doing?" I said, "I guess I'll just watch." And then she looked me deep in the soul and said, "Shit, or get off the pot." And I'm like, okay. And I joined the circle, and I haven't left yet. That was Lady Mew, Carol Mazzone, still a very good friend. Not a good friend. I'm sorry, I shouldn't characterize that. A friend, somebody I know, and I value their opinions a lot. We pretty much only really Facebook friends at this point in our lives, but okay. But she was, the first priestess I ever worked with, I ever served under. So, who's out there? Tell me stories about how you got started as a pagan. You there, bro? Give me a thumbs up. Yay. Okay, so my first guest of the telethon, my first guest tonight, is an individual that I've come to really admire and respect. We shared circle for about a year in some mystery tradition. 2 years. Well, yeah, it was about I came in about a year. You were in it too. Anyway, he's in the green room. He'll be in shortly. So anyway, without further ado, I welcome Eco, the wandering love mystic, the incredibly caring organism.
Hello, Eric. Thank you
Eco.
so much for having me here today. I'm honored to be your first guest and a part of this telethon that is going on.
Well, we are very honored that you chose to join us, that you accepted our invitation. We really do appreciate you. Pronouns thee, them, they, them, and I hope I don't.
They, them pronouns, correct. Yes.
They, them pronouns. I'm not very wonderful with that, and forgive me if I mispronounce you. It's not my intention, as you know.
I get your intention to correctly gender and pronoun me, and it does mean a lot to me that you actually do try, and that you are looking to actually be conscientious of it, which a lot of people just don't, or they don't really think of it or think to go and ask. It's still an evolving conversation for those of us who are outside of the gender norm.
Absolutely. You're looking pretty good, my friend.
Doing all right. It's been a little bit of a stressful day. My lover Lydia was being discharged from the skilled nursing facility that she's been in for the past month after having had pacemaker surgery put in about a month ago. And
how is she doing?
Well, a little bit weak and tired from a bit of a long day, and she didn't quite have the strength this evening after going through the rest of the day to actually walk up the 5 steps to her home. needed to pivot and actually get a motel room for the two of us that was handicap accessible, since she is mainly transported by wheelchair at this point. And just rushed to go and get here and things set up right to literally join you just now. And was walking into the hotel room and I was on my phone trying to be on time for this.
Well, I do appreciate your tardiness. Or is the tardiness when you're late? There's a word for being on time. I appreciate your effort to just to be here. We used to talk all the time, like once a week. We have our Zoom calls there for a while.
I mean, Pagans being on time isn't quite a known thing. I know that, how do you know when it's midnight? It's when the 8 p.m. ritual is about to start.
Yes, great joke. Although here for this telethon, we are trying to do our best to be on time because we are just jam-packed with great things that are happening, all things. And marry me to you, Patricia, and you're still out there. So great to see you. Just waving to you.
Hello, Patricia. Thank you for being here.
All right, so what have you been up to, man? I mean, I'm sorry. What have you been up to, my friend? I know you the wandering love mystic. I think just about the time we stopped communicating, or we concluded our mentorship, you started on that journey. So tell me a little bit. Catch me up.
It's been quite an intense year, and I've been looking over what have I kind of accomplished in this past year, and this year being significant to me because on August 27th this year I literally turned 40 years old, which is a significant milestone for me. And I did actually lean much more into being a wandering mystic during this past summer, where most of the last year I went primarily up and down the West Coast, from places like Seattle, Portland, San Francisco, and San Diego. Starting with the late spring, early summer, I expanded to going to Las Vegas, Denver, Colorado. Let's see where else. There was Laramie, Wyoming, Chicago, Illinois, went over to Alexandria, Virginia, then up to New York. Went and saw the sunrise over on the East Coast in Rhode Island, visited a friend up in Vermont, and then saw another TikTok friend of mine over in the Poconos in Pennsylvania, and made my way, literally driving from one coast to the other and back during this.
You were in New York and you didn't look me up.
I did not think of looking New York in New York. My apologies for that.
I would have bought you a hot dog at Nathan's.
That would have been wonderful. While I was in New York, I did get to actually spend a wonderful afternoon in Central Park with three lovely feminine beings from the Almonia Souls in Harmony that I had actually a pagan group that is very LGBTQ plus oriented that I gave a talk on love and acceptance to earlier that month, and got to visit around and walk around Central Park, and I actually went to where the what is it? Is it called an obelisk?
Yes, the obelisk. It's an obelisk that's right behind the Museum of Natural. No, I'm sorry, the Metropolitan Museum of Art.
Yes,
it's an actual Egyptian obelisk.
That is quite massive.
Mm-hmm.
Where I learned this story that they actually brought it by literally having to go and cut a hole in the ship to go and load it up. And then once they went and got it to New York, for whatever reason, they decided that they would go and roll it to where it is now put up. on cannon bolts, which took an additional 3 months to actually transport it by rolling it on cannon bolts.
I did not know that. Cold enough to freeze the balls off a brass monkey. Do you know where that comes from, actually?
No, I don't. My dad used to go. My dad used to have the saying of colder than a witch's tit in a brass brazier.
Yes, but all the witches I know, none of them own a brass brazier.
Fair enough.
And anyway, I'm not going to finish that sentence about my experience with the rest of that. But okay, imagine, if you will, you're on a warship, with the cannons, and they have the cannonballs are stacked. You might have seen them, like, kind of a pyramid.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there is a piece of metal that holds the cannonballs, that, so they don't slide off. That piece of metal is called a brass monkey.
Oh.
And when it gets so cold that it shrinks, it contracts, that it no longer can hold the cannonballs, and they fall away. So when it's so cold to, freeze the balls off a brass monkey. There you go. Is that Lydia in the background?
Okay. There is a practicality to that.
Yes.
My lover Lydia in the background there.
Hi, Lydia.
I'm trying to get the pillow.
That's okay. Just so you know that you're on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
You taking care of the incredibly caring organism? You keeping him out of trouble?
She does help with being able to help me with some of my necessities, and Lydia and I have had about a 10-year-long relationship in various dynamics. So it's been quite the roller coaster and quite the experience. I've been with her through a number of transitional periods in her life.
I appreciate that. Yeah. So, I think the next half hour we can get into that topic that you brought up, which is, I love that phrase here you got. Loving yourself because you matter.
Mm-hmm.
And do you have like a regular presentation? I didn't ask. Do you have a presentation, or is it just going to have a conversation about it?
It's more of a conversation. And I welcome people's comments, either from Facebook or from YouTube. But I work best working off of live people. I find it's much more engaging and meaningful than me trying to go on monologue for long distances of time.
Well, luckily, I'm still alive, even though it's, in the witching hour here on the East Coast.
Haven't died yet. It's like,
not dead yet. Bring out your dead. Boom.
Bring out your dead.
Boom.
I feel happy.
Oh my God. We could just do an hour of Monty Python.
Oh, we could. I mean, we can definitely take different things.
Oh, we can do the parrot sketch.
This is an ex-parrot. This parrot is no more.
It's pining for the fjords.
Right.
Oh, the Norwegian blue, lovely plumage.
Oh, and then when Dumb and Dumber explicitly ripped that off with the blind kid, and actually even beheaded the bird and taped it back on, trying to give it back to him.
Oh no, I didn't see that.
Oh,
I didn't see Dumb and Dumber.
Okay, it's probably not worth your time, or you may have saved yourself an hour and a half worth of your life by not seeing it.
Yeah, although Jim Carrey, I love his work. He's done amazing stuff. And who's he across? Jeff Bridges? No, Jeff Daniels.
That's who the big tall guy is.
Yeah, Jeff Daniels.
Yeah. Okay. I'll go with it.
Yeah. It was really outside his wheelhouse, and he's a very serious actor. He's done some amazing stuff. But yeah, Yeah.
Yeah. At least that was better than what Dumb and Dumber, the eventual sequel, ended up being.
Dumb and Dumberer.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the sequel to Dumb and Dumber. Yeah, no. But Jim Carrey's good for comedy when he tried to go into other genres. Like there was that one horror movie, like Room 220, like Room 22 or something like that.
Mm. I am a bit embarrassed to say that I've never seen. Was it the Sunsets of a Spotted Mind? I can't even remember that.
Oh, Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Mind.
Yeah, I heard that's amazing.
That was a decent one.
Yeah, I heard he did a really, really good job. I know that his turn as Andy Kaufman, because I grew up, that was my era. Andy Kaufman was my era.
Mm-hmm.
His stints on Saturday Night Live, and of course, what he did on Taxi. It was amazing what Andy Kaufman could do. And then, when I heard Jim Carrey was doing it, I said, okay, yeah, he could get it right. He did do a damn fine job.
He did it well, and apparently too well for the award critics. Because I was told, I remember reading his story that he actually did not get. I forget if it was a Emmy or whatever award was it for Man in the Moon, because they didn't see Jim Carrey playing Andy Kaufman. What they saw was Andy Kaufman. She was like so good at it that they felt that
it was too much. It was too much of a
too much like Andy Kaufman to actually go and give an award for playing Andy Kaufman, which isn't that kind of the point where you literally embody what it is that you're taking on.
Yeah. I also remember REM when they were on Saturday Night Live, and it was basically right at they were releasing the movie, and so they were doing the press tour on it, and they played Man on the Moon in that studio.
Nice.
Where Andy Kaufman did Saturday Night Live, and you see who's the lead singer of REM. Anyway, the lead singer of REM, you just saw, because there was a point where he's just like looking up, and I just felt him saying, "Yeah, this is for you, Andy."
Mm.
And that was pretty significant. There are those times when you do things like that. I don't know. I have another memory that's an obscure memory. Carole King wrote a song that was it Aretha Franklin sang. Was it that you make me feel natural woman? You make me feel like a natural woman. And they filmed the moment when they first met. And they met around a piano, and Carole King's, is basically, sitting there playing it for her, and it's the first time. And she talked about when you write something or you create something and somebody else takes that and makes it better, makes it, so extraordinary that you as the artist, you as the creator, never imagined it could be that good. There's a song that I love that Celtic Woman does. Lisa, I can't remember her last name, sings, and it's called "Send Me a Song." And the guy who wrote it was actually accompanying her on the piano, and you see on his face that look. And I played with Pete Seeger, and we did a show at Carnegie Hall one year, which, I was 19, and you can't take that away from me. That was just extraordinary. No, I was 17. I'm sorry, I was 17 playing Carnegie Hall.
Wow.
And Pete sang 2 songs of people in the band that they wrote. That was their song. And I just remember looking over to them and that like, oh my God, Pete is singing my song at Carnegie Hall. And my dad is a singer-songwriter. And he's got a song that's called The Ghosts of Ellis Island. And you just Google it, and there's people that are covering it and singing it. And it's got like a 16 bar or 16 sentence chorus. It's a huge chorus. But even my daughter sings along. She doesn't sing anything. She sings along to that song. And that moment when you create, but someone picks up that ball and says, with consent, may I, add to this piece of art. But let's talk about that when we come back. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll be right back with Eco the Wandering Love Mystic on the Midwatch with the Sandwich. I'm the Sandwich.
Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from the beautiful metaverse. I am the first priest and chancellor of the Correllian Nativist tradition of Wicca, and I want to thank you for tuning in to the Road to Parliament 22 Correllians Live Telethon, 100 hours of magic and community. We're here to ask you to help us as we send a contingent to the Parliament of the World's Religions in August of 2023. We're going to give voice to you and to our community. During this 100 hours, our goal is to raise at least $10,000, and you can help us to do that. We humbly ask that you go to correllians.live/donate and give what you can. Then share this telethon and make sure those in your spheres know where and when to watch. Again, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the show.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the 9th Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions of faith will be there to answer this call. And here is one of 6 reasons you should attend. Number 2, networking and contacts. You will meet people from every religion from over 80 countries. Meet and have conversations that are thoughtful, insightful, and with deep value. Making contracts across interfaith ministries, understanding and sharing knowledge and resources. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody.
What are you most looking forward to at the Parliament of the World's Religions?
At the Parliament of World Religions in 2023, I'm personally looking forward to broad exposure and deep engagement with various wisdom traditions from around the world, particularly as regards pressing issues from today and future goals for our human journey. I expect that I'll be able to incorporate much of the learning back into my own personal path, as well as share tangible insights back into the metaphysical and spiritual community that I work within.
Why do we need representation at the Parliament?
Our attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, we can make a difference. By standing with our faith community and as a people of spirit, we can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way.
Who are the Sacred Order of Paladins?
The Order of Paladins is a service-oriented order dedicated to assisting our communities in moving towards a better, more sustainable stewardship of Mother Earth. And we are also dedicated to preserving Gaian culture today in order to support our civilization in the future.
Why support the Paladins?
Because we have had representation at every modern parliament, and we want to continue and expand on that with those of us who are attending in 2023.
What is the money going to be used for?
Most of the money we are looking to raise with our $10,000 minimum goal will go towards housing costs. Our plan is to house and feed all of us together for the week of the Parliament. Whatever money that remains when this goal is met will go towards bringing honored paladins in from other countries who would otherwise not have the opportunity to attend the Parliament. One such paladin is Reverend Sir Rolando Camon, whom we fondly call Apu Adman.
But we can't do it alone.
And that's ultimately why we are here, because we need your help. Thank you so much for watching and contributing in whatever way you can. Please donate to our cause at Correllians.live/donate. Like our video feeds and share so that others can join us in watching what we have planned for you throughout these 4 incredible days and nights.
Thank you, Eco, for reminding me that my microphone was off and all the things that I was just saying was it going on to dead air. Well, how wonderful that is. Yes, we're saying please donate at Correllians.live/donate. I feel silly. I won't do that again. I never make mistakes. I only have learning opportunities. The link at the donate page is a PayPal link. If you cannot use PayPal or you choose not to use PayPal, please drop us an email at correllianslive@gmail.com and one of our team will get back to you and you can talk it over with them. Not me. I don't do the money stuff. We got plenty of other people that handle that. And really shout out to our administrators, our finance people, doing that hard work, keeping track of everything, making sure that you get value, and that we are above board because we believe that what you donate is important to us and it goes to the right place. Speaking of that, our donation total so far, 425 lindens. Oh, I think I may be getting an update. Oh, yeah. Somebody was just messaged to me that my sound was off. Yep, I know. I'm silly. Boo me. Well, how about we get back to our wonderful conversation with Eco, the Wandering Love Mystic. You're back in, my friend. Eco. I mean, I know what it stands for, but Eco, where did that come from? Oop, you're muted. I got you.
Yes, you muted both of us.
I muted both of us, but I forgot to unmute.
Minor detail.
I can mute somebody. I just can't unmute them.
Oh, right. No. Various powers. So the origins of the name Eco, which was a spiritually gifted name to me about 4 years ago. I was at Onavin, the sacred land of the Church of All Worlds, up over in near Ukiah, California, and I was speaking to a guy there about the vision that I've been working at bringing forth, and I've been working at this vision for over a decade. So at this point, I was just kind of describing to him my idea for bringing forth a world of enlightened consent, where everything consensual is honored and honoring your authentic truth, so you can have relationships that you love and thrive in. And he paused for a minute, taking that in, and went, enlightened consent, eco. It popped into my head as ICO. Couple of things, reasons for that is, first, when it was written out and put down, I didn't want people to automatically leap to the assumption that I was about ecology or the environment. Important things, very important. High global warming, another issue for another time. It's not quite what I'm about. I'm about love, intimacy, and relationships in this lifetime. Second is, it was verbally gifted to me. I can spell it however I damn want. And I started trying that out as a name as I was starting to identify as being queer, gender fluid instead of cis male. Cis male meaning that I was born with male genitalia and I had been identifying as, yeah, I'm male. Then around that time period, I started to discover that I have strong feminine sides that also need and to actually be expressed for me to be a whole and complete person with who I am as an individual. And a couple months later, I was with a lover of mine, and she introduced me to a friend of hers who said, this is Eco. Their name is spelled ICO. He paused for a second and went, ICO. Incredibly caring organism. That resonated with me on a heart and souls level that I decided to adopt. That is what ECO stood for. And I've spent about the past 4 years of proclaiming myself to be ECO, this incredibly caring organism, and who I'm declaring myself to be to the world as I make my way through it and bringing forth this message of enlightened consent. That one of the core ideas being that as long as you and the people directly involved are consenting and you're honoring your existing relationship agreements, it doesn't matter what you or anyone else thinks or feels about what you're choosing to do together.
Yes. I have to admit that I had to evolve into understanding consent culture. I wasn't as perfect at that as, when I was a younger age. I didn't know how to read the signs of another person, especially in intimacy situations that I found myself crossing boundaries that were never expressed to me because I just wasn't seeing the clues, the signs. My mama used to tell me only yes means yes. Everything else means no. And truly coming to understanding consent culture. I also am a bit of a, libertarian when it comes to I don't care what you do and I don't want you to care what I do. It doesn't matter to me what you do. Even though, I love you. You are, one of my favorite human beings, but I still don't care what you do. What you do doesn't affect me. It doesn't change anything in my life. Yes, when we interact, I am enriched. But when we are not interacting, when we're not in the same space, whether it's virtually or, in person, I don't care what you do. It's none of my business. Now, the things that happen to you that, are important things, positive and negative, of course, I'm concerned about, and I'm here and I want to hold space for you if, you want to share things about yourself, and I listen and I absorb your triumphs, and I do my best to commiserate your challenges as well. But for me, yeah, I'm a big fan of the National Coalition for Sexual Freedom, the NCSF.
NCFS, National Coalition of Sexual Freedom.
Yes, who has the Consent Culture Project. And, I really am very important about that. Plus, I do things that require consent. I don't do things without consent. I try my very best not to.
Over 18 years ago, when I first started delving into the whole realms of dating, sex, love, and attraction, I stumbled into the BDSM community. And one of the things that I really appreciated and liked was the whole concept of negotiating ahead of time and being able to have an open conversation. Well, this is what I'm turned on by. This is what I'm curious about. And these are my hard limit boundaries. Like, what's going to go and piss me off. So we're not even going to go and try those. And I thought for a moment, coming across this at the age of 24, of like, wow, how much simpler would dating life be in general if we could just have an open, honest conversation in the beginning, being like, here's what turns me on, what I like, here is what I'm curious about, and here are my turnoffs and my boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
And I too have overly relied upon people's abilities to use their words and to actually know what they want and know what they don't want and establish their boundaries. I've learned the hard way that not as many people as what I would prefer are able to actually go and do that. And that has led to some issues and challenges. Also, I like you, I have also had challenges kind of going reading other people. And something that I learned about myself about a year and a half ago is I'm actually on the autism spectrum, which a number of people theorized to me over the years, and I wasn't really open to until it was like 15 years of personal growth work on myself, and I'm still missing things that seem to be like basic social cues and being able to go and read people that most other people seem to naturally have, and being like, okay, maybe I should check into this. And then I watched a TED Talk by a woman who was diagnosed as being autistic later in her life, like, in her 30s. And she was saying a lot of the challenges that she had. And, in the feminine, because girls are taught to go and mask and mimic, it often goes undiagnosed when the feminine is autistic, where in the boys, that's where more of the telltale signs of being autistic usually gets picked up and tested at a much younger age, like one of my nephews. And so with that, it's like, okay, that sounds a lot like me and those kind of challenges. And yeah, I got tested, had to wait literally 18 months, a year and a half to actually go through the testing, and then another 6 months before I actually got the test results. I was like, okay, here I am. I'm on the autistic spectrum. And as I looked around saying like, okay, now that I'm actually know that I'm part of this group, what resources are there for me? And found there wasn't a whole lot when at least I asked my psychologist and the person who diagnosed me, like, what kind of resources are available to me as an autistic person. She's like, well, if you go back to school, you could ask for more time on tests. It's like, no, done the college thing, not going back. Well, you could ask your employer for extra time on things. I'm self-employed, running my own business, not an issue. But one of the things that I can go and say is that it is another group that I identify with, and I can stand up and say, hi, we are autistic, and autistic people are capable and deserving of having loving, healthy, consensual relationships. And I've actually am just about to go and launch a new group program specifically for autistic people who struggle to understand how intimate relationships work, so they can go and actually create relationships that work for them.
Oh, that sounds like a really honorable mission. And I wish you all the best on that.
Thank you.
I know I had concern. Somebody brought it up once. Actually, was accusing me of claiming to be on the spectrum, and it never crossed my mind. So I went to my doctor, and I'm like, "Am I?" He said, "No." Okay. I have other things going on that challenge me, as we all have, but that's not one of them. And
you may
that's
still
okay.
be neurodivergent, even if not specifically autistic.
Oh, I am. I do have a neurodivergency, but it's not being on the spectrum. Anyway, when I was in high school, the prettiest girl in school. Oh, I was just fawning over her, and then she's I asked her out. She's like, okay, well we went horseback riding, because she actually worked at a stable at Prospect Park. Horseback riding in New York City? Who ever heard of that? It was a great experience. A nice black mare named Mystery. It was a great experience. And then she says, well, afterwards we can go back to my place and study biology. Cool. Sounds good to me. So we have the wonderful day, and then we go back to her place, and I break out my textbooks and my homework, and I start, doing my homework.
Oh, you sweet naive thing, you. I love you.
And she actually was spreading rumors that I was gay. And I remember going through that conversation, going, well, what do you like? And I'm like, I like her. Well, then, you're at least not gay. And, I eventually came out as pansexual, or, that's when I came to understand myself. I'm physically attracted to women. I'm emotionally and mentally attracted to men, if that makes sense.
It does. Sexual attraction and emotional attraction are two separate spectrums. And I've had conversations with other people around it. Like, I know a woman say that, she was confused for quite a while, that why did she get so emotionally attached and interested in women, but had like no sex drive towards them whatsoever. She only wanted to be sexual with men. And when she actually learned that, the emotional attraction and sexual attractions are two different spectrums, that made a lot more sense to her.
Yeah, sometimes I talk to myself. I say, I'm heterosexual, but I'm bisensual.
Mm-hmm.
But now pansexual, because I accept non-binary.
Beautiful. I identify as pansexual myself, and for me, it's more about a person's energy and who they are than their external genitalia that they might have. I also identify as being demisexual, which means that demisexual is part of the asexual or ace spectrum. And as a demisexual, I need a mental and emotional connection with a person to have even a beginning of a sexual desire towards them.
Yeah. So, I basically discovered about myself at the age of, this was 15 15, that, I wasn't gay. I was stupid.
I would say ignorant rather than stupid.
Yeah, well, of course, at the time, that's how I was thinking. I'm just stupid. But I, understanding things, and it did take me time. I was a late bloomer, and now, I am I love life, and that's all I'm going to say about things in that regards. I want to say that one of the other things that the BDSM community provides is permission to be true to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
There's no shaming. Kink shaming is frowned upon.
Right. Unless humiliation, degradation does happen to be your kink, then again, still negotiate that first. And usually a good idea to put safe words in. The one of the big cultural things within the BDSM community is like, don't yuck someone else's yum.
It's also phrased as "Do not judge another's kink, lest your kink be judged."
I hadn't had it put in those particular terms before, though it totally makes sense to me.
Yeah, well, I'm East Coast, you're West Coast. You know, there is this cultural difference there. And
there is, yes.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, when I came back from California, because I lived in California for 16 years, and then I came back to New York, and I really can feel, you know, the shift. There's a difference in just, you know, hippie culture. Because I'm actually a product of beatniks. My parents were beatniks. And then, you know, hanging out with Church of All Worlds and the original hippies from the 60s. You know, they're in the, you know, been to Anavan a bunch of times. That's one of my favorite places on the planet. It's just an amazing, beautiful space. 55 acres of sacred land that's been, it's been sacred land since the 60s. And before that, I was able to do a little bit of research, and there was a native tribe there, that hill. There was a battle on that hill.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, you're talking when you go take the road past the Red House. That hill, there's a hill there. There's a big slope, and you know the road's going on. And it's like this. Anyway,
All right.
Yeah, there was a battle. I felt it there one time. You know, you just could feel what was going on. I could see it. But anyway,
that sounds really intense. It's like I would like to be able to go back and visit Onavin. Now that I'm kind of more in the Bay Area and closer again, and maybe even go there for Samhain if they're doing a Samhain celebration this year. I don't know.
Yeah, well, you got to ask.
I can go and ask.
That's right.
Going back to the kink for a moment, one of the other things that I learned a newer acronym within the kink community. Like I've been aware of the SSC, which stands for Safe, Sane, Consensual, and I knew about RAC, which is Risk Aware Consensual Kink. The one that was new to me was PRICK, PRICK.
Personal responsibility, informed consensual kink.
Yes. So in that viewpoint, within that acronym, it's actually okay and sometimes preferred to actually be a prick in BDSM.
Yes. And then there's RAS. Oh, no, I'm sorry, RASH. RASH.
RASH.
Risk aware shit happens.
This is very true.
Arlene and I made that up.
Got it. It's not a matter of if something's going to go wrong. It's a matter of when something is going to go wrong and what do you do when you hit that proverbial landmine and things start going sideways.
Right. I think that it's also the best wisdom that I was taught as a dominant is a dominant, you know, most of the time it's about choosing what to do. But no, that's not right. There's a lot of times it's important to choose what to do, but it's more important to choose what not to do.
This is true.
I think when you create that safe space for someone to relax and be comfortable, and we just got ourselves another donation, and we are up to, no, play it. I got to edit it first. Hold on, I got to do it.
Just a brief flash on the screen.
Press the button. $571 we're up to. So yay. Thank you so much for those who have donated. We're about to go into another break. So if you can, please donate at Correllians.live/donate. And we're going to talk a little bit. Got a video here to talk about why you should donate. So see you in a couple of minutes.
See you in a few minutes.
Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from the beautiful metaverse. I am the first priest and chancellor of the Correllian Nativist tradition of Wicca, and I want to thank you for tuning in to the Road to Parliament 22 Correllians Live Telethon, 100 hours of magic and community. We're here to ask you to help us as we send a contingent to the Parliament of the World's Religions in August of 2023. We're going to give voice to you and to our community. During this 100 hours, our goal is to raise at least $10,000, and you can help us to do that. We humbly ask that you go to correllians.live/donate and give what you can. Then share this telethon and make sure those in your spheres know where and when to watch. Again, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the show.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the Ninth Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here is one of 6 reasons you should attend. Number 4, have your voice heard. Your attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, you can make a difference. By standing with your faith, community, and as a person of spirit, you can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody.
What are you most looking forward to at the Parliament of the World's Religions?
What I'm most looking forward to at the Parliament of World Religions is learning about all the different types of religions that are out there, meeting the various clergy and making new friends around the globe, and getting to know the other people and what they're focused on and what needs to be done to help me focus and teach others.
Why do we need representation at the Parliament?
Our attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, we can make a difference. By standing with our faith community and as a people of spirit, we can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way.
Who are the Sacred Order of Paladins?
The Order of Paladins is a service-oriented order dedicated to assisting our communities in moving towards a better, more sustainable stewardship of Mother Earth. And we are also dedicated to preserving Gaian culture today in order to support our civilization in the future.
Why support the Paladins?
Because we have had representation at every modern parliament, and we want to continue and expand on that with those of us who are attending in 2023.
What is the money going to be used for?
Most of the money we are looking to raise with our $10,000 minimum goal will go towards housing costs. Our plan is to house and feed all of us together for the week of the Parliament. Whatever money that remains when this goal is met will go towards bringing honored paladins in from other countries who would otherwise not have the opportunity to attend the Parliament. One such paladin is Reverend Sir Rolando Camon, whom we fondly call Apu Adman.
But we can't do it alone.
And that's ultimately why we are here, because we need your help. Thank you so much for watching and contributing in whatever way you can. Please donate to our cause at correllians.live/donate. Like our video feeds and share so that others can join us in watching what we have planned for you throughout these 4 incredible days and nights.
Ha! I remembered to unmute myself coming out of a donation break. So there. Shout out to Jason, General Jason and Lord Don are out there looking after things. Shout out to all of y'all out there who are watching us. Thank you so much. And so it's all good. It's all good. We currently have a donation total of $571 US. Woot woot, yay us. So we're really, really thankful. Please go out and like us on and follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/Correllians.live, which just so happens to be our website, where you can donate Correllians.live/donate. You can watch us at Correllians.live/watch. You can see our schedule at Correllians.live/schedule. And as a matter of fact, right after me, the lovely and talented and sweet person, the Reverend Joanne Williams, will be following up with me. And I do believe tonight's a special night. I think it's tonight that she's got Livia. Ooh, I hope so. That'd be wonderful. Although, we also have psychic readers. Many of them have donated their time. Many of them are just $25 for a 15-minute reading. What happens is you go ahead and you pay for your reading, and then they will go ahead and contact you, and you negotiate when to have your reading. I would like to bring up my guest again. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Eco, the Wandering Love Mystic.
Thank you again. It's been quite an enjoyable time here so far, and we're only halfway through.
I know. Yeah, well, I mean, hey, you can leave anytime you want. I'm the one that has to go. Oh, my God. So my daily tarot card just came up. The Devil.
Oh, I love the Devil card.
Pay attention to what you feel resentful towards or burdened by today. Whenever you are feeling weighed down by whatever you are feeling weighed down by, remember, it is something you chose and also something you can unchoose. Assess whether you want to remain committed to that which you have tied yourself to. It may not seem like it, but you do have a choice. Yeah, that's always a tough card, because especially people that come from a background where the devil is a negative thing. I never had that, because the devil in its most common usage is not a concept that I ever had. It just wasn't a part of my growing up.
I was actually part of a year-long personal growth program where part of the practice was drawing a tarot card each morning. And the particular tarot deck that I was trained in to use in this program was the Thoth tarot deck that was created by Aleister Crowley. Yeah. And also getting the companion book of like understanding Aleister Crowley's Thoth tarot deck by forget who the author is. It almost reminds me of like Don Quixote, but it's not quite that. But it's a good thick book that goes into a lot further detail than like the thin thing that you usually get with the tarot decks. And the thing that I got about the devil card, and it does get a bad rap because Christianity, devil, evil, yada yada, blah blah blah. And according to what I got from the understanding the Thoth tarot deck, the devil card is actually more about getting in touch with the earthly pleasures, being in the body, being here in this 3D reality, and actually enjoying the things that are going on in this realm that we call reality. Because a lot of it, has been demonized or villainized and said that it's bad or wrong or evil to enjoy things like pleasure and sex and enjoying one's body in various ways.
I had a buddy from Australia that would always give me grief. He says, your country was founded by Puritans.
Mhm.
And I said, yeah, but your country was founded by criminals. And he goes, yeah, that's why we have much more fun down there.
Right. I remember hearing once that the Prime Minister of Australia saying, "Thank God we got the criminals and America got the Puritans."
Yes. Somebody once described Puritanism as that innate fear that somewhere someone is having a good time.
All right. A lot of people, think that it was the Puritans seeking religious freedom that had them come over to the Americas, and I was recently corrected on that. That it was that the Puritans were so extreme in their religious views that they were literally thrown out of the other countries that they were trying to establish themselves in. They're like literally thrown out of England for being too extreme religious wise. And so they came to the U.S. instead. Well, before it was the U.S., they came to the new Americas, the new world.
Yeah, the new world. Welcome to the new world.
Right. Then the witch burnings.
Oh, well. Some say there was only one actual witch that was during the Salem witch trials. The rest were just, just got caught up. But
I mean, if you were accused as a witch, that was about a guaranteed death sentence because the way that they had these various tests for it were guaranteed to kill you. And either, you died by the trials, in which case you were actually innocent, not therefore a witch. And, they apologized in some way, I guess, for, killing an innocent Christian woman. Or if you survived, it was because you were in league with the devil and therefore you were to be killed.
That actually segues into a great conversation for us. Because the people that were leading those trials believed in the afterlife. And it was all about, they didn't care about killing you in this world. It was about your immortal soul.
Mm-hmm.
You and I had some experiences with the underworld, with, coming to grips and understanding what at least the Greeks would talk about happened after, after life, the afterlife. I'm referring to the Eleusinian mysteries that we participated in together. The actual rites and the things we did. Please, audience, accept that there are certain things that are sacred secrecy that we are going to hold and we're not going to share. And it's not that we're being pretentious or anything like that. It's just a vow that we took. In fact, the original Eleusinian mysteries, no one spoke about what the mysteries were to anybody outside that was not an initiate under penalty of death. And in the 3,000 years that they actually, I'm sorry, 700 years. How long was it going? It went from ancient Greece to almost the 18th century, sometimes like that. So whatever it was, so 3,000 years that these mysteries were held in real. Nobody ever documented what the actual mysteries were. There's a lot. There's some wonderful books. Correllian is one of my favorite authors that talks about the cult of Demeter and Persephone as well. And of course, cult was a term back then of a tradition. It wasn't a bad word that we use today. But it is still, in the ancient world, a technical term that's appropriate. But it doesn't apply to what we call
the difference between a cult versus what is an organized official religion, from my perspective, is mainly in the number of followers that you have.
Well, Isaac Bonowitz has I think it's called ABCDEF. Anyway, it's basically a checklist to measure if a situation is a cult or not. And it's a cult checklist. If we have somebody out there that knows what it's called, please go ahead and type it into the comments. And or I don't want to waste your time, audience, by distracting myself.
You're trying to go and look up that little bit of lore, right? I get that. It's like the whole idea of cults are usually put into a negative, bad light, and you usually think of like brainwashing and manipulating people and this, that, and the other thing. But which we're here to talk about love and being able to go and accept and embrace yourself exactly as you are.
That was a brilliant segue, sir. I have got to give it to you on that. That was a professional segue if I ever heard one.
The other thing that does come to mind is that part of what I wanted to do in creating sacred sanctuary spaces for people to go and explore their identities and what it is that they want and desire intimately without being blamed, shamed, or being told that they're bad or wrong. A parody of Frozen has run through my mind a little bit tongue-in-cheek of like, do you want to join a sex cult?
Oh, no. You didn't go there.
Oh, no, I haven't actually officially founded it yet. But, there are many wonderful sex-positive organizations out there already that, depending upon how you look at it, you could go and call them cults or not. But, yeah.
Well, I think that, sacred sexuality, the understanding of the joining of two or more consenting adults in an intimate act or intimacy.
Mm-hmm.
We can also, explore a little bit, if you will, the concept that intimacy is not just about bumping uglies.
It is more than tab A into slot B, definitely.
Or slot B and slot A, or or
right,
tab A and tab B, whatever it is. But yeah,
right. It's more than that, more than explicitly sexual when it comes to intimacy, and in part, it's really important to me. Once again, that I personally identify as a demisexual, so I need that mental, emotional connection, that more of ethereal. It's not exactly the right word. How do I make it more visceral? The feeling of connectedness before even getting into something sexually intimate. Being able to share one's heart, share one's mind, and what is truly important to you is something that's very important to me.
Yeah, I think that there is a much more intimacy of information and knowledge. I think that of sharing of feelings and thoughts. My guest tomorrow night, Francesca Gentili. Francesca. I know you know Francesca.
Oh, yeah. So, I have studied with her for several years, and she is a mentor of mine. And for a while, she was my priestess with that. And it's because of her that I actually did become ordained as a minister in the Church of All Worlds through going through one of her programs.
Excellent. Her and I, we spent some time out at Burning Man one year, 2001, I think it was, perhaps 2001.
Okay.
Something like that. And we were a part of a camp called the Temple of Ishtar. And Ishtar being, amongst other things, a goddess of sex work and sex positivity. And of course, kink and, anything that is sex positive. It was, can be considered part of Ishtar. I know I just had a conversation a couple of months ago with a pro-dominatrix, if you will, but a female dominant who is professional. And we talked about how Ishtar is the patron of domination and submission, as well as BDSM. And it was a fascinating conversation. She was very well versed in it, but that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. The thing that happened basically
in the
was
sacred sexuality, and yes, it does go and all flow in.
So at the Temple of Ishtar at Burning Man in 2000 something, men would come, and it was said that if you came and you were lonely, you could spend time with one of our priestesses. Now, there were certain rumors, there were certain innuendo about what that might be, and men would be coming looking for it. And I remember my duty as a priest of that temple was that I would vet the man and pair off, find who and then go negotiate with one of our priests or negotiate with our priestesses and have one that would come and spend time with him and and then I would be out of earshot, but within his view over our priestess's shoulder. So, if the gentleman is here and the priestess is here, I was behind so that he could see me. Now, there was not a single situation that the priestess was not going to be able to handle, but he doesn't know that. So there was a safety factor about it. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus kind of thing. A man needs to understand sometimes that there's a man watching and he's going to look after you because, but what ended up happening is all the men would get was a wonderful conversation. And most of the time, when I'm lonely and I'm like, ooh, I want to pick up a chick or, whatever the vernacular is, but, that kind of like, I'm looking to spend time with someone. 99% of the time, I just have a great conversation. And if there is some physical, great, but it's the conversation that matters to me. It's that interaction, that ability to be intimate emotionally and verbally, and to share my feelings with someone.
Even though we're
can you talk a little bit about, because I come from an age of toxic masculinity, and I've had to work on that. You're a little younger than me. Could you talk a little bit, and as you have come to embrace your non-binary, toxic masculinity still exists even in a non-binary world because we're coexisting with those who think in the binary terms. Can you address a little bit about toxic masculinity and how your path as a wandering love mystic can address that?
Sure. It's something
I'm sorry, and I want to finish. For both a feminine identifying person and their experience, as well as a male identifying person and their experience. Now that's my question.
Okay, got it. And I will go and I'll clarify that, yes, while the media has focused on toxic masculinity, there is such a thing as toxic femininity as well with it. The issues don't just come up from masculine bodied people towards feminine bodied people. These are cultural woundings that are going on various levels. And there's a lot to unpack on that. First off, one of the things about intimacy that I want to go and share is if you break down the word intimacies into me, see, like if you're seeing into me, that is actually what intimacy is about. In terms of what is like toxic for masculinity, or to put it in perhaps a little bit of a broader term of what is it that is like toxic expressions of sexuality, of looking to go and non-consensually control another person or think that you have right or ownership with them without them having given consent, without having negotiated that with you first off. like there's a stereotypical thing from like the 50s of like, you know, just like swatting a woman on the ass or going grabbing her boobs, being like, you know, boys being boys, men being men, bullshit excuses that completely overstep the boundaries of the sovereignty of the woman. And just recently, a self-identified liberated woman, as she calls herself, actually invited me to, in conversation, invited me to go and actually own my white privilege, to own my male privilege, since, you know, I was born into a male body, and you know, I actually owned my desire to go and control things. And it kind of took me back for conversation, and I've been grappling for the past few days of like, what does that actually look like, and what does that mean? And it's like, you know, the idea that, yeah, there are still these power dynamics that are in play, that are, as a matter of fact. And one of the ways that what does it mean to be privileged actually look like? How do you relate to that? Is another guy when shared this with me, the idea that being privileged means that you can go places or say things or do things and not have to stop and think about what it is that you're doing or saying or how you're dressing. Like, as a masculine body person, I never really need to stop and think like, what kind of clothing am I going putting on? At least when I was still identifying as a cis male. And you know, when I started to embrace who I was as a queer gender fluid person and dressing femininely sometimes, and actually seeing how some other people reacted more viscerally in a negative sense towards me, and being like, stopping outside of a gendered bathroom of like one side masculine, you know, one male, one female, is like, okay, here I am, I'm dressed in women's clothing, which one do I actually go in? And actually grappling with that and having to go and stop and think. And so with this, you know, the conversation that I was having, like, if all of the, you know, white privileged males were out there actually got together on the same page and being like, okay, let's actually use this constructive power for something good, listening to the feminine of what's going on and being like, actually using that to enact change rather than trying to dick others over for just, this is what I want, this is what I desire, and I'm going to take it because I can, which is, you know, what most people would probably go and consider toxic masculinity to go and be, the older idea of might makes right, and I can do this because I'm the one in power, top of the food chain, yada yada, blah blah blah. However, one of the things that I've come to go and believe in is the idea that we are all one. And the book series Conversations with God by Neil Donald Walsh, and a number of the books that have come from him. Earlier this summer, I just went through the book Friendship with God. And being able to go and revisit this idea and this concept that we are all one. That, and this is something that I do go and bring forth in my own teachings, which is that you are me disguised as not me. I am you disguised as not you. And we are all part of the one that is truly the one thing that actually is. We just have this delusion that we are all separate from one another, and we're just infinite variations of that one expressing ourselves in this lifetime. And in looking to go and actually recognize who I am and who I choose to be, which for me, the highest and grandest version of myself is in part declaring myself to be an incredibly caring organism. And what does that look like for me? And now I'm grappling with the idea of like, what does it look like for me to be in that and also own some of the desires that society, in large part has deemed as being wrong. Like, that I'm part of the issue because I'm male. I'm part of the issue because I'm white. And I've literally had a black woman go and say to me that my message sounded a lot like a lot of other white guys, and I just need to step back and shut up and make room for other people, which I'm all for giving voices and spaces for the feminine and for people of color. And the message that I'm bringing forth in my way is going to resonate in particular with a certain number of people as well. And only I, as I am, can bring forth that message that they need to hear from me, because they will resonate with me for who I am. And therefore, I'm still valid, and I get to learn how to actually own in a healthy way. Yes, I do have these privileges. Yes. And I can go and use those for good and actually own those, and include my desires to control. I'm like to be on the dominant side most of the time. I'm switched in the BDSM community. So I go back and forth between the dominant and the submissive sides. Most of the time I like to be in control as the dominant. And just being able to own that and be who I am and loving and accepting myself. And what I have discovered is that I can only love and accept others to the level and depth that I love and accept myself first. And I can only feel loved by someone else to the level and depth that I love and accept myself first. Because otherwise, people can love more on me than I love myself. And it's like pouring tea into an already full teacup. It just goes elsewhere and spills over. I don't feel any more loved until I actually grow my own container of self-love. And I'm able to feel that deeper level of love within myself, which enables me to feel a greater amount of love and acceptance from others also. And going with the idea that we are all one, that me loving me is me loving you, and you loving me is me loving me, and loving all of us as we are the one that we are, and we came here to love.
Wow. I'm going to take a breath to be present with those wonderful words. I'd like to, we have to take a break now, and we'll come back for one more segment with Eco, the Wandering Love Mystic. And now a word from our sponsor.
Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from the beautiful metaverse. I am the first priest and chancellor of the Correllian Nativist tradition of Wicca, and I want to thank you for tuning in to the Road to Parliament 22 Correllians Live Telethon, 100 hours of magic and community. We're here to ask you to help us as we send a contingent to the Parliament of the World's Religions in August of 2023. We're going to give voice to you and to our community. During this 100 hours, our goal is to raise at least $10,000, and you can help us to do that. We humbly ask that you go to Correllians.live/donate and give what you can. Then share this telethon and make sure those in your spheres know where and when to watch. Again, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the show.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the Ninth Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here is one of 6 reasons you should attend. Number 5, become a part of the global peace movement. As you learn and share at the Parliament, you discover none of us are alone. and that people all over the world are working towards peace, a freer world, and the protection of human rights. Whether your service and goals are local or global, through the Parliament of the World's Religions, you will be able to act. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody.
What are you most looking forward to at the Parliament of the World's Religions?
At the Parliament of World Religions in 2023, I'm personally looking forward to broad exposure and deep engagement with various wisdom traditions from around the world, particularly as regards pressing issues from today and future goals for our human journey. I expect that I'll be able to incorporate much of the learning back into my own personal path, as well as share tangible insights back into the metaphysical and spiritual community that I work within.
Why do we need representation at the Parliament?
Our attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, we can make a difference. By standing with our faith community and as a people of spirit, we can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way.
Who are the Sacred Order of Paladins?
The Order of Paladins is a service-oriented order dedicated to assisting our communities in moving towards a better, more sustainable stewardship of Mother Earth. And we are also dedicated to preserving Gaian culture today in order to support our civilization in the future.
Why support the Paladins?
Because we have had representation at every modern parliament, and we want to continue and expand on that with those of us who are attending in 2023.
What is the money going to be used for?
Most of the money we are looking to raise with our $10,000 minimum goal will go towards housing costs. Our plan is to house and feed all of us together for the week of the Parliament. Whatever money that remains when this goal is met will go towards bringing honored paladins in from other countries who would otherwise not have the opportunity to attend the Parliament. One such paladin is Reverend Sir Rolando Camon, whom we fondly call Apu Adman.
But we can't do it alone.
And that's ultimately why we are here, because we need your help. Thank you so much for watching and contributing in whatever way you can. Please donate to our cause at Correllians.live/donate. Like our video feeds and share so that others can join us in watching what we have planned for you throughout these 4 incredible days and nights.
And we're back. Yes, thank you so much, everyone. Our current total is $586 in US dollars, of course. Yay. So thank you, everybody who has donated. Yeah, there you go. That's better. We have with us shortly, we'll be returning Eco the Wandering Love Mystic, but just a little bit of information of what you can do. You can book a psychic reader at Correllians.live/readers. And these are tarot, these are various other divination methodologies. Some are $25. I think Lord Don is $40 for a 15-minute reading. And what will happen is you'll get an email with instructions on how to contact your reader. They will contact you and you negotiate with them what a time that's convenient for both of you. It's not like you have to do it right away, or we're not doing it during the telethon, but you can do it during the telethon if that's what you consent to do with your reader. I'd like to bring back the one, the only, my friend, Eco the Wandering Love Mystic. And there he is.
Hello.
And I remembered to unmute you.
There they are.
There they are. Thank you so much. I did it. I said I wasn't going to do it, but there I did it.
That's okay. Thank you for being graceful about the correction.
So I have a follow-up question to what you were just talking about before the break. Controlling, because I took that as you were saying that as a toxic male trait, or can you get a little bit more about that? Because the funny thing was, is I remember when I was in the military as a petty officer, my title was Search and Rescue Controller. That was my job. I was the controller of the search and rescue operation. I was sitting back and I had all the computers and I had all the pencils and paper and the charts and everything like that and the calculators to figure out what to do. Basically, someone calls in Mayday. My job is to say, okay, you go there, send that boat out, send that plane out, send that cutter out, things like that. And then they would get there and they would save them. But if they got there and there was nobody in the they couldn't find them, my job was to figure out how to search. So I was the search and rescue controller. When I came to, at the age of 47, to truly grok and understand that I am a dominant, when I looked back and realized that I ran the sandbox, that, I was a, troop leader. I was a senior patrol leader. I was a pack, den leader. What do they call that? Is it den leader? No.
I think it's called something else. I mean, I've heard of den mother.
There's the den mother, which is, a patrol leader in the Boy Scouts. They're called patrols. They're dens in the Cub Scouts. Okay, whatever. And then in the military, I always took leadership roles. People would look at me when we were kids. It was like, oh, what are we going to do today? I don't know. You want to go bike riding? You want to go to the mall? I don't know. And then I would listen to everybody and say, okay, I would come up with the compromise. I would say, well, how about we go bike riding today and we go to the mall tomorrow? Okay. And it was like, Eric said so, that's what we're going to do. That's my nature. And I don't know and this is other guys, other women, other individuals that, it didn't matter. I fall into these leadership roles. Is that a toxic male trait? And I guess also when I think about it, we do need leaders. We have followers, but we do need leaders. How can you be a leader but not be toxic about it?
That's an excellent question. And, it's not quite a cut and dry. What does it actually mean to be a leader? What does it mean to be a conscientious leader? And when looking at this idea of toxic masculinity, we usually think of those who are overbearing, controlling, and the people that we usually gripe and complain about. And at the same time, there is I think it was in some kind of sales training. I have heard that there was a long-standing idea that most people go and live their lives desperately begging to be led, and it was probably some kind of leadership training that I was at. One of the things that I go and take a look at and how I go and view life is that regardless of whether we explicitly call it out or not, that there is some form of DS dynamic in pretty much every group in every situation, whether that be your home life with your family, or whether that be your work, or whether that be with your friends. There's usually a person that's more of the decider in the group that has more of the directing role. And there are those who are just wanting to go along and wanting to just be given a direction to go in. There's nothing inherently toxic about that. I would say the toxicness would go and come into an effect when it gets to be who is it really going and serving, and whose best interest do you actually want to have in mind? If it's just about the individual themselves, it's like, I'm doing this so I can go and get what I want, and I will go and sacrifice anyone that goes and gets in my way or I perceive is going to keeping me from my goal. Then that is much more of a toxic type trait. Going back to this idea that we are all one, like what is in the best for the group, or how do I help everyone go and get their needs met? How do I go and actually facilitate what needs to get done? I think can be done in very healthy ways, and that there are people who are naturally inclined to be in leadership roles, like myself and Eric, as he was describing how upon reflection of his life that he took more to leadership naturally, and there are others that just take more submissive / follower kind of roles, and there's nothing wrong with that. You can try it out being over on the other side, and yes, being part of the whole and having everything and every possibility within oneself is true and is valid. I'm capable of going up, down, in, out, everywhere, and all around, and ultimately back to the heart and soul of who I am truly. And what are my strengths? What is it that I am naturally good at and gifted at, instead of what do I have to struggle at? And a lot of the work that I do is helping people come back to what is my truth as an individual. There is no one true, right, only way to go and love yourself or to love another. There are certain ways that are right and true for you as an individual, that this particular way feels good to me, this particular way feels loving to me, and this is how I need my relationship structured for me to be in right relationship with myself. And ultimately, regardless of any promises or intentions that I have spoken to anyone else or anyone else has ever spoken to me, I am the only person who is 100% guaranteed to be with me for my entire life. And so therefore, I get to make my relationship with me a priority. I know of a woman who identifies as being polyamorous and identifies being solo polyamory, and she lives with herself. And she's told me that she wakes up next to her beloved every single morning. And every morning, she reaches over to her bedside stand, she grabs a mirror, looks herself in the eyes, and says, "Good morning, beloved. I love you." And I thought that was very beautiful and a great, healthy example of how one can actually love oneself and respect oneself and nurture that relationship with you. Because the more I nurture and love my relationship with me, and the more authentic that I am, the more it grows that capacity for me to love and connect to others as well.
I'm thinking about, because I do sleep alone. I am in relationships. I'm polyamorous, so I have relationships. But I do sleep alone. And, that waking up, usually when I wake up, it's my kitten that's jumping on me, though. So, he gets to be the one that says, "Good morning, time to feed me, time to love me." But I know that, I've been in, oh boy, God, I want to say I'm been lucky enough that it's been about 9 years, 10 years now, that I have basically had somebody in my life. It's not the same person. I mean, but I haven't been alone for that long. And, I had a nice long marriage until, we went our separate ways. We're still wonderful friends. In fact, she's going to be in town next weekend, and we're going to go see a Broadway show. She got tickets. So, I'm really thrilled that, we're going to get to spend some time with her, because, she still was the first great love of my life, mother of my daughter. We still share a lot of things. So, to have that friendship still intact, feels wonderful for me. But do you have some tips for healthy relationships, though?
I do. And I would like to go and offer a gift for anyone who I actually have a PDF document that has 3 tips for healthier relationships with people. And to go and get that, all you need to do is type the word consent to 26786. And there you'll be able to go and get connected to the wonderful PDF for being able to create healthy relationships with yourself and with others. Because once again, it does go and start back with me being in right relationship with myself. And yes, I did go and actually adopt that from Francesca Gentile. You're going to have a blast going talking with her when you go and interview her later on.
Her and I have had many great conversations over the years, over tea and over a campfire. Yeah, another one of my favorite human beings, and I'm just so happy that she, agreed to be on the show. So that's tomorrow night. You should tune in.
Yes, definitely tune in for that. She is a great sacred high priestess. And very, very much about, and the one who I adopted the idea that anything can be done in a sacred manner, including sexuality, and being able to have the sexual expression be a doorway of a connection to the divine, to have that connection with the one that we all are through a beautiful expression. That we choose together that feels good.
As above, so below.
Mm-hmm. As within, so without. And when your partner's doing that, oh God, oh God, oh God, part of me likes to go, yes, I'm here.
Yeah, it is an invocation.
It is.
I know that with one of my current lovers, she remarked that I was the first, spiritually aware lover she ever had. And there are things that we can do together that she's never been able, she's never been intimate with, somebody who understands magic at the level that I do, at the level that she does, I guess is more to the point. And so, that's always a wonderful thing.
It's wonderful to be able to go and meet your lovers where they're at, and that when they're able to go and meet you where you're at as well, can be very beautiful. And something that I've learned for myself and been reminded of recently is that once I know what I need and what I desire, trying to cut it back to less than that is unfulfilling. And it doesn't work on a long-term basis. Like once you discover that what you actually need is to have some kind of kink DS dynamic as part of one of your relationships, trying to be just vanilla isn't as satisfying. That for me to be in the right relationship with myself, I am non-monogamous by my nature, and I need to have at least the option to pursue multiple people. If I have that option taken away from me and enter into a monogamous relationship with someone, I become miserable. I learned this lesson the hard way with my ex-wife, where she asked me to be monogamous to her at the beginning of our relationship. And after 4 months, she came to me and she said, "You have faithfully kept your promise of monogamy to me. I've seen how miserable you've become. I release you from your promise." She told me she saw my entire body relax.
The day that I decided to come out as poly to my ex-wife was one of the most nerve-wracking days I ever had. To sit there and tell the love of my life, the mother of my child, the partner in business and in household, and all these things that, that I was going to spend the rest of my life with. Well, I was wrong about that. To tell her she wasn't enough, that I needed more. Now, it turned out that she says, "Oh, yeah, me too." And so, of course, with that. So what you end up with, we got to talking about compatibility. It's not just about, sexuality compatibility, but do you like the same music? Do you like the same television shows? Do you like the same foods? When you're sharing life with someone, whether it's, under the same roof or just going out to choosing what restaurant to go to on your dates. There's a compatibility that goes with that. I mean,
if you want
are
things
they
to work
even a
smoothly, yes.
friend? Are they even somebody that you would want to have as a friend, let alone as a lover?
Mhm. And this is something that I visually got another hard lesson in just during this summer, where I had a relationship with a woman who I met in June, and through some mutual interests thought that she would become a nesting partner and we were going to have children together, and started to go down that path, and then spending some time together. And she actually came with me on a week-long cruise. For my 40th birthday, I took a week-long cruise on the Mediterranean, and she decided to jump through some hoops so she could actually join me as the second person on my cruise, because I didn't have a second person for my cabin. She joined me for that, and I really got that, oh, we're not that much on the same page. It was like we were there, we weren't really together. It was like walking ahead of me, walking behind me. There wasn't. I have primary touch as my primary love language. I'm very cuddly and affectionate. She is not much of a PDA person at all. Very much intellectual and up in the head. She's PhD, or she's finishing her PhD, and she's a clinical psychologist, and very much up there, and being like, yeah, this really isn't that working for me. And for me, it was both a hard conversation and also a kind of an easy conversation, and being like, when I went and called her to be like, hey, this is where we're standing, here are the incompatibilities that I'm seeing. And it was looking like, a breakup conversation, and being like, there was nothing that she like argued me on, nothing that she disagreed with, and being like, yeah, just the unemotionalness and disconnected of like, yeah, this is not like working for her either. She's not trying to fight 1 ounce for her and I to go and stay together. This is better that we ended this quicker, rather than, getting the mesh and not having these hard conversations before we reach the point of being like, we've been together 20 years and then we figure out that we're incompatible for one another, which is, where a lot of other people may have been finding themselves. So if you're going to have those hard, potentially, deal breaking conversations, have those sooner rather than later. Wouldn't you rather find out now rather than, months or years, decades down the line, that, oh, this relationship shouldn't have actually gotten that far in the first place? Yeah.
So what are those three? What are those 3 things you're not supposed to talk about on a first date? Sex, politics, and religion.
Sex, politics, and religion are the 3 stereotypical taboo subjects.
Right.
And,
that's exactly what I want to know straight up front. I want to know, are we sexually compatible, as in, do we, is it on the table or not? If it's off the table, great. Okay, that's good to know.
Mm-hmm.
But politics in this day and age, I want to be able to sit there and have a conversation, and I want to be able to express myself without being called certain things, because
right.
if they so disagree, people get really contentious about it. And religion, yeah, I'm a pagan. Is that okay with you? Can you handle that? If you're a pagan too, great. If you're Christian, I was in a relationship with a Baptist, and no, I knew how to communicate with her, and I was like, if she was having a bad day, did you talk? Did you pray? Because I know that's something that's important to them. So I was able to have those conversations, be able to, communicate with them on that. Oh, looking at the clock, our time is just about up. Thank you so much, my good friend, for spending 2 hours with us here at the Road to Parliament 2022 Correllians Live Telethon.
You're very welcome. It has gone by quick, and I could probably go on for quite another while. And I do want to give time and space to the other people that you have lined up. I'm honored to have been able to spend this much time with you.
Well, take care, Eco. Mwah, my good friend. We're going to take a break now, and when we come back, it'll be more of the Midwatch.
Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from the beautiful metaverse. I am the first priest and chancellor of the Correllian Nativist tradition of Wicca, and I want to thank you for tuning in to the Road to Parliament 22 Correllians Live Telethon, 100 hours of magic and community. We're here to ask you to help us as we send a contingent to the Parliament of the World's Religions in August of 2023. We're going to give voice to you and to our community. During this 100 hours, our goal is to raise at least $10,000, and you can help us to do that. We humbly ask that you go to correllians.live/donate and give what you can. Then share this telethon and make sure those in your spheres know where and when to watch. Again, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the show.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the Ninth Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here is one of 6 reasons you should attend. Number 6, it's a spiritually transformative experience. Participants and attendees tell of the truly improving life experiences that forever changed them towards their own spiritual life. The spiritual and emotional growth in the days of the Parliament is intense, organic, and awe-inspiring. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody.
What are you most looking forward to at the Parliament of the World's Religions?
What I am looking forward for the Parliament of World Religion 2023 is that the Parliament will bring me in so that I could meet my Correllian family. It's been a long time that I've been following the Parliament World Religion and the Correllian tradition through Magic TV. But this time, with your help, and I'm really hoping that you could help me to be at the Parliament of World Religion 2023. So this is what I'm looking forward to meet you and be in person with you at the Parliament of World Religion.
Why do we need representation at the Parliament?
Our attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, we can make a difference. By standing with our faith community, and as a people of spirit, we can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way.
Who are the Sacred Order of Paladins?
The Order of Paladins is a service-oriented order dedicated to assisting our communities in moving towards a better, more sustainable stewardship of Mother Earth. And we are also dedicated to preserving Gaian culture today in order to support our civilization in the future.
Why support the Paladins?
Because we have had representation at every modern parliament, and we want to continue and expand on that with those of us who are attending in 2023.
What is the money going to be used for?
Most of the money we are looking to raise with our $10,000 minimum goal will go towards housing costs. Our plan is to house and feed all of us together for the week of the Parliament. Whatever money that remains when this goal is met will go towards bringing honored paladins in from other countries who would otherwise not have the opportunity to attend the Parliament. One such paladin is Reverend Sir Rolando Camon, whom we fondly call Apu Adman.
But we can't do it alone.
And that's ultimately why we are here, because we need your help. Thank you so much for watching and contributing in whatever way you can. Please donate to our cause at correllians.live/donate. Like our video feeds and share so that others can join us in watching what we have planned for you throughout these 4 incredible days and nights.
How about this? Hello, everyone. Good morning out there in the internet world of beautiful peace. It is 2 a.m. here on the eastern seaboard of North America. My name is Sir Eric A. Bear, and I am the Sandwich. Welcome to the Midwatch. For the next 2 hours, I'm just going to do my very best to keep you entertained. But first, before we get underway, I want to say good morning to Kai. Hi, Kai. How you doing? Good to see you. But first, let's look at what's the current total. $586. Yay. Thank you so much for everybody who's donated to the cause to send the Paladins of Gaia to the road to the Parliament 2022 Correllians Life Telethon. That's what we're doing right now. Purpose is to support us in our getting to the okay. I just got word that that number is incorrect. And give me a second as I update it. And our correct current total is $440. Very well. Please, if you can, join us at the Parliament of the World's Religions. Go to Correllian.com for a special code, a special discount. You can be a member of the Correllian tradition. You can be a friend of the Correllians. You know, we'd love to have you join us. For more information about the Parliament of the World's Religions, go to parliamentofreligions.org. And Apu Atman's there. Hey, all the way from the Philippines. Great to see you, brother. Watching us over YouTube. Yay. And good morning to you, Apu. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. First off, I want to go ahead and open some questions, but I think that one of the topics I wanted to talk about was the idea of what I call polyism. And Kai just said, 100% recommended that if you can go, go. Went to the last one. It was a life-changing event. Thank you, Kai, for that comment. Polyism. 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 Yes, I'm polyamorous, as was mentioned in the last segment. I'm polytheistic. I spaced out on the word. I'm polytheistic. I believe that my perception of divinity works best when it is seen as many different aspects, gods and goddesses. My wonderful daughter, she was 6, 7, some number like that. She went for a sleepover. And, you know, she's home and I'm putting her to bed. And, we're just having a nice chat. So how was, your sleepover, and, how was school? We're talking about that. And I remember looking out her window because her bed was up against the window. And I look up and I see a star. Hey, it could have been a plane. It could have been Jupiter. I don't know. But, for her, it was a star. And I said, oh, you want to wish on the first star? And she goes, my friend wished on the one God, or made a prayer to the one God. I said, well, how do you feel about that? She goes, I think there's a boy God and a girl God. And I said, yeah, I agreed there. The fact is that for me, the metaphors of having multiple God forms, having gods and goddesses, I personally enjoy the Hellenic pantheon the best, the Greek pantheon. There's just something about those sets of gods that resonate with me. I recognize the individualism, the individual concepts that each of the gods and goddesses have. I can see the differences. I can grok them. I can relate to them. I can have conversations with them. I can relate to them. And in my studies, one of the most important things that I came across in my mind was how I was learning more, not from their virtues, not from their triumphs, but from their fuck ups, from the things they did wrong. The whole story of the descent of the goddess into the underworld, the whole Homeric hymn to Demeter, was everybody messed up in that, except for Hermes. Hermes was awesome, but everybody made mistakes. Demeter held on too long and didn't accept that, her daughter, could become queen of the underworld and equal to his son of Kronos. Hades took her without asking. Well, he asked her father, but, he didn't think to ask her mother. He didn't think to ask her. Persephone. Persephone was caught in between. She was caught in the middle of that. She loved her mother. She understood her obligation to our realm, the earth. But she loved her new husband. She did love him. She was dedicated to him and to the power that she received. There are some that say that her cycle of spending half the year with her mother Demeter as the virginal, or the innocent, I think is a better word, the innocent flower goddess, goddess of the spring, and the half of the world as the queen of the underworld. I always found it interesting how some people, one of the perceptions sometimes is that when she goes from Kore to Persephone, she grows into her power. But when she has to go back to Kore, that she has to give up her power to do so that the cycle can continue. There are those who see it differently, and that it's not a cycle; it's a spiral. Every year, she's growing and more from both experiences. Okay. For me, I find that the cyclical nature of it, and there's a mystery in there that I'm still trying to grok. But I didn't want to talk about that. What was I going to? Oh, polyism. I don't even have a single favorite food, or a single favorite color. Everything is multiples for me. I believe in diversity. I grew up in a diverse neighborhood. There were no minorities because there were no majorities. Everybody was a part of a group. Nobody was better than the other. You were just different. There were the black kids, there were the Puerto Rican kids, there were the Jamaican kids, there were the Russian kids, the Soviet, the ex-Soviets. Now, of course, we have the Russians and the Ukrainians and the Lithuanians and all these magnificent cultures from Eastern Europe that have settled in South Brooklyn, where I am. The Italians over there, the Germans over there, the Irish, everybody. Now, I can't remember. There's a number of like 100 or so different languages spoken within the city of New York. Over 100 different languages spoken within the city of New York. That's where I grew up. I don't understand homogeny. Maybe that's it. The Great American Melting Pot is something I don't really think is a great idea. It's a stew. The Canadians talk about the stew. Everybody is a unique ingredient, and everybody adds to the overall, flavor of the stew. Nobody is more important than the other. No one ingredient is more important than the other. I like that a lot better than our idea that you have to conform. I don't want to conform to anybody. I do what I want to do. When I'm in somebody else's house, I do things their way. Here today, I am representing the Correllian nativist tradition. I am here doing it the Correllian way. I got no problem with that. As soon as this goes off, I go do my thing. And I'll tell you, every Correllian, when they come together, we're doing it the Correllian way. Most of them, as soon as they go their own way, they do their own thing. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. That's one of the beautiful things that I love about it. Another reason I'm looking forward to going to the Parliament of the World's Religions is that there's going to be all this diversity there. There's going to be all these differing opinions. And the difference is that everybody that goes to the Parliament wants to be there and wants to be in that environment of interfaith dialogue, of diversity. And I'm really looking forward to be in that environment. To break bread with Christians and Muslims and Jews and Sikhs and Rastas and Hindu and Buddhists, and I'm just going to rattle down. You just name it. It's going to be there. And I'm really looking forward to that. But the idea of polyism, to sit there and say there's not one way, there's not only one of anything. I got 2 cats. I got 1 daughter, and that's good enough for me. Although I joke, we reach perfection the first time, no need to go for another. She's not a perfect. I think she's a fabulous young lady, and I'm really, really proud of her. She's going to be 30 soon. Oh my Lord. Holy cow. Yeah, she's in her late 20s. I'm very, very proud of her. I hope she likes me. I hope she's proud of me. I hope she yeah. I don't know. Sometimes I worry, was I present enough for her? And I try to really focus on today being present. Right now, I'm present in this, square or this rectangle, in this sacred space that we've created for you. And, sometimes my mind wanders. Sometimes it comes back. Sometimes it doesn't. And there's that wonderful opinion, there's that wonderful thought of can't do anything wrong. Oh my. Cosmo says, listening to me is like listening to Art Bell when he was around doing his great show. It's like curling up with a great book for an insightful read that savors its lovely thoughts. I'm not sure I'm worthy of such a beautiful compliment. Thank you, my friend. I'm very humbled by that thought and that acknowledgement. But wow, cool. Well, I hope I don't put you to sleep. Although, I mean, it's not too late for you guys over there on the left coast. Some of you are from the other side of the world. Literally, the Philippines is 12 hours away from us here in the East Coast of North America. Pretty awesome. All right, Cosmo, you broke my train of thought, man. That's perfectly fine. Thank you so much for those beautiful words. Polyism, the idea that there can be more than one idea, more than one solution, more than one way of doing things. I once said to a Christian, because from their perspective, God created man in his own image, I believe is the correct term. I am not now, nor have I ever been a Christian, so I'm only speaking from as an outsider. Okay, so if if he created us in his image, that means he knows us better than anybody. He knows us, and he knows we can't even agree what to have for lunch. How are we going to agree on the big mysteries that are not revealed, that we call religion or philosophy or theology or spiritualism, the unknown, so to speak? Is religion nothing but an opinion? Some that say it's a fact. What they are saying is an absolute fact, the word of God. And I'm like, how can you be sure? The Mormons did a thing where they baptized everybody who ever existed by proxy. My mother was irate, who is Jewish, and she's like, they even did that to the 6 million Jews that, that died in the Holocaust. How dare they? I'm like, Ma, two things are going to happen. This is how I feel about it. Either they're right and I get baptized and I'm all good and I end up in the I end up in heaven and I'm like, oh, hey, thanks, guys. Thanks for that. Or they're wrong and who cares? No skin off my back. And that's how I feel about it. I have had very deep religious experiences that have to deal with the afterlife, and I've received my beatification. I know what's going to happen to me when I die. I am very comfortable in my perceptions of what I think is going to happen. I'm not afraid of death. I'm going to enjoy it. I'm going to make sure that it happens a long, long time from now. But if it happens tomorrow, okay, I'll be bummed. But all the things I didn't get to see. I didn't get to go to see Black Adam with Arlene. She wants to go take me to the movie when it comes out next month. I'll be like, hey, but I didn't get to see that. I didn't get to see the final, series finale of She-Hulk. I don't know. I'll be, there'll be a few inconveniences. but I'm okay. I'm all right. I'm comfortable with what's going to happen afterwards. I'm not telling you what I think it is because it doesn't matter. I'm not here to preach at you or tell you how things are. I'm just having a conversation with you. I'm just sharing my thoughts. Death is a part of life. The mysteries of death, birth, and rebirth. I'm sorry, birth, death, and rebirth. That's a great mystery. As pagans, many of us believe in reincarnation. I've done this before and I'm going to do it again. I'm okay with that. That's just how it is. Can't tell if those are lines under my eyes or the yeah, those are bags under my eyes. Holy cow. Good camera picking that up. Oh boy. 100 hours of magic and community. And I'm going to spend the next 4 nights tonight and 3 more nights here with you on the Midwatch. Next half hour, though, I'm gonna play the interview that I did with the amazingly fabulous and altogether terrific human being, Lilith Dorsey. But until then, polyism is the topic. A single color is dull. If everything is the same color, it's hard to differentiate things. Normally I just wear black shirts, but for some reason I grabbed this one earlier off the clean pile, and I think it looks good. But because it's got the white and black and the gray. If even if I said I had a favorite color, it would be black, because that's what most of my clothes are. I think I got 7 or 8 pairs of the same black Levi's 501s. Tons of black shirts. Some have stuff on it. That's just being a New Yorker. Most of us, we like black. I don't know if it's a thing. I'm a product of beatniks. They, the black turtleneck and the beret and stuff like that. That was, yeah, my mom wore that. My dad, I don't know if my dad wore that. But my mom had the turtlenecks. I remember that very clearly. Yeah, my birth father. He was from Louisiana. He was a beat poet. Hung out with Jack Kerouac and came up to Greenwich Village. My mother was a little teenage girl from Brooklyn that would sneak out and go into the Greenwich Village, and they met, and here I am. He was killed in a car wreck when I was barely a month or so old, so bummer. I never got to know him. Never really had contact with his side of the family. So, we talk about heritage and knowing where you came from. Not everybody has that luxury. African descendants of slaves, ADOS, they, most have no idea, past their grandparents, maybe their great grandparents. Earlier than that, I don't know. I know my great grandmother came from the old country, 1900, Ellis Island. I know where she was born. I know where I have that luxury. Not everybody has that luxury. But anyway, what we do have the luxury of, though, is to help us get and support us being at the Parliament of the World's Religions. And on that note, we have a little message from our sponsor.
Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from the beautiful metaverse. I am the first priest and chancellor of the Correllian Nativist tradition of Wicca, and I want to thank you for tuning in to the Road to Parliament 22 Correllians Live Telethon, 100 hours of magic and community. We're here to ask you to help us as we send a contingent to the Parliament of the World's Religions in August of 2023. We're going to give voice to you and to our community. During this 100 hours, our goal is to raise at least $10,000, and you can help us to do that. We humbly ask that you go to correllians.live/donate and give what you can. Then share this telethon and make sure those in your spheres know where and when to watch. Again, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the show.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the Ninth Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here is one of 6 reasons you should attend. Number 1. With hundreds of classes available across the spectrum of religious and spiritual thought, presentations with real-world events taught by thought leaders and teachers, workshops to cover important skills and information training that offers results long after the participants return home. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody.
What are you most looking forward to at the Parliament of the World's Religions?
What I'm most looking forward to at the Parliament of World Religions is learning about all the different types of religions that are out there, meeting the various clergy and making new friends around the globe, and getting to know the other people and what they're focused on and what needs to be done to help me focus and teach others.
Why do we need representation at the Parliament?
Our attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, we can make a difference. By standing with our faith community and as a people of spirit, we can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way.
Who are the Sacred Order of Paladins?
The Order of Paladins is a service-oriented order dedicated to assisting our communities in moving towards a better, more sustainable stewardship of Mother Earth. And we are also dedicated to preserving Gaian culture today in order to support our civilization in the future.
Why support the Paladins?
Because we have had representation at every modern parliament, and we want to continue and expand on that with those of us who are attending in 2023.
What is the money going to be used for?
Most of the money we are looking to raise with our $10,000 minimum goal will go towards housing costs. Our plan is to house and feed all of us together for the week of the Parliament. Whatever money that remains when this goal is met will go towards bringing honored paladins in from other countries who would otherwise not have the opportunity to attend the Parliament. One such paladin is Reverend Sir Rolando Camon, whom we fondly call Apu Adman.
But we can't do it alone.
And that's ultimately why we are here, because we need your help. Thank you so much for watching and contributing in whatever way you can. Please donate to our cause at correllians.live/donate. Like our video feeds and share so that others can join us in watching what we have planned for you throughout these 4 incredible days and nights.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for spending your time here with me on the Midwatch. I am the Sandwich, Sir Eric Lefebvre. Eric Abear. Sorry, Lefebvre's a different name. I would ask that you please donate, if you can, to the Correllians.live/donate. We are trying to raise money to help support us at the Parliament of the World's Religions so that we can represent you and what you want to hear about. One of the best ways you can do that is just go ahead and you can email us. Email us at correllianslive@gmail.com and tell us what you want us to say, what you want us to incorporate into our messages so that we can represent you in the best way possible. Our current total is $440. Thank you, everyone who has donated so far. If you'd like to know what's coming up, just go ahead and go over to Correllians.live/schedule, or just click schedule on the top of Correllians.live. And you'll see everything that's going on for the next 100 hours. And Lord Don's heading off to bed. Good night, Lord Don. Take it easy. And that's that. What I'm gonna give me a sec to set up. I have an interview with the most wonderful Lilith Dorsey. And she'll be coming up in just a moment. Thank you, everyone, and I'll see you in a little bit. I met my next guest at Witches Fest USA in New York City a few years ago. I've been a huge fan since. Lilith Dorsey, calling in from New Orleans, is a voodoo priestess, author, and filmmaker. A few of her books include Orishas, Goddesses, and Voodoo Queens, The Divine Feminine in the African Religious Traditions. Love Magic, over 250 magical spells and potions for getting it, keeping it, and making it last. 55 Ways to Connect to Goddess, the African American Ritual Cookbook, Love Magic, Orishas, Goddesses, and Voodoo Queens, Water Magic, and the newly re-released Voodoo and the African Traditional Religion. But that's not what we're here to talk about, is it? My friends, Lilith Dorsey.
Hello. Thank you so much for having with everybody today, which is not a book. It's a different kind of baby. I'm starting a community garden here in New Orleans. It's going to be all organic, and I'm going to give away everything to the residents and anybody else who wants to come by and help us out. So I think as witches, so much of what we talk about is, okay, I'm going to sit up here on my throne, even though I do have a throne here. I'm going to tell you all about magic, and not enough we do is actually literally getting our hands dirty, interacting with the community, interacting with the earth, interacting with the soil, interacting with the plants that are around. You know, a lot of what we're going to do is use the native plants for the area. They're more resistant to insects, more resistant to drought. And I think that this way is, I think, one of the most simple but also sublime ways for me to get in touch with the community.
Oh, that just sounds fantastic. And I appreciate that because, you know, pagans and witches, you know, we're really, our history goes back to the land and herbs and collections. It's one of the most things we're known for. And are you going to be focusing on, you know, tomatoes and carrots and stuff like that, or the more traditional witchcraft herbs, and or a combination of both?
It's pretty much going to be a combination of both. I mean, the garden denominational, that was one of the things things that I had to agree to for the city, but I'm happy because then I can welcome people of different faiths into planting, into using things from the garden. You know, a lot of these traditional herbs and plants that we're used to are not only biblical, but way before biblical times. So having those in the garden, allowing people to have access to them, because where I live is a food desert. I don't know how many people follow me on social media, but you know, it was just the start of back to school and everything. And I live less than 5 blocks away from where Ruby Bridge is integrated, and that school is just down the street. So having this here in a site that has been, you know, traditionally a place that people try to get racial and social justice. And I think right now we're talking about a really important topic, which is food justice. And a lot of people don't have access either financially, actually practically, and but it's both, to having healthy produce, to having healthy kinds of things into their diet and become healthier overall. You know, recently one of our politicians said our health number in Louisiana if you don't look at Black women. So as a Black woman who's also non-binary sometimes, I think that this is something that's so challenging for so many, and it's just my little of giving back and being able to show people they can take control of their own food, they can take control of their own production of these things that are going to be healthy and nourishing to not just on a physical level, but also a spiritual level.
Yes, outstanding. I think this bridges to what one of the things we were talking about before we came live here is about the fact that you really are a leader in people of color witches, and you know, bringing that African diaspora and the native religions of Africa into the practice, into the mainstream of the pagan community. Can you address a little bit about that too?
I think there's definitely been a resurgence both of Black spirituality and of, wait, I'm losing you. Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
signal
there's been
is
a resurgence of interest in, I know, I'm back again. This is great. Okay, there's been a resurgence of interest in both African traditional religion and also African. We saw a lot of people at the beginning of the pandemic turning to, again, producing their own kinds of food, producing those things. So this project for me sort of bridges lots of ways. I think in some ways it's a shame that this has sort of fallen out of favor or fallen out of people's common knowledge. I attended a panel on food justice in the Black community not that long ago, and a lot of times they were talking about, you know, young Black members of the community not wanting to get their hands dirty because that was the work of enslaved people. And I think that this is brainwashing that we've been taught all our lives, you know, and we need to know how to do these things for ourselves. And the same is true about African spirituality. We've all been brainwashed that it was evil or dark magic or focused on hexes and that. And I think if that's the public conception, it is because of Hollywood and the mainstream media sort of putting that agenda forward because, you know, it was dark, it was dangerous, it was subversive, it was African. And I think that we know now that's not true. What it was for a lot of individuals was a survival tactic, the same basic thing that producing your own food is. It's about having what you need in order to survive, either on, again, food level or on a spiritual level, in order to protect yourself, in order to sort of equalize the field. Because if I'm the only one that knows how to grow, if I drop dead, then other people won't be able to have these strawberries. So I think we all need to just sort of grasp that in our own lives and take control of these things. And we've gotten a few donations. People can check out my blog, Voodoo Universe, if they want to hear more about the garden here in the Upper Ninth Ward in New Orleans. But we're also working on sort of changing the land by installing rain gardens and French drains and things like that that will help with some of the excess water that we get here in Louisiana. Louisiana is the second wettest state, I think, after Hawaii. So we get an insane amount of rain every year. And where's it going to go? A lot of people know New Orleans is below sea level. So there really isn't a place for this water to go. And drainage is a big problem, and flooding is a lot of problems for us. And I think one way that people can help is to help contribute to these projects, not even necessarily with money, but if anybody comes to visit and they want to come dig in the garden with me for a bit, I would love that. They can contact me, voodoouniverse@yahoo.com. I think it's something that we can all do, as opposed to shaking our head and saying, oh, it's so terrible, this is happening. Take action. ACT is a cheerleader, but action's important.
Half of my heart is in Louisiana. My birth father happened to have been from Vermilion Parish down there in Louisiana, and to see the resurgence of Nolens, as it's been a year or three since recovering from Katrina, is really wonderful to see. Can you address a little bit about the pagan community down there in Nolens? Of course, there's Hexfest and that magnificent experience that I want to get to some year.
Yeah, there definitely has been a resurgence. It's below sea level. So I think that contributes to the magic in a way. We call it tipsy, that our magic is sort of like dreamy, floaty, that energy that you get when you, and it's wrapped around by the Mississippi. So it snakes through the city. The reason we call it the Crescent City is because we are so magical. We do worship them. We also, if you look at the river makes little crescents as it cradles around the city of New Orleans. So there is something that's just so magical. It's again the fall, so we're getting ready for all those fun fall activities, the traditional Samhain things, but also all the vampire things. We got witches, we got it down here. And I think people love it because New Orleans is so over the top. New Orleans is so extreme. New Orleans is challenging. I will say that as a New Orleans resident, but it's also really blessed. I told somebody yesterday, we got a lot of good spirits here. Marie Laveau, Dr. John, Absinthe, Sec, it's a good place. It really is.
Yes, the Crescent City. Gotta love it. With the magic there. And of course, I am the Sandwich, living here in Coney Island, where I'm very close to the magic of the ocean. Of course, my background being Hellenic, I think more of Poseidon and Gaia. What are some of the patrons of New Orleans and your particular practice as a member of New Orleans or as a resident of New Orleans?
Well, I think I couldn't talk about New Orleans without Marie Laveau. I already mentioned her. She is sort of the most famous queen of New Orleans voodoo. Her grave is the second most visited after Elvis at Graceland. So, you've got this thing where it goes to the forefront of spirituality in the late 1800s, and she became the queen of the city. And, people still send threatening notes to the police and sign them Marie Laveau. So some people say her spirit is still active, if only in the sense of trying to get social justice still for the residents of New Orleans. But she really, I think, for a lot of people is a driving force, is a guiding force, even before the whole televisual American Horror Story scenario thing. I think a lot of people did Laveau. What a lot of people don't know, and I talk about this in my books, is that she was a big person who dedicated a lot of the community. It said that yard was open to displaced Native people who didn't have anywhere else to go because of finances or because of the government or whatever. So she allowed them to have sort of a tent city in her backyard. It said that she used to feed psychedelic gumbo to the prisoners. I don't know if that's true or not. That's just what people used to say. I think it's pretty fantastic. Some of these things we're talking about, we don't even see people doing today, having that kind of compassion and kindness to those who are in situations less fortunate than they are. And that's something that's always been really important to me. I realize you can see my tattoo. I have a Marie Laveau tattoo peeking out right over here too. She really is close to my heart. And when I used to dance with Dr. John, the Grammy winner jazz musician, Dr. John, I was really adamant about choreography I did for him, going back to that time of Marie Laveau that sort of represented resistance, but also unity and celebration, and being able to bring that to the stage, being able to perform at Jazz Fest or Bonnaroo or all the other places that I went to, with him. It really allowed me to tap in soul and spirit that's so beautiful, that is New Orleans.
Oh, thank you so much for that. My next question is really, you self-identify as a voodoo priestess, and frankly, in the mainstream, as well as pretty much a majority of the pagan community, voodoo is kind of, not such a great word. How do you address those who, feel that way, and how can we better educate people to the fact that voodoo is just another tradition in the pagan community, in witchcraft? There's nothing, overly evil or bad about it, or however else you want to describe it. So, what do you say to the people who feel that voodoo isn't good?
I say that who told you voodoo wasn't good? I think that this conception, this notion that voodoo is evil comes from films like White Zombie and things like that, where we're talking about this dark other person who's dangerous, who's revolutionary, and we don't want that. So we're going to try and suppress that in any way we can. I have been around a little bit, and when I first started a few decades ago, even in the pagan community, people would threaten me that they were going to, cause violence or shut down my rituals and things like that. And it always made me sad that, witches and other people that came from traditions that were persecuted would sort of pick up and turn around and persecute other people. And luckily, like Margot Adler and some of the other leaders in the community came out and supported me. And I think that over time, we've gotten to a space now that it's at least somewhat okay to do voodoo, to practice voodoo, to have that thing, but I think what people really need to do is educate themselves. I was educated about Greek and Roman deities, even in grade school. They taught me all. How many people learned about African deities in grade school, no matter what color, no matter what their ethnicity? It's a big, huge gap in a lot of people's education. So I urge people to read my books and at least understand what the practices are about. Now, if we talk about, you got a lot of hexes, you got a lot of curses, you got a lot of things like that. I recently wrote a piece for a book on, what's it called? It's over here, Witchcraft and Ethics. It's called The Modern Craft, an Anthology. And it was about how some of the earliest curses and hexes back to ancient Rome, ancient Italy, Sicily, all of these things. Somebody mofo stole some money from some other mofo. So they cursed each other and they wrote it down and they really hated each other. So getting back at your enemies, getting back at people that have wronged you is probably as old as the beginning of time. And if you look at enslaved Africans who were beaten, who were tortured, who were raped, their children were taken from them, families were ripped apart. Obviously, they're going to have a magic that will retaliate against that, that will be able to keep them strong and hopefully protected. And it worked well enough that, there's still Black people like me here today. So that's why it had that basis. But I don't think that having this outside conception, and even Black people have this conception that it's evil or that it's dangerous, really is a Western Christian concept that was forced onto these practices, because these practices go back at least 1,000 years. The Orisha, he goes back to the 4th century BCE. So we're talking about 400 years, even before Christ and Christianity came along.
Great answer. Thank you so much for that. I know I just learned a few things, and that's, what I wake up in the morning. I want to learn something new. I find that also another. Yeah. Certainly, as I said, I personally am very Greek, but I learned Roman, I learned, even Egyptian and things like that. But how many of us really know the nativist religions of the continent of Africa? And of course, many of us have to understand that, it's one continent, but there are many, many nations today and many, many tribes and cultures, diverse cultures all over the continent. And unfortunately, with the African American experience, a lot of an individual's direct descendants are unknown. I named my daughter after my great grandmother, who came across and through Ellis Island in 1900. I know that. I know many of my African American brothers and sisters who don't have that experience, who can't look back and say, this is who came to America, because you didn't come to America, you were stolen. How does modern African American witches find their roots in the African nativist traditions?
It's hard. I mean, I think it's very hard to find your roots when you come from an enslaved people. You know, grandfather's, the story was found in the woods in Florida. He had reddish hair. Talk about redheaded Black people. He had red hair. So they thought he might have been part Seminole or something like that. But I think that a lot of us have giant gaps. And my advice for those people who are sort of seeking and closing those gaps is to, if there is any scientific research you can do that. I have a godson. I just did a reading for him this morning, and it came back he was almost 100% Yoruba people in West Africa, which I think is fascinating because he kind of looks Yoruba. He's very tall and strong looking. And, so we can sort of piece it together that way. But then there's also other ways that I think you can sort of come up with some of that information. I use automatic writing with people who don't know. And this also works if you're adopted, just what names are coming to me, what names are drawn to, what do I feel a big kinship to, do I like the food from this region but not the food from this region? It's going to be a hit or miss, unfortunately, because so much of that information was stolen from us. So much of it was taken. And one of the reasons I do talk about a religion that was secretive for so long is that I'm afraid that we will lose it. We've lost so much of it over the years. And it was secretive because that's what kept us safe. But to the extent that I can talk about it now without somebody busting through my door and trying to steal my children. My daughter just turned 32, and she's pretty feisty, so I don't think anybody's taken her, knock wood. But it's not the same thing. People don't understand that 20 years ago, it was an issue that if you said you practiced, La Regla Lacumi, which Sharia or voodoo or Vodou, Haitian Vodou, or even witchcraft, that there was a big chance that you were going to get somebody calling social services on you and you were going to get investigated because these were thought of as sort of dangerous things for people and certainly for children to be around.
Well, thank you so much, Lilith, for being here with us at the Road to Parliament 2022 Correllians Live Telethon and helping us to raise money to go to the Parliament of the World's Religions. Will you be going to the Parliament this year or next year?
No, not this year. Not this year. I'm sort of scaling back my travel, so we'll see how things go in the future. But thank you for having me on. This was I got to tell everybody about the garden and my books and everything like that. And good luck reaching all your financial goals.
I met my next guest at Witches Fest USA. And we're back. Well, thank you. I hope you guys enjoyed that conversation with Lilith Dorsey there. We're going to go ahead and have a word from our sponsor. Make sure I got the right one. We'll play this one.
Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from the beautiful metaverse. I am the first priest and chancellor of the Correllian nativist tradition of Wicca, and I want to thank you for tuning in to the Road to Parliament 22 Correllians Live Telethon, 100 hours of magic and community. We're here to ask you to help us as we send a contingent to the Parliament of the World's Religions in August of 2023. We're going to give voice to you and to our community. During this 100 hours, our goal is to raise at least $10,000, and you can help us to do that. We humbly ask that you go to Correllians.live/donate and give what you can. Then share this telethon and make sure those in your spheres know where and when to watch. Again, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the show.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the Ninth Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here is one of 6 reasons you should attend. Number 6, it's a spiritually transformative experience. Participants and attendees tell of the truly improving life experiences that forever changed them towards their own spiritual life. The spiritual and emotional growth in the days of the Parliament is intense, organic, and awe-inspiring. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody.
What are you most looking forward to at the Parliament of the World's Religions?
What I am looking forward for the Parliament of World Religion 2023 is that the Parliament will bring me in so that I could meet my Correllian family. It's been a long time that I've been following the Parliament World Religion and the Correllian tradition through Magic TV. But this time, with your help, and I'm really hoping that you could help me to be at the Parliament of World Religion 2023. So this is what I'm looking forward to meet you and be in person with you at the Parliament of World Religion.
Why do we need representation at the Parliament?
Our attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, we can make a difference. By standing with our faith community and as a people of spirit, we can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way.
Who are the Sacred Order of Paladins?
The Order of Paladins is a service-oriented order dedicated to assisting our communities in moving towards a better, more sustainable stewardship of Mother Earth. And we are also dedicated to preserving Gaian culture today in order to support our civilization in the future.
Why support the Paladins?
Because we have had representation at every modern parliament, and we want to continue and expand on that with those of us who are attending in 2023.
What is the money going to be used for?
Most of the money we are looking to raise with our $10,000 minimum goal will go towards housing costs. Our plan is to house and feed all of us together for the week of the Parliament. Whatever money that remains when this goal is met will go towards bringing honored paladins in from other countries who would otherwise not have the opportunity to attend the Parliament. One such paladin is Reverend Sir Rolando Camon, whom we fondly call Apu Adman.
But we can't do it alone.
And that's ultimately why we are here, because we need your help. Thank you so much for watching and contributing in whatever way you can. Please donate to our cause at Correllians.live/donate. Like our video feeds and share so that others can join us in watching what we have planned for you throughout these 4 incredible days and nights.
And welcome back, everybody. Hi, I'm Eric. I'm Eric. That's good enough. I'm Sir Eric A. Bear, a paladin of Gaia. The current total for this beautiful telethon, we're at $440 US. If you can, please donate at the Correllians.live/donate. We're trying to get ourselves to the Parliament of the World's Religions. And you might ask, what is that all about? Well, we have a very special guest who is hoping to get to the Parliament himself this year, and part of the money we're hoping to raise can help him get here. In fact, you just heard about that just a second ago. Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only Apu Adman.
And good morning to you over there, Sir Eric. I think you have to need to boost a more cup of coffee, and to
I
all
just had
our
another glass of Coca-Cola.
okay. So and good morning, America, and I am here in the Philippines live. It's it's not 4 a.m., but it's 3 in the afternoon here. So it's still sunny, and good morning to everyone.
Isn't it always sunny in the Philippines? Or is that a
Oh,
different show?
no, not all the time. It's actually we just had a storm. Probably, the storm from Florida went straight here. So, but we recovered, no. Although last time I've heard there were dead people nearby. But here in the shrine, we are protected by the gods and the goddesses, and of course with the Sierra Madre Mountains.
Well, I'm glad that you are safe. The
Yes.
joke is there's a TV show in America called "It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia," and so Philadelphia, Philippines.
It has a pH.
It has a pH.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I heard that also that there is a place there that is always sunny, and I don't know. I know that there are times that there are longer days, but here it seems always equal because we are tropical island.
Okay. Yeah. Here in the United States, Southern California tends to be always sunny. They always have good weather down there.
Yeah, and we have many followers in Southern California, in California areas, no, because many of my students are from there, and I'm doing online classes or promoting our Philippine traditional healing arts. So I do online class. Probably we are going to talk it about tomorrow during our live streaming here at Correllian.live. And I want to be actively participating in this Telethon project of the Correllian tradition because I know I will benefit from it also. So please, please, please kindly support our project here to donate and let us help other Correllians, not only me, to be part of the Parliament of World Religion by next year.
Absolutely. Yeah. I look forward to meeting you.
Yes,
This is actually the
yes,
first time we've got a chance to have a conversation.
yes. This is the first time. I always see you at our chat group with Sir Ed and Sir Elizabeth, no, but this is the first time. You know, I was encouraged to volunteer when you ask for someone to because I hear you a while ago and I love the way how you discuss it, and I really want to ask questions, especially on that part of polytheism and polyism and something like that.
Polyism, yeah.
Yeah, I think polyism is the first time that I've heard it.
I
No,
made that up.
you made that up. Although I have a blog here at YouTube. No, it's called Luntiang Agama. That's the way how I share the teachings of Correllianism and as well as the Philippine indigenous tradition or religion in the Philippines. And I have a question coming from my viewers asking what about we know about
Well,
polygamy
okay.
or
There's polygamy and there's
yes
polyamory.
and polyamory.
Polygamy is one man, many women, and historically it's been a very toxic system that is no that is illegal. Well, I think everywhere. Polyamory is a lifestyle or a relationship dynamic where, in my opinion, I phrase it this way: the capacity to love more than one person at a time. Doesn't mean that you are in love with more than one person at a time, but you have that capacity.
Indeed.
And to me, people are mono or poly the way they're bi, straight, or gay. It is an inherent it's an inherent system within themselves. It's an inherent component of themselves. There are some people that say everybody is polyamorous, but we have been conditioned to be monogamous. I think that detracts from people who are truly monogamous and are having an amazing life being in a single, just being in a relationship with one other person. I'm not going to begrudge anybody who that is, if it's working for them. So many times when I hear people say, "Oh, I've heard about poly, but I could never do it." Well, I've heard about mono, and I heard it works for some people, but I could never do it. I tried it. It the same way with my sexuality. It and it's also very private. I mean, that's my private business. It's not, it's not Correllian business, so to speak. But as family, sure, who is important to me is important to you. Who's important to you is important to me.
Indeed.
But I don't want to talk too much about it. But polytheism, I think it's very easy for me to be polyamorous and polytheistic at the same time. I think that's my point about polyism, is that it's all tied in together. The same mechanisms in my brain that says, "Hey, I can handle relationships with different gods and goddesses. I can handle different relationships with different unique individuals at the same time."
Yeah, but the question here is actually in terms of legality, because we are a legal church here in the Philippines. Though the issue here, um, we can give a hand fasting ritual, or what we call as holy union, for the LGBT couples. But the question that was given to me, what about multiple marriage among LGBT? So
Well,
I think
multiple yeah,
yeah, what is the situation there in the US about that?
multiple marriage among any consenting adults is still illegal. In fact, during the conversations about legalizing same-sex marriage here in the United States, the discussion of was, well, that's a slippery slope to polyamory. And I'm like, yeah, I hope so. For instance, I'm a divorcee, and I will not remarry unless I can be married to all my significant others. I don't want. It's not fair if I have to only be married to one of them legally. Now, certainly, we're handfasted together as a family unit, and that's a bond that's very, very important to us. It's not legal. Oh well. The same way that LGBT couples, spent lifetimes together without that legal marriage, it didn't affect their happiness. I'm sure it did, because there were certain things that a legal marriage brings. There's certain conveniences a legal marriage brings. And I am just really happy now that my daughter, who's a lesbian, can get married. She doesn't want to. Her and her girlfriend don't want to get married. Maybe it's because her parents are divorced. I don't know. But I'm saying, okay. She does. They're having a perfectly fine life together without being legally married.
Indeed. Actually, there are some groups here, no, that don't consider marrying, because marriage here you need a license from the government. No, it's simple church blessing, and I believe in terms of marriage, it is a choice of couple to be together, and when you love, it is the two couple who are in agreement to one another that they take a vow to each other. Although in terms of legality, it's more on the mundane thing, no, in terms of for example, the conjugal property, separation, etc., etc. Here in the Philippines, our law, I think, is way back uh, um, not updated or not advanced, and even the culture and the thinking of the Filipinos are more conservative. So when it comes to LGBT marriage, the people are still not questioning or accepting it. So how much more if people will push for multiple marriage among LGBT? Because they reason out, what about the Muslims? We have Muslims here. Even in the Muslim, gay is not permitted. Though there is a condition on marriage of man to many women, if the first wife will agree, then the marriage will continue. So there is a conditioning. And I think for us in the Philippines, we should be need to update our law with regards to that. And when I talk to Muslim imam, I have a friend. No, how come that the law of Islam allows multiple marriage? So it means it was been agreed, no, by the religion. And sabi nga, my friend have told me na I think if you started a religion here in the Philippines, you write it directly on your law or something, moral guidelines or ethics or the beliefs of your church. So it depends upon whom the our church will implement.
Marriage, yeah, it becomes very interesting because the institution of marriage is a legal binding contract, but our weddings tend to be a religious base. We want our ceremonies to be based in religion.
Indeed.
But once the ceremony is over, a majority of people do not acknowledge or have anything to do with their organized religion being in charge of anything having to do with their marriage. Because after that it's all legal. Once the priest, rabbi, imam, whoever signs off and says, "Yep, you're married," that's it. They're out of the picture. So there was a case in Europe where a trio or a triad was allowed to get their union acknowledged. I think we're going to go through the steps of civil unions, the way that was LGBT, and that will be the first step. But we don't have of poly units that incorporate that the people involved become a corporation so that they have certain legal bindings, they have certain contracts. There's ways to mimic the rights that come with a marriage. And the poly community here in the States is learning a lot about that. And there are ways, but it costs money. You got to get the lawyers involved. You got to get all the paperwork involved. I mean, I don't have a link or anything like that. If there was like a link that said, here's a package for you to incorporate and mimic a legal marriage amongst more than two individuals. And I want this for all people, heterosexual, LGBTQ, any consenting adults that want to stand up and say we are bonded, and and get the and they make the same commitments and the same legal commitments to that a couple gets to do. When we get to do it multiply, then that's when I'll go through the ceremony.
It's nice to know that, no, although it's nice that this marriage is being taught to us by our tradition, but as a Filipino, no, we are still new. It's like a baby. We are always like a baby, and that's what we are holding to. That's why I'm teaching Hilot, because some French student that I have said we are still lucky because we still remember who we are before the colonization. And before I came in, I've heard about Lady Lilith, no, the voodoo, and I believe that Voodoo is the only religion, also a revolutionary church. And they are very blessed because they still hold on to the native deities. We have a revolutionary religion here in the Philippines as well. It aims to free the Filipino people from colonialism, but unfortunately, um, they freed us. They teach patriotism and nationalism, but we still embrace the Christian God, no, the Christian deity. Though lunti ang agama, with the help of Correllian tradition, no, we are um, freeing the Filipino by reintroducing the Filipino God through the doctrine of nativism. Though one of the questions by the people are the how the old Filipinos live or the indigenous people live. Are they marrying a lot of people, polygamy and polyamory? And I think that is an old issues that been resurfaced now during our time. And I think many of us still are not knowledgeable on that system because of the doctrines that we have from the colonizer or from the Christians or the English people that sent to, this is the norm that we should live by.
I thought the Philippines was colonized by the Spanish.
Yes, we are colonized by the Spanish, but after the Spanish 300 years, no, almost 50 years of of American occupation. So we are also been westernized. That's why the reason why I am doing teaching online, I'm trying to bring up the culture to the West, to the America, so that people will think, oh, your our tradition is famous in America, so they will like it because of the colonial mentality. Sad to say for us.
My experience with the Filipino people have been through. I was in the United States Coast Guard, and there was a large contingent because it was the '70s when a 60s and '70s part of the treaty
Marshall.
that we had with the Philippines
Yeah.
for our occupation included that there were avenues for immigration to the United States that would go through the military.
I
And
think
so, you
that's
know, a
the
lot
reason
of,
why they
and of course, you know, a lot of the older Filipinos were cooks because when they came in, all that was available to them was to be stewards. And so, yeah, a lot of our meals were influenced by the chief petty officers who were Filipino and, their native cultures. But I never heard anything about Filipino paganism before you.
So have you tasted adobo?
Yes, you bet.
Wow, yeah, that's the famous here in the Philippines and as well
Yeah.
as in Iga. Although yes, I believe that being a veteran here in the Philippines, working with the American soldier, it allows them to migrate to America. And I think California and some part of Florida, there are many Filipinos there migrated because of serving the U.S. Army and having stand with the Americans during the war. And and there are still many Americans here in especially in Subic, Central Luzon, and yes, they are so good to us, and it helped us build our identity. And I think that relationship with the America and the Filipino allows me to be closer with the Correllian tradition. No,
Yeah.
although we admit that the American bring Protestantism religion here, but at the same time, it brings nativism at the same time.
Okay, it was my understanding that Catholicism was the major religion in the Philippines. Is that still correct?
Yes, it is correct. Up to now, we are still Catholic nation, and at the same time, Islam Muslim in the southern Philippines.
Okay. Well, yeah, southeast, the southeast there. Yeah, I understand because isn't that near Indonesia? I'm trying
Yes,
to
near
think of my
Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore.
Yeah.
In the up of the Philippines is Japan, Taiwan, China.
Yeah. Oh boy.
That's why we are mixed up with different culture. Although the Philippines before it became a center of trade, not the galleon trade, from Spain, Portugal. So it all and we have a special relationship with Mexico. So we have some similarities in terms of facial features and even languages. Though I think the Philippines is the only Spanish occupation that forgot how to speak Spanish. So
Oh,
we
so,
speak English. So there are only few provinces that speak Chabacano, a mix of local dialect and Spanish. I think we hate very much the Spanish. Though I was surprised because the Correllian tradition have many Spanish speaking people.
yeah.
So I turned myself again to the Spanish people by learning their language.
Estudié español en la escuela para 3 años, and all I remember
Me
was
no have
what the Puerto
that.
Ricans kid would teach me and would get my face slapped in Tijuana. So,
Well, at least you have some Spanish. Me talaga zero. Zero
but it's
Spanish.
Tagalog is the local
Yes,
dialect. Yeah.
Tagalog is the local dialect. Although we have a lot of dialect, no, we are in Central Luzon in Manila, so we speak Tagalog. But we have also a Correllian in Mindanao near the Muslim areas, and they speak Bisaya or Cebuano.
Okay,
And
cool.
I'm so happy because Correllianism here in the Philippines is getting known, and many people are asking, but comparing to the Christian religion, because when Christian religion try to proselyte or to recruit new members, they are sending missionaries. No, we don't have that fund to send people to weekenize everyone. So I
That's a
think this is
yeah.
this
That's
is
a
the
that's a
importance
good
of
point.
the
I mean, we are not a proselytization or proselytizing tradition. I mean, the paganism in itself, doesn't go out and proselytize. In fact, I remember growing up, very secretive about it. I mean, I still, when I first started, if you ran into another witch on the street, you would say, "Oh, blessed be," and you'd stop for a 3 hour conversation. Now, I see a kid with a pentacle, and I'm like, "Hey," and they're like, "Oh, go away, you bother me, old man." They don't want to deal with it. Or many of them are just wearing it for jewelry. They're not actually pagan or witches. Um,
indeed.
and so there's a lot about that. I think that also, um, when I would, if you come across somebody, they're a witch. You see it in their eyes. There's a
Yes.
complexity to their eyes that you just know, but they don't know it yet. They haven't come to acknowledge it in themselves. And I was taught, well, you have a responsibility then to kind of befriend them and kind of watch over them until they come to that realization and say and be there. But if someone's not ready to learn and to accept the fact that they are a witch, I'm not going to teach them anything. I'm not going to force anything on anybody. And that goes back to Eco, my previous guest, when we were talking about consent culture.
Mm.
If you don't consent to teaching, and even if you do say yes, teach me, but if we're not compatible as a teacher or student, I'm not going to take you on. If you're going to sit there and say, if I say, hey, this is how, do this, and they go, no, I'm not going to do that. Well, okay, bye.
Indeed,
Yeah, you know,
there is a leap of blood when you meet a fellow weekend practitioner before. But nowadays, um, talking about that, we have the baby witches right now, no? And those baby witches, I think that's the problem that happened about eclecticism. There is no problem with eclecticism, but here in the Philippines is a big problem because they joined or they study Wicca for popularity than for business. And so sad, I can hear news here that they are, what do you call this? They are charging too much high, and it even, what do you call that in English? It's like robbery. They charge you with a lot of money, but they will not.
Liability.
Yes, they will not give you the product or the services that they promised. No,
Yeah.
and that's the
Yeah.
problem with YouTube, or learning through YouTube and not being initiated.
Well, I think that there's, for me, I had the experience, I was initiated through British traditional witchcraft. But I also, when I picked up Scott Cunningham's book, Wicca for the Solitary Practitioner, it really actually made more sense to me than what I had learned in Grove. Because it was kind of like, here, this is how it's done. But Scotty's book told me why it's done. And the other thing that was very much about that, it gave me the English words to how I've been feeling, as opposed to just going over there and doing it by rote, which was very much how my Judaism was. Growing up Jewish, it was like, do this, do this, do this. And we were doing it in Hebrew, and we were not taught the words. We were not taught the English translations. We were just taught, I don't know what that means. Well, I do. But, it wasn't important for us to know what it means. We just had to be able to say make the sounds and make it appear that we were doing the right thing, instead of actually teaching us how to do the right thing. And then when I came across and I said, let me read this Bible thing you talking about, the Torah. Wait a minute. I don't agree with any of this. And I made my personal choice. It goes back to the proselytizing. If you have to make that personal choice.
Indeed. That's why here in Luntiang Agama, we don't believe on membership. And what we tell to them is, we will help you to remember that once in your lifetime you've been part of our tradition. And that's the process of how we get new members to just attend. And if you think that you are part of us, you fill up the form, and then we'll have you dedicated to the Correllian Nativist Church and become part also of Luntiang Agama. So
the other thing
Mm.
the other thing that Scott Cunningham's book that was revolutionary in at least in North America was that initiation wasn't important. Self-dedication was adequate, was good enough. Because it was about your relationship with the gods, not through somebody else. Gee, that sounds very familiar to the Protestant and Catholic conversation, doesn't it? Where the Protestants are like, hey, I have a personal relationship with God or Jesus or whoever they want to. But the Catholics, no, you got to go through me. You got to go through our priests and cardinals and bishops and the Pope.
Actually, there are also other convents here in the Philippines, and they stereotype me, or they tag me as a born again Wicca, because I'm teaching about personal relationship with a deity. And once you you had a personal relationship with your deity, you are automatically become a priest of that deity that you call or having devotion with.
Yes,
And
I
I
agree
think
with
we
that.
are.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I think that's exactly right. I'm a priest of Poseidon at the moment.
Wow.
That's my
That's
patron.
why.
But
That's
I'm
why
not
you
a
look
Correllian
quite.
priest yet. I'm
But
still training for that.
and that's the vibes that I had with you, because you look like either Zeus, Santa Claus, sorry, or Poseidon. The image is very strong.
Yeah,
I really.
I got my Poseidon crown over there on that.
Wow, amazing.
Yeah.
I hope
Well,
you could come also to the Philippines. There are so many seas here.
yes. Well, like I said, I live 3 blocks from the ocean here in New York City. So, that's why I'm the sandwich, because, Coney Island is, right here.
Wow.
And, I just get up, and 5 minutes later, I'm got my feet in the sand.
At least you have a sleep first before going to the beach.
Yeah, I'm not going to go to the beach at 3:00 in the morning. What? What's the temperature?
Yeah, it's 3:30 almost.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty comfortable. It's 60 degrees, which is about. Oh, hold on. I can't do the conversion in my head right at the moment. I can do it like this.
Yes, also.
16. It's 16 Celsius.
Ah.
Which isn't bad.
It's cold.
It's cool, but it's not cold.
Because for us here, it's 25 degrees centigrade.
Oh, that's comfortable.
31 pla. So it's still warm.
Yeah, I think it was literally the first day of school for New York City school system is when the weather changed. Literally was and I remember how it always was like that. First day of school, all of summer was over. And the weather would always, follow through. It's like Mother Nature knew, when the school year started.
Indeed. Before the pandemic, our school year start by June. It is very rainy day, but I think June is summer season in the US. For us, our summer is March. Although even in terms of celebrating the Sabbath, there is also a difference, no? Difference in celebrating the Sabbath. Though we still observe the weekend Sabbath, but it doesn't mean that winter solstice is more on the snow. But here, the theme will be different.
Well, we have to take a break.
Okay.
And we'll be back with Apu Atman right after this word.
Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from the beautiful metaverse. I am the first priest and chancellor of the Correllian Nativist tradition of Wicca, and I want to thank you for tuning in to the Road to Parliament 22 Correllians Live Telethon, 100 hours of magic and community. We're here to ask you to help us as we send a contingent to the Parliament of the World's Religions in August of 2023. We're going to give voice to you and to our community. During this 100 hours, our goal is to raise at least $10,000, and you can help us to do that. We humbly ask that you go to Correllians.live/donate and give what you can. Then share this telethon and make sure those in your spheres know where and when to watch. Again, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the show.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the Ninth Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here is one of 6 reasons you should attend. Number 6, it's a spiritually transformative experience. Participants and attendees tell of the truly improving life experiences that forever changed them towards their own spiritual life. The spiritual and emotional growth in the days of the Parliament is intense, organic, and awe-inspiring. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody.
What are you most looking forward to at the Parliament of the World's Religions?
What I am looking forward for the Parliament of World Religion 2023 is that the Parliament will bring me in so that I could meet my Correllian family. It's been a long time that I've been following the Parliament World Religion and the Correllian tradition through Magic TV. But this time, with your help, and I'm really hoping that you could help me to be at the Parliament of World Religion 2023. So this is what I'm looking forward to meet you and be in person with you at the Parliament of World Religion.
Why do we need representation at the Parliament?
Our attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, we can make a difference. By standing with our faith community and as a people of spirit, we can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way.
Who are the Sacred Order of Paladins?
The Order of Paladins is a service-oriented order dedicated to assisting our communities in moving towards a better, more sustainable stewardship of Mother Earth. And we are also dedicated to preserving Gaian culture today in order to support our civilization in the future.
Why support the Paladins?
Because we have had representation at every modern parliament, and we want to continue and expand on that with those of us who are attending in 2023.
What is the money going to be used for?
Most of the money we are looking to raise with our $10,000 minimum goal will go towards housing costs. Our plan is to house and feed all of us together for the week of the Parliament. Whatever money that remains when this goal is met will go towards bringing honored paladins in from other countries who would otherwise not have the opportunity to attend the Parliament. One such paladin is Reverend Sir Rolando Camon, whom we fondly call Apu Adman.
But we can't do it alone.
And that's ultimately why we are here, because we need your help. Thank you so much for watching and contributing in whatever way you can. Please donate to our cause at Correllians.live/donate. Like our video feeds and share so that others can join us in watching what we have planned for you throughout these 4 incredible days and nights.
And we're back. Yay, everybody. Thank you so much. Please consider donating at Correllians.live/donate. Help us as we represent you at the Parliament of the World's Religions. The current donation total, $440. Yay. Thank you, everybody, for who has already donated. We really do appreciate you. Please like us and follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/Correllians.live. You could, if you're not watching us right now on that page, you can watch us on the Correllians.live Facebook page. We're going to bring Apu Adman back and continue our conversation. Yeah. There you go.
Thank you very much for having me here. Actually, this is my first time to go to the Parliament of World Religion, and ever
Me
it will
too.
be my first. It will be my first time also to meet in person, face to face, the whole Correllian. Although I've been watching Magic TV, no, and I've seen them go to Australia for 2009 Parliament of World Religion. Then I've been following them to Africa. Then last year, the Parliament was online, so I was able to participate as well. So this time next year by 2023, I will be in person with them. So I hope many people will help me to be at the Parliament of World Religion. So please kindly donate to Correllian.live/donate. Actually, it's not only me that you will help, but also other Correllian or other people that will go to the to the Parliament of World Religion.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much. Actually, I'm going to bring that mic back in there. So, boy, oh boy. Also, I just want to mention that on the top of the hour, we have the Reverend Joanne Williams would be joining us. She's awake now, having her coffee. She's going to be joining us from the United Kingdom, from England.
Wow. So indeed, that
With
the Correllian tradition is worldwide, right?
Correllian tradition is absolutely worldwide. It's fabulous that way.
So we have in Australia, and I am here in the Philippines. I know we also have in South Africa, in Europe, in London, United Kingdom. We also have in the
Latin
Caribbean, I think,
America and South
Latin
America,
America, and South
North and
America.
South America, yes.
So be part of our family at the Correllian.com. No? So just search our tradition, the Correllian Nativist tradition at Correllian.com. And also, we have an educational ministry which can be found at www.witchschool.com.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that's where I'm getting my first degree training is through Witch School. Yeah, I just passed my lesson 12. I got
Congratulations.
yeah, I have my two final exams to do.
Wow. So,
And
in a few weeks or month, you will be initiated as first degree.
I'm aiming for the spring illustration, so in the spring.
In the next year.
Yeah.
Actually, I took my first degree in 2006. I believe in 2006, but I was initiated. It takes me long time to decide before initiation. On your part, Sir Eric, would you like to be initiated?
Oh yes, it is my plan to be initiated into the Correllian clergy next year.
Wow. For me, I take almost 12 years for becoming a first degree clergy. So it took time for me to become an outer court. But being an outer court here in the Philippines as a Correllian, it doesn't stop me to do my mission and my ministry. I formed a personal shrine, and there I conducted ritual and shared Correllianism, but it takes me time to become initiated. Though right now, supposedly, I don't know with Sir Elizabeth Hamilton, she is my mentor kasi. She is my mentor, but I'm planning by December to have initiated into second degree while I am finishing my third degree lessons. So to those who are watching and studying, just take time and enjoy each lessons and do the magic yourself. No, learning magic with us at Correllian tradition is great. Wait, my dog, come.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, I've been like I was first initiated in 1984 into Wicca, and I've received um, third degree initiations in a couple of traditions. So being a priest is not new to me. That's my that you know. So this isn't my first rodeo in that regards. So
Oh,
um,
that's nice.
yeah. So yeah, I'm really getting into this. Oop, hold on a second. I got
Okay.
Joanne, Reverend Joanne's trying to get into the studio here, and we're talking her into the. She got into the wrong studio.
So I hope that everyone enjoy. For me, Correllianism is the first pagan tradition that I've been to. But I've been a Catholic, then I become a Baptist, and then I turned to Islam also when I was in Saudi Arabia. Although when I was in Saudi Arabia, I am already a Correllian, and Lady Lori Denman and Lady Liz is supporting me, have distant support to me because Saudi Arabia is Islamic country, And every day I can see they are punishing people, especially the black people who practice witchcraft. So it's dangerous. At
One
least there
second.
are no, okay, at least there are no law that prohibit us, no? We are in a country that is free to practice our religion.
Understood. One moment, one moment, one moment. Oh, please keep talking. I gotta
Yes.
take a picture here.
Actually, I want to comment about Lady Lilith a while ago, and I
Yes.
think I'm about to on Monday. I'm going to discuss this on my blog. What if, because the we can read tell that we should obey also our land. There is I think from the Wiccan Bible, no, we should also respect the law of the land. And what if the law of the land has in conflict with our religious and spiritual belief, such as suppressing our right in the practice of our religion. And I think that the voodoo religion is the comfort religion for the black people, especially that migrate in the US, no, because they it allow them to be who they are.
Yes.
And it's nice that we have this nativist tradition, nativist religion all around us. But I'm afraid if there is a time will come na the law of the land will forbid such practices and declare a national religion such as in Islam. For me, the reason why I established Luntiang Agama and register it to the government to be recognized is to protect that sacredness, that freedom of religion. Although many covens here in the Philippines, no, they think of they are afraid of the burning times, of the burning period. No, they are afraid to be caught again and to be penalized. But for me, registering it or being recognized by the government will allow you to be actively to protect the native and indigenous belief system, no, by claiming your own right, by having a judicial personality to defend yourself from this kind of law that is going to happen. So each one of us, I believe, we have responsibility of being set of being guarding our own religious practices so that it will not be desecrated and we will not be penalized. Though those things of like what in terms of deceit by some practitioners toward non-practitioners of providing their business and not doing the things that they promise to do is a form of disgrace and dishonoring our tradition or our practices or our spiritual belief. So we have to be on guard as well when it comes to our practice. And I believe going to the Parliament of World Religion, we may be able to introduce who we are and so that other religion may understand what is our practices.
I think there's, at one point, there's going to be a little bit of preaching to the choir because those who do come to the Parliament of the World's Religions is very open to the fact that it's religions plural, that there are many religions that are being represented there, the people that come to it, because proselytizing and showing disrespect to other religions is forbidden. They'll get kicked out if they try to do any of that. Oh no, we're better than you, and you have to change your mind to no. This is about acceptance and having dialogues and respect between the
Other
various
religions.
faiths of the world. Well, I want to say thank you so much, Apu, for joining us. And I want to bring in Joanne for a couple of minutes to give us a preview. And I want to be selfish and spend a minute or three with the wonderful Joanne Williams. So thank you, Apu, for
So
coming
thank you
in.
very much for having
You'll
me
be
in.
here tomorrow.
Tomorrow by 4
Tomorrow at 4
a.m.
a.m. 4 a.m. tomorrow.
together with Lakay Magbaya Agama. And please also consider to have a reading or psychic reading with Lakay Magbaya Agama. He'll be doing a Filipino traditional divination system, which he also created, no, the Sibulan Adlaw Tala, and as well the traditional Tawas method using paper and candle. So see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Well, thank you everybody for coming out and spending the last it's been 4 hours. Oh my god, it really has been with me here on the Midwatch. I'm going to be passing the torch to the lovely and talented Reverend Joanne Williams. Are you ready to come in, Joe? No, she says no. Okay. Is that a yes now? Okay.
Hello
Hi,
there,
Joe.
Eric. Hi. Morning, everybody. It's almost 9 a.m. here in the UK, so I'm still waking up a little bit. But good morning.
Good morning. So, are the people going to have look forward to with Sit a Spell with Earthstar?
Well, we are going to be looking at some crystals for the Wheel of the Year. So looking at each different Sabbath and looking at crystals that are pertinent to that Sabbath. And then also we're going to look at some crafts for each Sabbath too. So we're going to be doing some crafts, giving you some craft ideas of things that you can do for each Sabbath around that time.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Now, of course, once again, I'm going to be self-centered and say what I'm looking forward to. Is Livia. When is Livia going to be?
Livia is coming to join us on Monday. So Livia and the Elementals are going to be joining us on Monday at, I think it's like 7:30 Eastern time. So yeah, she's going to be coming along, sharing with us some of her amazing music, and I'm also going to do a live interview with her as well. So I'm really looking forward to that, and she's an amazing artist.
I know. I'm just. I was joking earlier because we were in the studio here before we went live, and I got to spend a few moments to just let her know. My story is that I never heard of her before you mentioned that you had booked her for the show, and I'm like, well, who's that? And then you gave me a YouTube link, and I became an instant fanboy. I think her music is amazing. It's so articulate. It's her storytelling is just fabulous. The music itself is really catchy, and it gets you.
Yeah.
She jokes about being a pop pagan star.
Pop pagan, yeah.
Pop pagan, which there's nothing wrong with that either. And then getting to meet her today. Oh, she's such a darling, such a sweetheart.
She's amazing,
and
wonderful.
person.
She's so talented. Like her live singing is just so good. Like I was in awe when I first heard her sing live. I was just in awe of her. She's just incredible.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a really great show on Monday as well. We're going to look at an online proto-temple, my temple Wild Moon, which is on Second Life. And we're going to meet some of the members. And then I'm going to go through, Eric's one of my members. And then we're going to do some spirit guides, a segment on spirit guides, and then a meditation, and then Livia, the star of the show. Yeah.
Yay. Well, you're the star of my show right now.
Oh, thanks, Eric. So have you had a good evening? Because I caught like the last 2 hours. I think I've been kind of popping in and out. Just to see how, yeah. So have you had a good first mid-watch?
Oh, yes, absolutely. We had a great visit with my friend Eco. Eco, the incredible caring organism. The wandering mystic. The wandering love mystic. I'm sorry. I got to make sure I get his moniker correct.
Nice.
And then I showed the interview with Lilith Dorsey. And then had a visit from Apoadman So it's all good. Yeah, it was a good first mid-watch.
Fantastic. Well, I have my coffee here. I'm still waking up, so.
And he just so happens to say, "Hi, Rev Joanne."
Hi.
And although, all right, he had a great time with me. Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, we're going to go ahead and send it to our break. And then I'm going to say goodnight for everybody. I'm going to say goodnight to everybody. And I'll leave you in the capable hands of the wonderful Joanne Williams, TAP, totally awesome person.
Woohoo! Yay, totally awesome person. See you later, Eric. Sleep well.
Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from the beautiful metaverse. I am the first priest and chancellor of the Correllian Nativist tradition of Wicca, and I want to thank you for tuning in to the Road to Parliament 22 Correllians Live Telethon, 100 hours of magic and community. We're here to ask you to help us as we send a contingent to the Parliament of the World's Religions in August of 2023. We're going to give voice to you and to our community. During this 100 hours, our goal is to raise at least $10,000, and you can help us to do that. We humbly ask that you go to correllians.live/donate and give what you can. Then share this telethon and make sure those in your spheres know where and when to watch. Again, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the show.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the Ninth Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions of faith will be there to answer this call. And here is one of 6 reasons you should attend. Number 1, with hundreds of classes available across the spectrum of religious and spiritual thought. Presentations with real-world events taught by thought leaders and teachers. Workshops to cover important skills and information training that offers results long after the participants return home. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody.
What are you most looking forward to at the Parliament of the World's Religions?
What I'm most looking forward to at the Parliament of World Religions is learning about all the different types of religions that are out there, meeting the various clergy and making new friends around the globe and getting to know the other people and what they're focused on and what needs to be done to help me focus and teach others.
Why do we need representation at the Parliament?
Our attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, we can make a difference. By standing with our faith community and as a people of spirit, we can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way.
Who are the Sacred Order of Paladins?
The Order of Paladins is a service-oriented order dedicated to assisting our communities in moving towards a better, more sustainable stewardship of Mother Earth. And we are also dedicated to preserving Gaian culture today in order to support our civilization in the future.
Why support the Paladins?
Because we have had representation at every modern parliament, and we want to continue and expand on that with those of us who are attending in 2023.
What is the money going to be used for?
Most of the money we are looking to raise with our $10,000 minimum goal will go towards housing costs. Our plan is to house and feed all of us together for the week of the Parliament. Whatever money that remains when this goal is met will go towards bringing honored paladins in from other countries who would otherwise not have the opportunity to attend the Parliament. One such paladin is Reverend Sir Rolando Camon, whom we fondly call Apu Adman.
But we can't do it alone.
And that's ultimately why we are here, because we need your help. Thank you so much for watching and contributing in whatever way you can. Please donate to our cause at Correllians.live/donate. Like our video feeds and share so that others can join us in watching what we have planned for you throughout these 4 incredible days and nights.
I've just been told I'm not coming through audio. I forgot to turn it on. So greetings everyone. Thank you so much for joining me this morning. It's almost 9 a.m. here in the UK, and I'd just like to thank everybody who's donated so far. The total at the moment is $440, so thank you so much for your donations. So I'd like to just tell you a little bit about myself. I have been with the tradition since 2002. I took quite a big break in the middle and returned in 2019. So I'm a first degree priestess, currently studying my second degree, which I hope to finish by the end of this year. And I also have my own proto-temple, which is called Wild Moon, and that can be found on the platform of Second Life. So I live in England here with my partner and my 4 fur babies. I have 4 Springer Spaniels, and I'll be with you for the next 4 hours. And during this time, we're going to be looking at crystals and the Wheel of the Year, and also some crafts that you can make for each of the Sabbats. So please, if you'd like to donate to our great cause, please go to Correllians.live/donate and make your donation there. After my show at 8 a.m. EDT will be morning coffee with Ed the Pagan. And then later today we have Crafty Correllians with Sir Kai. And then at 4 p.m. we have the Cauldron of Story and the Well of Memes with Phaedra Bonowitz, hosted by Reverend Laurie Blackman. And then following that at 6 p.m. we have Behind the Scenes of Pagan World TV, and then that's with General Ed Hubbard. And then from 8 p.m. this evening we have Everybody Does It, Death and Dying with Curio Rebecca Lynn Scott, hosted by Cosmo Rubiconus. And then later today at 10 we have a tarot talk with Mary Hawke and Gail Tracy Mull, with Sir Mary Hawke as the host. So we have a lot of very interesting segments coming up for you today. So I'm going to now bring up the video that I'd like to show you. So the first thing we're going to be looking at is crystals for Samhain and Yule. And just going to bring that from my bank of storage now. There we go. And so we'll be showing that in just a few minutes. So please, if you'd like to comment or leave a message in the chat, I will try and read out some of those as we go through the session today. But for now, I'm going to play our first video, which is about crystals and the Wheel of the Year for Samhain and Yule.
Hello everyone, greetings and merry meet. My name is Reverend Joanne Williams, also known as Earth Star, and I'm very pleased to be here today to talk to you about crystals and the Wheel of the Year. My love of crystals began as a small child, when my paternal grandmother gave me a small crystal quartz geode as a gift. I knew as soon as I saw the light glinting off the facets and felt that soft tingle in my hand that this was something very special. My crystal collection has grown considerably over the years, and I use them in many ways in my everyday life. Before we get started, I have a question for all of you today. What is your favourite crystal, and what do you do with it? Please drop me a comment in the chat, and I'll read some out after this episode if we have some time left. At the end of the segment, I'll be discussing a couple of different ways that we can cleanse crystals too. But in this part of my talk, we're going to focus on crystals for Samhain and Yule. So there are 8 main holidays that we celebrate as Wiccans, which are also known as Sabbats. They are divided into 2 sets of 4. The grand Sabbats are feminine and dedicated to the goddess, and the lesser Sabbats are masculine and celebrate the god. The grand Sabbats are lunar in character and in former times were tied to the lunar calendar. Some groups still reckon the grand Sabbats by the lunar calendar and some fix their dates by other means, but most groups today celebrate them by the calendrical dates, which I'll discuss in a few minutes. The lesser Sabbats are solar in nature and are the equinoxes and solstices of the sun, on which the solar calendar is based. As the year is divided into a light half and a dark half, there are 2 grand Sabbats and 2 lesser Sabbats in each. So in this episode, we're going to be looking at crystals for Samhain and Yule. Samhain begins in the dark half of the year and is celebrated on October 31st and November 1st. Yule is celebrated on the midwinter solstice, which can vary and is usually around the 20th to the 22nd of December. So let's take a look at Samhain first of all, and the crystals that I like for that part of the year, for that Sabbat. So Samhain is the final harvest and the end of the cycle of birth, life, and regrowth. It begins a time of stillness and quiet, and is the time when the veil between the worlds is at its thinnest, and the time when our ancestors and spirits are likely to visit. This Sabbath signifies the end of autumn and the beginning of winter. It's a time for rest, introspection, reflection, and transition. It's a great time for meditation, for shadow work, and leaving behind behaviours or other aspects of life that you don't wish to carry forward into the new year. Samhain marks the beginning of the ancient Celtic liturgical year, and so I thought this would be a good starting point. At Samhain we honour the spirit world, the spirits of our ancestors and deceased loved ones, and our spirit guides. There are many ways that we can do this, for example having an altar dedicated to those close to us who have passed on, setting a place for them at dinner and preparing and eating their favourite meal, or sharing memories with friends and family. At this time of year, we reflect upon our own physical mortality and the nature of change and transformation in the cycles of life and death. By ancient reckoning, the day begins at sundown, which is why Samhain celebrations begin on October 31st. Samhain is a lunar or grand Sabbath and is sacred to the crone goddess, from whom the image of the Halloween witch originates. The crone has many names, including Hecate, the Morrigan, and Ceridwen. She's depicted as an elderly woman and is the patron of magic and of the spirit world. The crone is the goddess of the dead, of wisdom, and of the ultimate spiritual origin of all things. At Samhain, the psychic tide is at a high point, so it's a great time for all sorts of magic, divination, and inner workings. So let's take a look at the crystals we can use at Samhain. First, we have danburite. This is a highly spiritual stone and is very helpful when working with the higher self and spirit guides. It can help with communication on higher planes of existence, enabling us to connect with our ancestors. Danburite is linked to the heart chakra and is useful for relieving emotional pain and accepting self and others. It's a stone of peace and serenity and is useful to have around when there are changes happening, as it can help to ease transitions. It can also clear past karma and heal emotional wounds from the past. Next we have labradorite, which is an excellent crystal for Samhain. It's associated with divination and intuition and can enhance or awaken and increase awareness of our own natural psychic abilities. It brings out our innate magical powers to the surface. This stone aids communication with higher guides and spirit and is useful for psychic readings and recalling past lives. It protects against negative energy and strengthens the aura into a force field to protect your personal energy. It can help with clarity of thinking and can provide insight into your destiny. It can also help to reduce stress and anxiety and gives your self-confidence a boost. Next we have opal. This crystal enhances dream work and can also be used to assist with spiritual journeys and astral travel. Opals are associated with the moon and feminine energies, while the flashes of color are masculine energies derived from the sun. It's the beauty in the iridescent colors that can boost intuition and insight, as they represent the inner fire that can take you to higher spiritual realms. Opals are said to be useful for emotional healing and for amplifying energy. They hold within them all the elements and all the colors and can be used with all 7 energy centers, also known as the chakras. Next we have fluorite, which stimulates the third eye chakra and helps us to discover our divine purpose in life. It allows us to find a deeper sense of self and fills us with high vibrational energy. It's a powerful crystal associated with mysticism and psychic awareness. It's also great for cleansing, as it removes negativity and encourages a positive outlook. It can also strengthen intuition and can protect against psychic attack. Fluorite also enhances psychic perception and can offer alternative perspectives which may be useful for divination. Next we have howlite. This is another communication crystal that helps us to connect with our past lives and our ancestors. It's often associated with the dream world and all that lies beyond the veil. Howlite is associated with the crown chakra and can be used to calm strong emotions. It helps to calm and control an overactive mind and can help to bring tranquility. It can also be used to reduce self-criticism and transforms negative energy into positive. It's a great stone for meditation and connecting to your own higher spiritual powers. And lastly, for Samhain, is the crystal obsidian. This stone is a strong and protective shield against negativity. It acts as an energetic bodyguard or a guardian spirit that watches over us. Obsidian blocks psychic attacks and absorbs negative energies from the environment. It's an excellent crystal to use for divination, especially scrying. Obsidian helps to clear the mind and resolve confusion. It can help the soul on a deep level and can deal with emotions or trauma from past lives that we've carried forward into this incarnation. It can also remove blockages and awaken you to the truth, bringing enlightenment and a way forward. Let's now have a look at the crystals for Yule. So Yule is celebrated at the midwinter solstice, and by traditional reckoning it marks the high point of winter. Yule celebrates winter and the rebirth of the sun god. It's the shortest day of the year, which marks the sun's low ebb. After this, the sun will begin to grow stronger. Yule is a solar Sabbath and sacred to the old god, the lord of winter. As the crone is the goddess of death, the old god is the lord of death and the spirit world and magic. He is the god of the forest, of animals, and of the hunt. Winter marks the time when the days grow shorter and the nights grow longer. We feel like hibernating and turning our attention inwards. It's a time for introspection and trying to understand ourselves on a deeper level, decide the direction we'd like to move in, or what changes we need to make and put in place to make our lives better. At Yule, we are reminded that the winter will end and spring will soon be with us. We think of winter as a time when the earth is dormant, but there's actually a lot going on in preparation for spring. It's not uncommon to feel a sense of depression or laziness at this time of year. All we want to do is keep warm and eat comfort food. The winter solstice reminds us that we too have a lot to prepare for as we use this time to recharge and replenish our bodies, mind, heart, and soul. So here are my favorite crystals for you. We begin with snow quartz. This crystal represents the purity of winter and has a beautiful, calming and soothing energy that can be used for spiritual purification. This crystal helps us to see the wonders of the world around us and will dispel negative emotions and thoughts. It's associated with innocence and has a gentle, loving energy that can increase intuition and clarity. Next we have snowflake obsidian. If you find that the darker months are a challenge, then this crystal is particularly beneficial. It's a reminder that life is about balance, and at Yule we start the journey again towards the lighter half of the year and the return of the sun and warmth. Just like a snowflake, this crystal reminds us that we are each one of a kind, that we are special and beautiful in our own way. It can help you to see the light in the darkness and can help you to find equilibrium. Then we have peridot. This is a very protective stone, and if you're ready for a new start, then this crystal is excellent for cleansing the body and mind, the spirit and aura. It will help you to release guilt and burdens of the past and is a crystal of renewal and rebirth. Peridot appears in this beautiful olive green and can be used to assist with spiritual growth and connecting us to a higher consciousness. It's a stone that can also connect us with nature and the spirits of plants, trees, and the local area. It's said to be a lucky stone that protects against nightmares and can shield the wearer from negative energies. Next we have orange calcite. This beautiful stone is like a chunk of eternal sunshine and can be used to release negative energies, uplift positive energies, and bring optimism and joy. It can be used to represent the sun and the fiery energy returning during the winter solstice. This is a very energizing stone and can boost your vitality and creativity. It's linked with the sacral chakra and can help to bring harmony and release feelings of guilt and regret. It's a great crystal to use during meditation, astral travel, or channeling. Then we have garnet, which is a stone of fire and vitality and represents the return of the sun. Garnet is a motivator and can help you unleash your creative energy. to begin new adventures and complete your goals with vigor and enthusiasm. Garnet helps to shield against negative energies and reflects them back to their origins. It's known as the stone of love and passion and represents strength, protection, and masculine energies. And finally, in this section, we have Chrysocolla. The winter months are a time of introspection and reflection, and Chrysocolla is a great crystal to use during those moments when you have a need to hibernate. It's absolutely fine to take time for yourself and to indulge in some rest, relaxation, and recuperation. It's also a great stone for teachers and works well for communication. It helps us to discern when to speak and when to listen. It's a stone of gentleness, forgiveness, reconciliation, and strengthening emotional ties. I'd like to talk now about crystal cleansing, and in this section we're going to look at cleansing crystals with the elements of air, fire, water, and earth. So cleansing crystals after you have acquired them is a fundamental part of your crystal care. Crystals can come to us from various different sources. We may be lucky enough to find them ourselves, or they may have been gifted to us by a friend, or we may purchase them from an online store or from a physical store. But before they reach us, crystals already have their own histories, and for each person or experience they have had contact with along the way, they will have been exposed to different energies. When they arrive at their destination, it's important to cleanse these pre-existing energies from the crystals and then continue to do this at regular intervals. So we're going to look at how to cleanse crystals using the elements today. The first one is through the use of air, particularly through smudging and the use of smoke from incense. So there is the sacred plant sage, which has been used for centuries for cleansing. And if you don't have sage, you could use other incense such as sandalwood, lavender, or dragon's blood. You need to light your incense, set the intention to clean and cleanse your crystal, and then wave the smoke of the incense over the stone. You can also use your own breath to cleanse the crystals by inhaling deeply through your nose and exhaling in short, forceful breaths through your nostrils directly onto the stone. Next, we have the element of fire, and with this method you need to be particularly careful. We all know the dangers of fire and flame, so you need to do everything you can to protect yourself and your environment. So to use the element of fire, you can wave your crystal through the heat of the candle flame, not the flame itself. Or you can place them close to the fire for about a minute. Please be careful, the stones will get very hot. You can also allow them to bathe in sunlight, but be careful with this method too, as sunlight can fade some crystals or make them change color. We then have water. Any type of running water can neutralize the negative energies that may be stored inside a crystal. Natural waters are best, like a river, a stream, or the ocean. You can also rinse stones under a tap. Again, you need to be careful with this method because some crystals do dissolve in water and some can crack when exposed to seawater, like Correllian. The last method is earth, and you can lay your crystals directly onto the soil, bury them in a plant pot, or use salt or brown rice to draw out any negativity. This type of cleansing is great for grounding or protection stones, And if you're using salt or rice, please dispose of it immediately after use and do not consume. So that's all for this episode, folks. I hope you have enjoyed finding out more about crystals for Samhain and Yule. Later today, I'll be talking about crystals for the other 6 Sabbats, but after the break, I'm going to be making a memory catcher for Samhain and some witch balls for Yule, so stay tuned. Thank you so much for joining me today. Blessed be.
And I'm back. So I hope you enjoyed that and the information about crystals for Samhain and for Yule. And in just a few minutes after the break, as I said, I will be looking at creating a memory catcher for Samhain and witch balls for Yule. So my question at the beginning of the segment was, what do you do with your crystal? What is your favorite crystals? I have several different crystals that I work with, mostly amethyst, rose quartz, moonstone. So rose quartz I use on a daily basis for self-love and understanding, and just one moment, I'm having a power issue. There we go. That's better. Yeah, so I use rose quartz for self-love and to give myself that nurturing, loving energy, and moonstone as well. And amethyst I keep under my pillow to help with dreams, to help me remember dreams. And I have crystals around me pretty much all day, every day. So we're going to go to a little break in a moment, a donation break. So I'm just going to load that up, and then we'll come back and we'll look at the crafts for Yule. So I'll be right back after this break.
Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from the beautiful metaverse. I am the first priest and chancellor of the Correllian Nativist tradition of Wicca, and I want to thank you for tuning in to the Road to Parliament 22 Correllians Live Telethon, 100 hours of magic and community. We're here to ask you to help us as we send a contingent to the Parliament of the World's Religions in August of 2023. We're going to give voice to you and to our community. During this 100 hours, our goal is to raise at least $10,000, and you can help us to do that. We humbly ask that you go to correllians.live/donate and give what you can. Then share this telethon and make sure those in your spheres know where and when to watch. Again, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the show.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the Ninth Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here is one of 6 reasons you should attend. Number 2, networking and contacts. You will meet people from every religion from over 80 countries. Meet and have conversations that are thoughtful, insightful, and with deep value. Making contracts across interfaith ministries, understanding and sharing knowledge and resources. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody.
What are you most looking forward to at the Parliament of the World's Religions?
At the Parliament of World Religions in 2023, I'm personally looking forward to broad exposure and deep engagement with various wisdom traditions from around the world, particularly as regards pressing issues from today and future goals for our human journey. I expect that I'll be able to incorporate much of the learning back into my own personal path, as well as share tangible insights back into the metaphysical and spiritual community that I work within.
Why do we need representation at the Parliament?
Our attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, we can make a difference. By standing with our faith community and as a people of spirit, we can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way.
Who are the Sacred Order of Paladins?
The Order of Paladins is a service-oriented order dedicated to assisting our communities in moving towards a better, more sustainable stewardship of Mother Earth. And we are also dedicated to preserving Gaian culture today in order to support our civilization in the future.
Why support the Paladins?
Because we have had representation at every modern parliament, and we want to continue and expand on that with those of us who are attending in 2023.
What is the money going to be used for?
Most of the money we are looking to raise with our $10,000 minimum goal will go towards housing costs. Our plan is to house and feed all of us together for the week of the Parliament. Whatever money that remains when this goal is met will go towards bringing honored paladins in from other countries who would otherwise not have the opportunity to attend the Parliament. One such paladin is Reverend Sir Rolando Camon, whom we fondly call Apu Adman.
But we can't do it alone.
And that's ultimately why we are here, because we need your help. Thank you so much for watching and contributing in whatever way you can. Please donate to our cause at Correllians.live/donate. Like our video feeds and share so that others can join us in watching what we have planned for you throughout these 4 incredible days and nights.
Hello everybody and welcome back. My name is Reverend Joanne Williams, also known as Earthstar, and I am your host for the next 3.5 hours. Today I'm going to be doing some various videos about crystals and the Wheel of the Year, and also we'll be looking at some crafts for the different Sabbats as well. So I'd just like to give you a bit of a rundown of what else is happening today. We have Ed the Pagan at 8 a.m. this morning, and he'll be he's going to be sharing his morning coffee with you. And after that, we have Crafty Correllians with Sir Kai. A little later today, we have the Cauldron of Story and the Well of Memes with Phaedra Bonowitz. And then we're going to go behind the scenes of Pagan World TV with the Pagan World TV crew, hosted by General Ed Hubbard. And then Curio Rebecca Lynn Scott is going to be discussing death and dying with our host Cosmo Rubiconis. And then later we have a tarot talk with Mary Hawke. So I'd just like to thank everybody who has donated so far to our very worthy cause. If you'd like to donate, you can go to Correllians.live/donate. And if you'd like to also see our schedule of what's coming up over the next few days, you can head over to our schedule at Correllians.live/schedule. We also have some very talented psychic readers. So if you'd like to book a reading with one of those, please head on over to Correllians.live readers, where you can book a psychic reading with one of our readers there. And also we have a live auction going on at Correllians.live/auction. We have instructions and everything of how you can take part in that over at Correllians.live/auction. So we are going to be looking at my next video in just a few minutes, and this one is crafts for Samhain and Yule. So for Samhain, I'm making a memory catcher. And if you haven't heard of a memory catcher before, it's a little bit like a dream catcher, but instead of catching dreams, this captures memories, and you can use it to create a memory of pretty much anything from significant aspects of your patron deity, or people that you would like to remember, or pets, or you can create it across a year and have different memories for each month. So the possibilities are endless. So we'll have a look at that, and then we're also going to have a look at some witch balls. I don't know if you can see that here, but this is a witch ball that I made in the video, and you can have a look at that, at how to make that too. So I'm going to go and load up that video now so that we can all watch it together. And if you haven't done any crafts before, these are really simple, and they're pretty easy to put together. So I hope that you will enjoy it. So I'm going to start that now, and if you have any comments or questions, just drop me a comment in social media, and I will have a look at that and respond to them after the video is played. It's really great that you're here today with me, and I'm looking forward to the rest of this telethon. It's going to be amazing. Hello everybody, Merry Meet. This is Reverend Joanne Williams, also known as Earth Star, and I'm going to be doing some crafts. The first craft I'm going to be doing today is a memory catcher. So a memory catcher is a little bit like a dream catcher, but instead of dreams, it catches memories. And these memories can be of people that have passed away, or it can be reminders about your patron goddesses or gods. You can also use them to record your memories throughout a year. It's really endless, the possibilities of what you can do with one of these. So just before we begin, I'm going to go through what you're going to need for this. So you'll need a stick. I've got a length of bamboo here, about 60 centimeters. I have a collection of ribbons in my chosen colors. I have a collection of feathers, both big and small. I have some string, and I have these very sweet little charms that I got on Amazon, and they were part of a Tibetan charm collection, and I got about 100, I think, for just a few pounds, and they're very sweet. They come in different styles, different shapes, and I find them really useful for memory catchers. You'll also need a needle and thread, and your trusty glue gun as well. So what you'll need first is your length of stick and your ribbons. So you'll just halve your ribbons like this, so you have a loop at one end, and then the tails at the other. Wrap it around and under, use the stick, and then pull the tails through. Like so. And you'll need to do that along the whole length with all of the ribbons. So once you have all of the ribbons in place, you can then take each end of the ribbon and secure a nice feather into the back of it. So
For this, what I usually do is choose the feather, put on a little dab of glue, and then secure the feather within the ribbon, like so. And you do that along each of the ends of the ribbons until all of the feathers are attached. So once all of your feathers are attached like this to the bottom of each ribbon, you can then secure the tops as well. So for this bit, what I do is I like to pull it tight, put a little dab of glue, and then use a smaller feather to just accent the top, like so. And we'll do that all the way along the ribbons. So once you have your feathers on the top like this, you can then start to secure your charms onto the ribbon. And I usually sew these on, just secure them at the back and then sew through and attach them. So I'm going to do that now, just with a couple of these to show you, and then we'll go to the final stage. So I have my needle and thread here. I'm going to go into the back of the ribbon and then back down, not through the same hole but close by. It's a little bit fiddly. And then just to secure the thread at the back, I'm going to go through the loop on the thread. So I've doubled the thread over, so that's now secure. And I can come back up through the hole. I'm going to attach one of the charms. Onto the ribbon and get it into place, and then just sew that into place. Go up through the ring a couple of times and down onto the back. And then once that's secured, I'm just going to turn it over so you can see the back there. And I'm just going to go through the stitches on the back of the ribbon just a couple of times, and then through the loop to secure it in place. Just snip that off. And that is one of the charms attached there. So this is a little leaf, and I thought I'd make this ribbon into one for nature. So I'm going to put a few more on here, and then I'll come back and show you the end result. So you only have to put a couple of charms on there. You know, you don't need to go crazy, but you can really put on as many as you wish. So you don't have to do all of the ribbons all at once. If you were doing a year-long memory catcher, you could just put a ribbon on for each month, and then as you make memories during the month, just sew on a little something just to remember what you did, or where you went, or who you saw, and it builds up over time. I created this memory ribbon for my father in remembrance of him. So he was in the Merchant Navy, so I have an anchor. He also loved to sing, so I have a treble clef. And he loved the beach and the seaside, so I have a starfish and a mermaid. And then he also loved riding bikes, so I have a little bike there. And the sea was such a big part of his life. I've got a ship's wheel as well on there. So yeah, it's just, you can pretty much do whatever you want with this memory catcher. It's entirely up to you, and it makes it very personal for you as well. So yeah, have fun catching all of your memories. The final part of this project would be to secure some string onto the ends so that you have a way to hang your project. So I'm just going to do a double knot on this end. And then on this end too. Make sure that it doesn't slip. Right, so here is the finished memory catcher that we made for sewing. Feathers at the bottom and the feathers at the top, and the strings where you can catch all of your memories and sew them on. Hi again. So I'm going to show you now how to make a witch ball, and a witch ball can be created for many different purposes. It's usually to attract something into your life, like protection or healing or prosperity, but this one I'm going to create for love. And what you will need for this craft is a clear bauble like this. You can get them in glass or plastic. They come with a little removable cap. You will also need some crystals and herbs that correspond to what you're trying to draw to you. So I have some nice little quartz crystal chips here. I also have herbs. I've got some basil and ginger, some ground cinnamon, some rosemary, bay leaves, and I have some lavender flowers, and also some little rosebuds. So all of these are associated and correspond to love. Other things you might need is some of this moss. This is dried moss, and also a needle and thread, some ribbon or lace to go around the top. This is pretty. And a little charm that you'd like to attach. And also a measuring spoon. This is just a 1/4 teaspoon, 1.25 ml spoon, just to measure out the herbs and keep it nice and tidy. Herbs tend to go everywhere. And I also have a gold and silver marker, which I use to write on the intention to pop it in the bauble. So what you'll need to do is just remove the cap from the bauble, and then with your glue gun just squirt a little bit of glue into the bottom. And then just grab some of this moss and pop it into the top, like so. You can use a pen to kind of put it into position. Maybe a little more. Like so. You don't need a whole lot in there, just enough to give it a little bit of a seat on which to put all of the other different items. And then we can add in here the herbs. So we have in spices, we have some ginger here. Let's just put that in it. And some cinnamon. I love the smell of cinnamon. And we have some basil. And some rosemary. And we're also going to add into here some pretty rosebuds. And some quartz crystal. And some lavender flowers. I'm just going to take those off the stem and just drop those in. This is dried lavender. A little bit more. I love the smell of lavender. So relaxing, calming. Put a few heads in there too, small heads, just to add a little bit more texture there. And there we have it. So we've got in there the moss, some ginger, cinnamon, basil, rosemary, rosebuds and lavender, along with some quartz crystal. And what I like to do is take a little bay leaf. You might need to trim it a little bit so it fits into the neck of the bottle. And then onto the bay leaf I will write my intention. So this one is for love. So I just write my intention on the leaf like that. And then carefully, and you do have to be extremely careful not to break it, and it just sits nicely in there like that. And once everything is in there that you want, and you can screw on the cap, and you can then decorate it with ribbon and your charm. So I'm just going to do that now, and I'll come back and show you the finished item. And so there we have it. So I have attached the lace around the top, added the little love heart charm, and attached this pretty love heart ribbon to the bauble. And that's it finished. So just show that a little bit closer. And inside it smells absolutely divine. So as I was saying, you can make these witch balls for any purpose really, anything that you wish to draw into your life. You can create this ball. You don't always have to use them for you. You can use them just as decorations around your home at any time of the year. But I do like to hang these on my Yule tree. So I hope you have enjoyed this craft, and I hope that you'll give it a go. And please let me know if you do. Take care everyone. Bye bye. Blessed be.
Welcome back everybody. I hope you enjoyed that craft. In a few minutes we're going to go to another donation break, and then after the break I'm going to be discussing crystals for Imbolc and Ostara. So if you'd like to make a donation to our very worthy cause of sending Correllians to the Parliament of World Religions in August 2023 next year, please go to correllians.live/donate. At the moment, I'm waiting for an update on how much has been donated so far. So please head on over to correllians.live/donate if you'd like to make a donation. So I'm going to now bring up the next video to give you some more information about what we're doing and what we're trying to do here. So bear with me while I just bring that up. Here we go. And I will see you on the other side of this with an update and to talk to you about crystals for Imbolc and Ostara.
Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from the beautiful metaverse. I am the first priest and chancellor of the Correllian Nativist tradition of Wicca, and I want to thank you for tuning in to the Road to Parliament 22 Correllians Live Telethon, 100 hours of magic and community. We're here to ask you to help us as we send a contingent to the Parliament of the World's Religions in August of 2023. We're going to give voice to you and to our community. During this 100 hours, our goal is to raise at least $10,000, and you can help us to do that. We humbly ask that you go to correllians.live/donate and give what you can. Then share this telethon and make sure those in your spheres know where and when to watch. Again, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the show.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the 9th Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here is one of 6 reasons you should attend. Number 3, breathtaking performances of music, dance, and the arts. Every kind of religious and cultural music, dances, and art fill the 5 days. The Parliament presents beautiful, colorful, intimate, and spectacular performances in many languages from many cultures. The display of the heart, in essence, the freedom of expression, will be on full display. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody.
What are you most looking forward to at the Parliament of the World's Religions?
What I am looking forward for the Parliament of World Religion 2023 is that the Parliament will bring me in so that I could meet my Correllian family. It's been a long time that I've been following the Parliament World Religion and the Correllian tradition through Magic TV. But this time, with your help, and I'm really hoping that you could help me to be at the Parliament of World Religion 2023. So this is what I'm looking forward to meet you and be in person with you at the Parliament of World Religion.
Why do we need representation at the Parliament?
Our attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, we can make a difference. By standing with our faith community and as a people of spirit, we can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way.
Who are the Sacred Order of Paladins?
The Order of Paladins is a service-oriented order dedicated to assisting our communities in moving towards a better, more sustainable stewardship of Mother Earth. And we are also dedicated to preserving Gaian culture today in order to support our civilization in the future.
Why support the Paladins?
Because we have had representation at every modern parliament, and we want to continue and expand on that with those of us who are attending in 2023.
What is the money going to be used for?
Most of the money we are looking to raise with our $10,000 minimum goal will go towards housing costs. Our plan is to house and feed all of us together for the week of the Parliament. Whatever money that remains when this goal is met will go towards bringing honored paladins in from other countries who would otherwise not have the opportunity to attend the Parliament. One such paladin is Reverend Sir Rolando Camon, whom we fondly call Apu Adman.
But we can't do it alone.
And that's ultimately why we are here, because we need your help. Thank you so much for watching and contributing in whatever way you can. Please donate to our cause at correllians.live/donate. Like our video feeds and share so that others can join us in watching what we have planned for you throughout these 4 incredible days and nights.
And welcome back, everybody. My name is Reverend Joanne Williams, and I'm coming to you from South Yorkshire in England. I have been with the Correllian tradition since 2002, and I'm a first degree priestess within the tradition, and I have my own proto temple on Second Life called Wild Moon. And I can't believe how quickly that last hour has gone, but I'm with you again for the next 3 hours. And during that time, I'm going to be talking to you about crystals and the Wheel of the Year and looking at some crafts for each of the Sabbats too. So I'm just waiting to see if we've had an update on the total. Okay, so our new updated total is $460. Yay, thank you so much for everybody who has donated. That's really wonderful, and it's going to help such a worthy cause to help us send Correllians to the Parliament of World Religions in August 2023 in Chicago. So also, I'd just like to let you know that we have an auction happening. So if you would like to find out what's available at the auction, please visit correllians.live/auction to see how you would register and get involved with that. We also have some amazing psychic readers who have readings available if anybody would like to book one. These can be booked through correllians.live/readers. And if you'd like to know a little bit more about what's coming up within the next 3 days, we have correllians.live/schedule. So coming up later today, we have Ed the Pagan after myself, and then from 12 p.m, so noon, we have Crafty Correllians with Sir Kai, followed by the Cauldron of Story and the Well of Memes with Phaedra Bonowitz, hosted by Reverend Laurie Blackman. Then we're going behind the scenes of Pagan World TV with the Pagan World TV crew, hosted by General Ed Hubbard. And then Curio Rebecca Lynn Scott will be discussing Everybody Does It, Death and Dying, hosted by Cosmo Rubiconis. And later this evening at 10 p.m, we have Mary Hawke and Gail Tracy Mull talking about tarot. So we have some really exciting things coming up today. I hope you can stay tuned and enjoy the programming. So in just a minute, I'm going to be playing another video that I made about crystals and the Wheel of the Year. And this time it's going to be for Imbolc and Ostara. And there'll be a little bit at the end on cleansing crystals too, using alternative methods to the elements. So I'm just going to get that loaded up and we can have a look at that. I hope you are enjoying the show, by the way. And if you do have any comments, please drop me a comment through social media and I will look at those as soon as I can and read out some of your comments too. Okay, so here we go. This is the Crystal Wheel of the Year, Imbolc and Ostara. I hope you enjoy.
Greetings, everyone, and merry meet. My name is Reverend Joanne Williams, also known as Earthstar, and I'm very pleased to be here today to talk to you about crystals and the Wheel of the Year. In my last segment on this, I talked about crystals for Samhain and Yule, and now I will discuss some crystals that we can look at for Imbolc and Ostara. My love of crystals began as a small child when my paternal grandmother gave me a small quartz crystal geode. And I loved the way the light glinted off the facets and I could feel the soft tingle of the crystal in my hand. And it made me think that this was something really special. So my crystal collection has grown a lot over the years, as well as my study and love of crystals. And I use them within my everyday life in different ways. Before we get started, I'd just like to ask you a question. And I'd like to know, what crystals are you drawn to right now and why? Do you know the properties of these crystals or why you might be drawn to them at this time? Please drop me a comment in the chat and I'll read out some of them after this episode if we have some time left. So, as you know, there are 8 main holidays that we celebrate as Wiccans, which are known as Sabbats. They are divided into 2 sets of 4. There are the grand Sabbats, which are feminine and dedicated to the goddess, and the lesser Sabbats, which are masculine and dedicated to the god. The grand Sabbats are lunar in character, and in former times were tied to the lunar calendar. And some groups still reckon the grand Sabbats by these lunar dates, and some fix their date by other means. The lesser Sabbats are solar in nature and are the equinoxes and solstices of the sun. And this is what the solar calendar is based on. As the year is divided into a dark and light half, there are 2 grand Sabbats and 2 lesser Sabbats in each. In this segment, we're going to look at crystals for Imbolc and Ostara. Imbolc is usually celebrated on February the 1st, and Ostara between March the 20th to the 22nd. It's celebrated on the vernal equinox. So let's go ahead now and have a look at crystals for Imbolc. Imbolc is the time to celebrate the stirrings of new life. You may start to see snowdrops pushing their way through the soil and snow, and the lambing season begins. The days are growing longer now as the sun regains its strength and the snow begins to melt. Warmer days are on the way. Imbolc is sacred to the goddess Brigid, fertility, healing, and agriculture. It's the perfect time to start your spring cleaning and do some home blessing spells. It's celebrated on February the 1st. Some groups, however, celebrate it on February the 2nd. Imbolc is the festival of the beginning of spring by traditional reckoning. It represents renewed life of the earth after winter and the growing strength of the sun. Imbolc is a festival of light and of the dawn. It is traditional to light candles. It is traditional to light many candles for this festival in order to encourage the sun to shine brighter and the earth to throw off the cold of the winter months. For this reason, Imbolc is also called Candlemas, and this is perhaps the more popular name for this festival. The maiden is not only the goddess of physical fire, but also of the fire of inspiration, the fire of creativity. Hers is the fire that is the first spark of fertility and life. So here are my favorite crystals for Imbolc. We start off with malachite. At this Sabbath, you may start seeing very early signs of spring, shoots starting to poke out of the ground or the slightest hint of a bud on a tree. It's time when we can connect more deeply to the earth, and as malachite is a crystal of growth and fertility, this is a perfect crystal to use at this time. You can use it to bless seeds that you would like to grow in the coming months to give them a boost of vibrancy and energy. Malachite represents the innate beauty of nature and has deep healing powers. It's useful in situations of transformation and times of spiritual growth. It's also a stone of protection and absorbs negative energies and pollutants from the body and the environment, and can also be used for purification and grounding. Next we have selenite, and this is one of the most useful healing crystals. With its gentle vibration and calming energy, it's a beautiful crystal to use around your home. If you're thinking of spring cleaning, this crystal can help dissipate negative energies and protect your space. Selenite represents purity of spirit and can aid connection to the spiritual realms. It has a beautiful, rejuvenating, and divine feminine energy. Its name derives from the Greek goddess Selene, which means moon. It is best known for its cleansing properties, and its energy is so high it rarely needs to be cleansed itself. You can use it as a charging or cleansing stone for other smaller crystals and even your magical tools. Next we have amethyst. With the change of the season, amethyst can bring insight and help us to focus our thoughts. It's a great stone that connects us to our intuition and can support us in making decisions and setting realistic goals. This is a crystal of spirituality and contentment. It can enhance peace of mind, relaxation, and discovery of self, as well as helping with anxiety, irritability, and tension. It's a wonderful crystal to place under your pillow to prevent nightmares and to help you sleep. Bloodstone is next on my list. As we are awakening to the beginnings of spring, this crystal can give us a boost of energy and motivation. It can help with decision making and increase our resilience, as well as remind us to live in the here and now. This deep earthy gem has spots of bright red and represents strength, passion, and courage. Bloodstone is reputed to be an excellent healing stone and is often worn as a talisman of good health and good fortune. Then we have moonstone. At Imbolc, we are transitioning from winter to spring. This crystal is perfect for renewal, rebirth, and initiations. Moonstone has strong connections to the moon and has a receptive feminine energy, which helps to stabilize emotions and improve emotional intelligence to help us leave behind whatever no longer serves us. Moonstone is a stone that helps you to find your way when you're not sure of the direction to choose. It's like a guiding light, and shines on your path to illuminate your journey. And lastly, the crystal for Imbolc is turquoise. This is a crystal that can spark creativity within and help you to manifest and bring your ideas to fruition. This calming stone also represents fertility and brings you guidance, clarity, and truthful insight. Turquoise unites the earth and the sky, masculine and feminine, and the dark and the light. It inspires wisdom and understanding and can aid in self-awareness and integrating both positive and negative experiences into our acceptance of ourselves. Mistakes made are often the most important lessons learned, and turquoise helps us to embrace all that we are. Let's take a look at some crystals for Ostara. Ostara is celebrated at the spring equinox when day and night are equal. It's considered the high point of the spring season when life is bursting forward in all directions. Like Imbolc, Ostara is a festival of the dawn and of increasing life. The word Ostara comes from the Germanic word Ost, or east, a reference to the dawn and the renewal of life. The rituals of Ostara celebrate renewed life in many forms. Eggs, a symbol of rebirth, are painted in bright colors and used in sacred rites before being eaten. Baby animals, especially chickens, ducks, and rabbits, are symbolic of the season. The rabbit, the ancient symbol of the moon, represents the earth's renewed fertility. Ostara is a solar Sabbath and is sacred to the young god, lord of the rising sun and of life. He is the custodian of the growing plants and animals as well as the growing light of the sun. This god has many names, but in particular, he is venerated as the Green Man, in which form he is shown surrounded by greenery and breathing it out from his lips. This Sabbath is also sacred to the goddess Ostara, who brings gifts of renewal and growth to the land. It's time to put our plans into action and give life to the ideas that we have been thinking about during the winter, to awaken the dormant energy that has been hibernating within us, and enjoy the warmth of the invigorating light and warmth of spring. So here are a few crystals that I like to use at Ostara. Firstly, we have ocean jasper. At Ostara, we're thinking about balance, and ocean jasper is a crystal that encourages cooperation at home and in the workplace. It aids positive communication and self-expression, and can also work to cultivate new ideas for spiritual and personal growth. This crystal is a stone of strength and renewal, and is wonderful for relieving stress and inducing calmness and tranquility. It helps during meditation to center and balance our emotions, and allows access to ancient wisdom and our past life experiences. Next on my list is chrysoprase. This stone helps us to discover more about ourselves and others. It boosts creativity, talent, and skills, and is great for anyone starting a new hobby or adventure. It can help uncover unknown talents and creativity. It can also induce deep meditative states and is a very calming stone, promoting self-awareness and self-acceptance. Chrysoprase helps us to find a more positive outlook in life and brings a sense of hope, love, and truth, helping you to feel a sense of security and independence. The next crystal on my list is dendritic agate. This crystal can be used to attract abundance and prosperity into all areas of your life. It also enhances the growth and health of plants and can help to deepen your own connection to nature and to the earth. This is another protective stone and can be used to help eliminate negative thinking and boost confidence. It's useful for insight or in situations where you need to analyze, concentrate, or discover something hidden. It promotes a sense of maturity and composure and provides a loving and stable aura to promote necessary changes in behavior to achieve results. Next is Amazonite. As we are thinking about balance, Amazonite is a very soothing stone that helps to bring equilibrium to the mind and body. It can help to soothe worries and fears, and can also help in balancing the masculine and feminine energies within. It can help in challenging situations to bring calm and rational thought during difficult conversations. This crystal can enhance spiritual connection and is very useful for those just setting out on their spiritual path, especially in the early stages, where we just want to know everything and can get frustrated during the learning process. Then we have lapis lazuli. This crystal is a wonderful choice for those looking for spiritual growth and personal development. It helps to open the third eye and throat chakras and is particularly useful for dream work, channeling, and contacting spirit guides. The brilliant deep blue of this stone is almost celestial, and it can be used to bring deep harmony and peace. It can also be used in situations that require the truth and honesty, and is a stone of wisdom and compassion. It can also be used to open psychic abilities and empower your senses. And lastly, within this set of crystals is aquamarine. This is a crystal that can help to rejuvenate your spirit and awaken your passion and creativity. It's like a wave of positive energy that washes away any stress and fear and allows peace and tranquility to flow into your life. This is a crystal of empowerment, and it helps us to realize that we each have power within us, and whether that is through courage and bravery or through yielding to the vitality of life and promoting truth and compassion, we can all align our own power with our own intuitive abilities and inner knowledge. In this segment, I'd also like to talk about crystal cleaning and cleansing that uses alternative methods to those I've already discussed. So, as you probably know, cleansing crystals after you have acquired them is a fundamental part of crystal care. Crystals can come to us from various sources. We may be lucky enough to find them ourselves. We may have been gifted them by friends, or we may purchase them online or from a store. Before they reach us, crystals have already accrued their own histories, and for each person or experience the crystal has had contact with, along the way they will have been exposed to different energies. When they arrive at their destination, it's important that we cleanse these pre-existing energies and then continue to cleanse our crystals at regular intervals. In the previous segment, I talked about how to cleanse your crystals using the elements, but there are other ways that you can cleanse them too. So here are some alternative methods that you can use. The first way is through sunlight. You can also expose crystals to sunlight for cleansing. Be very careful with this method. As I previously stated, I believe that crystals can actually fade in sunlight and can sometimes change or fade. Let's do that bit again. Let's start with sunlight. You can expose crystals to sunlight for cleansing, but be very careful with this method, as some crystals can fade or actually change color when left in direct sunlight. The time required is quite short. You should aim for less than 15 to 20 minutes. Next is moonlight. You can place your crystals on a windowsill or outside directly onto the earth under a full moon. You can leave them overnight, but remember to bring them indoors in the morning and certainly before the sun reaches its peak at around noon. Then we have sound, so you can use a cleansing pitch or tone to fully encompass crystals. This can also cleanse them. You can use a tuning fork, singing bowls, or even your own voice through singing and chanting. And this is a great way to cleanse a lot of crystals all at the same time. You can also use larger crystals, for example, an amethyst bed or a selenite slab. These kinds of crystals are wonderful for cleansing smaller or tumbled stones, and you can just place the smaller stones on top and leave them there for a few hours. Remember to cleanse your larger crystals from time to time by running them under water or using one of the other methods that I've discussed earlier. You can also use visualization. In the Correllian tradition, we use visualization as a standard practice to cleanse virtually everything, from our sacred spaces to our tools, and of course you can use this with crystals too. To do this with crystals, we would hold the crystal in our hand and visualize a yellow-white light moving from one side of the crystal through the crystal to the other side. And lastly is Reiki. And for those of you who have been attuned, you can place the crystal in the palm of your hand, draw the power symbol over the crystal, and then channel Reiki over and through the crystal to cleanse it. It works very similar to visualization and can be used to clear the energies from the crystals. So that's all I have time for in this episode, everyone. I hope you have enjoyed finding out more about crystals for Imbolc and Astara. Later today, I'll be talking about crystals for the other Sabbats, but after the break, I'm going to be making a yarn goddess for Imbolc and a felted bunny for Astara. So stay tuned. Thank you for being with me today, and blessed be.
And I'm back. Hi again, everybody. So as I said just then, I'm going to be making a yarn goddess, a Bridget representation for Imbolc, and a little fluffy felt bunny for Astara. But before we do that, I have a donation break coming up. So I'm just going to get that sorted out, and I will see you after the break.
Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from the beautiful metaverse. I am the first priest and chancellor of the Correllian Nativist tradition of Wicca, and I want to thank you for tuning in to the Road to Parliament 22 Correllians Live Telethon, 100 hours of magic and community. We're here to ask you to help us as we send a contingent to the Parliament of the World's Religions in August of 2023. We're going to give voice to you and to our community. During this 100 hours, our goal is to raise at least $10,000, and you can help us to do that. We humbly ask that you go to Correllians.live/donate and give what you can. Then share this telethon and make sure those in your spheres know where and when to watch. Again, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the show.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the 9th Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here is one of 6 reasons you should attend. Number 4, have your voice heard. Your attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, you can make a difference. By standing with your faith, community, and as a person of spirit, you can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody.
What are you most looking forward to at the Parliament of the World's Religions?
What I'm most looking forward to at the Parliament of World Religions is learning about all the different types of religions that are out there, meeting the various clergy and making new friends around the globe, and getting to know the other people and what they're focused on and what needs to be done to help me focus and teach others.
Why do we need representation at the Parliament?
Our attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, we can make a difference. By standing with our faith community and as a people of spirit, we can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way.
Who are the Sacred Order of Paladins?
The Order of Paladins is a service-oriented order dedicated to assisting our communities in moving towards a better, more sustainable stewardship of Mother Earth. And we are also dedicated to preserving Gaian culture today in order to support our civilization in the future.
Why support the Paladins?
Because we have had representation at every modern parliament, and we want to continue and expand on that with those of us who are attending in 2023.
What is the money going to be used for?
Most of the money we are looking to raise with our $10,000 minimum goal will go towards housing costs. Our plan is to house and feed all of us together for the week of the Parliament. Whatever money that remains when this goal is met will go towards bringing honored paladins in from other countries who would otherwise not have the opportunity to attend the Parliament. One such paladin is Reverend Sir Rolando Camon, whom we fondly call Apu Adman.
But we can't do it alone.
And that's ultimately why we are here, because we need your help. Thank you so much for watching and contributing in whatever way you can. Please donate to our cause at Correllians.live/donate. Like our video feeds and share so that others can join us in watching what we have planned for you throughout these 4 incredible days and nights.
Welcome back, everybody. It's great to see you, and thank you for being with me this morning. My name is Reverend Joan Williams. If you're just joining me, I'm from the UK, and I'm talking today about crystals in the Wheel of the Year, and also crafts for the different Sabbats. So I'd just like to thank everybody who has donated so far to this very worthy cause. As you know, we are doing this Road to Parliament 2022 Correllians Live Telethon so that Correllians can attend the Parliament of World Religions, which is coming to Chicago, Illinois on in August 2023. And the Sacred Order of Paladins and the Correllian Nativist Church will be attending to represent the pagan community as a whole, but we need your help. So if you have the capacity to donate today, please head on over to Correllians.live/donate, and please give what you can. So we have a lot of great programming coming up soon throughout the rest of the telethon, and I am going to be showing you how to make this, which is a little corn. Well, this is a yarn dolly, but usually these are made from corn or wheat, straw. So we're going to be making one of those for Imbolc, and a little rabbit for Astara. So I'm going to be bringing that up in just a moment to show you, but I just wanted to tell you all about our live readers. So if you would like a psychic reading, you can book one of our readers at correllians.live/readers. Choose the reader you'd like, and then it's $25 for a 15-minute reading. So very worthwhile. These readers are, fantastic, and completely recommend them. And also, if you'd like to get involved in our auction, you can head over to correllians.live/auction and find out what we have on offer there and how to get involved. So I'm just going to load up the video here for the next section, which is about crafts for Imbolc and Ostara. And you can follow along with that. To learn how to make those crafts. So I hope you enjoy it, and I'll see you after this video. Welcome back, everyone, to Sit a Spell with me, Reverend Joanne Williams, also known as Earthstar. And in this segment, I'm going to be creating a Bridget doll made of wool for Imbolc, and also a felt bunny for Ostara. So just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about, this is the Bridget doll. She's got red hair. Usually these would be made from straw, so I have some straw coloured yarn and some green for some decoration. And I'll show you the felt bunny once we get to that section. So it's a very simple craft. All you need is some straw coloured yarn, some green yarn, and some red yarn. And I have a few little offcuts from the previous time I made this, so I've kept those. I will need those to help tie bits together. For this craft, you also need a hardbacked book, one that has ridges on the bottom and top, so that you can use it to create the doll. So we're going to use it in a slightly different way today, and that's to help us to create the yarn doll. So what you'll need to do is, first of all, take your straw coloured yarn, and we're going to wrap it around the book about 50 times. So just keep wrapping it like this around the top and the bottom and back again. Okay, so I've just finished wrapping the yarn around the book about 50 to 60 times, and then what you'll want to do is push it towards the edge, and then take one of these little offcuts, and as you remove it from the edge, you'll need to tie it. At the top and the bottom. So that's the top bit. Nice and secure, then you can just take it off the bottom one, and you would secure it at the bottom as well. So now we have a loop of yarn. What you're then going to do is take about the first quarter, third, and you're going to secure that again with another strand. And this creates the head. Of the doll. Like so. And we're going to secure around her waist, again with another section of yarn.
like so. So you have her head and her waist now. Like that. So once you have that done, it's time to make the arms, and for this you'll need to go back to the book and take your straw coloured yarn again, and again wrap it around from top to bottom, this time around 15 to 18 times depending on how thick you would like her arms. So again, I've just wrapped that round about 15 times, and this time when you take off the yarn, you want to tie it in the middle, so right in the middle. So try and make it even on each side. So you have it in the middle of her arms like that. And then what you can do is snip each end. I like to do one at a time because it keeps it all nice and tidy. And then you're gonna plait or braid the arms, so divide them into 3 equal parts, and then braid them into a nice plait, like so. It nice and tight. And then when you get to the ends, take another piece of yarn and just secure the ends. So, and then you can just trim off any excess to make all of the fronds the same length. So you would repeat that on the other side, and I'll come back when I've done that. So once you have the arms made like this, what you need to do is bring back the doll section and pretty much make a hole between her chest like that, and then slip the arms through. Like so. She's starting to take shape now. Her arms through there like that. Make sure you even them out on each side. And now we're going to work on her bodice, and her bodice is made from this green wool. So I find it easy just to like wind off quite a lot. So what you will do is start at the waist, go around her neck, then around her waist twice, and then repeat over her shoulder, around her neck, down her other side, and around the waist twice. And just keep repeating this until you have the desired design on the bodice. Once you have done that, just snip off the end. And then you can tuck that underneath her belt, like so. And then you can pull out the sides a little bit. It might be easier to use like a pen or something just to kind of even that out a little bit. And just create it however you like to make it look the way you want. So the last thing to do is her hair, and for this we go back to the book again. So this time I'm going to use the sides. So instead of going up and down this way, I'm going from side to side and wrapping the wool around the middle of the book. So for this you're going to need around about 20 wraps around the book, so I'll come back when I've done that. Okay, so I have the 20 wraps of the wool around the book, and now all I have to do is take this off, like so. And I'm going to take a length of the wool. We're going to now tie this onto her head.
We seem to have lost sound here, so I'm just going to describe what I'm talking about. So this little rabbit has flowers and gems stuck to his body, has a little green ribbon, a white fluffy tail, little bead, black eyes, and some red ball pearls for his cheeks. So what you'll need is some felt, readily available from most craft stores. A4 sheet would be fine. You need a template of the rabbit shape. Here's one I made earlier. And we just need to cut that out. You need some gems and crystals, some flowers, anything decorative that you'd like to stitch or stick on. A little white fluff ball for his tail, and little pink ones for cheeks, or you can use the pearls if you wish. Some stuffing, a needle and thread, some ribbon, and little glass bead eyes. I chose black, and of course a glue gun. So you can start by cutting out the rabbit shape, as you can see here, and then use that as a template to draw onto your felt. So what I do is I cut off, I use half a sheet of A4 and then fold it in half and trace the rabbit around it like this. And then I cut through both pieces of the material. So you get a shadow of the rabbit. You get two pieces that can be back to back, like this. So you're gonna sew the rabbit up and put some stuffing in so it's nice and squishy. And then first thing to do is to start decorating it however you like, making it the same on each side. So once you have done that and you have the design how you want it, you can then pop on his eyes and cheeks, like this. Then what you need to do is place them back to back so that the decorations are on both sides, like so. And now we're going to stitch around the rabbit, leaving this area here free of stitches so that we can put the stuffing inside. So you'll need your needle and thread. And for this we're going to use a blanket stitch. You can use other stitches like running stitch or back stitch if you prefer. I just like blanket stitch, it makes it look nice and neat. So firstly you go through the middle to the back of the material and go back through close to the hole and pull, and then you're going to catch the loop by pushing a needle through it and then pulling tight just to secure that. Then you go through both pieces of material and go a little step ahead, and before the thread goes all the way through you catch the loop again. So through the material a little way from the original stitch, and then just before the thread comes all the way through, catch the loop. I'll show you one more time. Through both pieces of material, pull through, and then catch the loop like that and pull it tight. And you'll see that it's starting to make a nice edge around the outside. It's going to take some time. You may get a couple of knots in it, but just be patient. I'm going to sew all the way around till we get back to this point. And there we have it. The rabbit has been sewn all the way around, leaving that little gap at the end there on his rump. And that's for the stuffing to go inside. So when you're putting the stuffing inside, you need to make sure you get it down into the legs and up into the ears. To make him nice and chunky like that. And you can use a pen if you need to, if your finger won't fit down into the smaller gaps, just to push that stuffing down into those areas. And then once you have the stuffing how you want it, you can just seal up that area using blanket stitch and then add his fluffy tail. And then the final stage is to add a ribbon. So I just measure out a ribbon length, glue it down onto his neck with the glue gun, securing the ribbon around him. It's a little difficult to see there, but it's just a tiny dab of glue to secure the ribbon, then snip off the excess. And then with another piece of ribbon, make a bow. So for this I make like a loop and then squish it in the middle. And then I wrap around another small piece of ribbon just to make it look like a bow. It's a little bit fiddly, but there you go, there's the little bow, and then just wrap that bit around the middle, like so. And then attach it onto the neck piece. So there you have it, a little Ostara bunny and an Imbolc goddess for those sabbats. We're going to go to another donation break in just a minute. And then after that, we're going to be looking at crystals for Beltane and Litha. So I'm just going to load up that and then I'll be right back after the break.
Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from the beautiful metaverse. I am the first priest and chancellor of the Correllian Nativist tradition of Wicca, and I want to thank you for tuning in to the Road to Parliament 22 Correllians Live Telethon, 100 hours of magic and community. We're here to ask you to help us as we send a contingent to the Parliament of the World's Religions in August of 2023. We're going to give voice to you and to our community. During this 100 hours, our goal is to raise at least $10,000, and you can help us to do that. We humbly ask that you go to Correllians.live/donate and give what you can. Then share this telethon and make sure those in your spheres know where and when to watch. Again, thank you so much and enjoy the rest of the show.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the Ninth Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here is one of 6 reasons you should attend. Number 5, become a part of the global peace movement. As you learn and share at the Parliament, you discover none of us are alone, and that people all over the world are working towards peace, a freer world, and the protection of human rights. Whether your service and goals are local or global, through the Parliament of the World's Religions, you will be able to act. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody.
What are you most looking forward to at the Parliament of the World's Religions?
At the Parliament of World Religions in 2023, I'm personally looking forward to broad exposure and deep engagement with various wisdom traditions from around the world, particularly as regards pressing issues from today and future goals for our human journey. I expect that I'll be able to incorporate much of the learning back into my own personal path, as well as share tangible insights back into the metaphysical and spiritual community that I work within.
Why do we need representation at the Parliament?
Our attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, we can make a difference. By standing with our faith community and as a people of spirit, we can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way.
Who are the Sacred Order of Paladins?
The Order of Paladins is a service-oriented order dedicated to assisting our communities in moving towards a better, more sustainable stewardship of Mother Earth. And we are also dedicated to preserving Gaian culture today in order to support our civilization in the future.
Why support the Paladins?
Because we have had representation at every modern parliament, and we want to continue and expand on that with those of us who are attending in 2023.
What is the money going to be used for?
Most of the money we are looking to raise with our $10,000 minimum goal will go towards housing costs. Our plan is to house and feed all of us together for the week of the Parliament. Whatever money that remains when this goal is met will go towards bringing honored paladins in from other countries who would otherwise not have the opportunity to attend the Parliament. One such paladin is Reverend Sir Rolando Camon, whom we fondly call Apu Adman.
But we can't do it alone.
And that's ultimately why we are here, because we need your help. Thank you so much for watching and contributing in whatever way you can. Please donate to our cause at Correllians.live/donate. Like our video feeds and share so that others can join us in watching what we have planned for you throughout these 4 incredible days and nights.
Welcome back, everybody. For those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Reverend Joanne Williams, also known as Earthstar, and I am a first-degree priestess with the Correllian Nativist tradition. And I also have my own proto-temple, Wild Moon, on Second Life. And we're here today to raise money for Correllians to represent us and the pagan community as a whole at the Parliament of World Religions in August 2023, taking place in Chicago, Illinois. So I'm just going to check for an update on the total. So we're still at $460, which is fantastic. Thank you so much to everybody who has donated so far. If you can donate, please head on over to Correllians.live/donate to make your donation and help us on this road to Parliament. Coming up in the next few minutes, I'm going to be showing you a video on crystals for Beltane and Litha, followed by some crafts for those Sabbats. And then later, before the end of the show, I'm going to be showing you crystals for Lemmus and Mabon and crafts for those Sabbats too. So coming up in my show on Monday, so I'm not here tomorrow or Sunday, but on Monday, I'm going to be sharing with you a little bit about Wild Moon, my temple, and giving you a tour, an online tour of my temple, and also discussing Wild Moon with some of our members, so you'll get to meet some of our members too. And then I'll also be doing a segment on spirit guides and a spirit guide meditation. And also I have the amazing Livia Pye coming on Monday. She's an artist, a musician and singer from the UK. She's absolutely fantastic and I can't wait for you all to meet her. And she'll be sharing her music with us, and I'll also be doing a live interview with her too. So just going to check something very quickly. Thank you, Eric and Frost. Just showing you their messages there. Thank you guys. I hope you're enjoying the show. So I'm going to get that video started now. And if anybody would like to send me a message on social media, I can pick it up from the feed here and I'll be very happy to read that out and show everybody your comments. So I'm just going to load up that video now for you. And let's take a look at crystals for Beltane and Litha.
Greetings everyone and merry meet. My name is Reverend Joanne Williams, also known as Earthstar. I'm very pleased to be here today to talk to you about crystals and the Wheel of the Year. My love of crystals began as a small child when my paternal grandmother gave me a small geode of quartz crystals. And I knew as soon as I saw the light glinting off the facets and felt the soft tingle in my hand that this was something very special. My crystal collection has grown a lot over the years and I use them in many ways within my everyday life. Before we get started on this segment, I have a question for you all. Have you used crystals during meditation? And if so, what was your experience? Please drop a comment in the chat and I'll read some of them out after this episode. I'll also be discussing precautions you need to take with your crystals to ensure you keep them safe and protected later in this segment. But first we'll look at crystals for Beltane and Litha. So there are 8 main holidays that we celebrate as Wiccans, which are known as Sabbats. They are divided into 2 sets of 4. These are the Grand Sabbats, which are feminine and dedicated to the goddess, and the Lesser Sabbats, which are masculine and celebrate the god. The Grand Sabbats are lunar in character, and in former times were tied to the lunar calendar. Some groups still reckon the Grand Sabbats by the lunar calendar today, and some fix their dates by other means, but most groups celebrate them by the calendrical dates, which I'll discuss in a minute. The Lesser Sabbats are solar in nature and are the equinoxes and solstices of the sun, on which the solar calendar is based. As the year is divided into a dark and a light half, there are 2 Grand Sabbats and 2 Lesser Sabbats in each. So Beltane begins the light half of the year and is usually celebrated around May 1st, and Litha is celebrated on the summer solstice, usually between June the 20th and 22nd. So let us now take a look at crystals for Beltane. At Beltane we feel the energy and warmth of the sun. Spring becomes summer, and it's the time to celebrate fertility, sexuality, and the creation of new life. We sow seeds, nurture and tend the crops, and focus on union, commitment, and banishing the last of the winter darkness. Beltane is celebrated on May the 1st, and it's the beginning of the light half of the year and the beginning of summer. By traditional reckoning, Beltane is the polar opposite of Samhain, and is the festival of life. The word comes from the Gaelic and refers to the sacred bale fires and bonfires that were lit in ancient times for the god Bel, or Belanos. Beltane celebrates the union of the goddess and the god and is celebrated with great joy. Flowers are used to symbolize the divine union, and the maypole is used to represent the phallus of the god planted in the body of the Earth Mother. Beltane is a lunar or grand Sabbath and is sacred to the great Mother Goddess. She is the Lady of Life, who brings fertility to the earth, and at this time her power is on the rise as the earth brings forth an abundance of life. The Mother Goddess is the principal archetype of the goddess. So here are some of my favorite crystals for Beltane. First we have Lotus Stone, also known as Magnetite. This grounding stone aids in connecting us to the nurturing energies of the earth. As we're thinking of the union of the god and goddess at this time, this crystal can be used to help sustain life force and bring vitality and stability back to your life. As it is also magnetic, it can also be used to attract things you desire in your life and repel any feelings of negativity, fear, anger, or grief. It's a great crystal for gaining perspective or when you need to learn to trust your intuition. Lotus stone provides stability and grounding. It helps to align the chakras and balances the intellect and the emotions. It's a great stone to use during meditation and visualization. Next we have tourmaline, and this protective stone absorbs negative energies and promotes spiritual calm and balance. It can help to ground emotions and is useful in crystal healing too, as it creates an energetic boundary to contain the healing energy and integrate what you have received during healing into your physical body and consciousness. Tourmaline comes in a wide variety of colors from black to red, purple, and green. It can even have several colors in one crystal and has a beautiful sheen that can make it look so mystical. This is a very protective stone, especially during spiritual work, and depending on the color of the crystal, it can also be used for a variety of other reasons. Tourmaline exhibits polarity and when rubbed or heated can attract dust, dirt, or other lightweight materials. Next we have beryl. This crystal promotes courage and will help you to unleash your inner strength and power. It helps to filter out distractions so that you can focus on your goals and will also help to prevent you from feeling overstimulated and overwhelmed. This stone has warm and loving maternal energies and will inspire you to celebrate your romantic side, the connections you have with others, and to preserve the love you have by focusing on the positive aspects of your relationships. This is a great stone for helping you release emotions or old feelings that are no longer needed in your life. It brings out our inner strength and courage and will help you to realize your potential and remind you of the talents and abilities you have. Next we have rose quartz. At Beltane, we celebrate the love and union of the goddess and god, and rose quartz is the crystal of unconditional love. It is a very powerful stone for anyone who wishes to bring more love into their lives. It opens and heals the heart center and can help you to embrace kindness, compassion, and tenderness for yourself and others. Its gentle energy helps to support and rekindle relationships and brings joy, passion, and contentment. This is a very popular crystal because of its healing, nurturing, gentle, and comforting vibrations. It's associated with all forms of love and relates to the heart chakra. It encourages expression of warmth, compassion, and understanding, and encourages self-love and acceptance. Next we have ruby and fuchsite. This crystal is known as the ultimate heart stone and represents the balance of male and female energies. It brings a sense of emotional security, and its calming and nurturing vibrations, paired with its boldness and power, is perfect for a sense of harmony, togetherness, deep connection, and overall well-being. It's a wonderful crystal to use during difficult times as it helps to provide strength and relieves emotional stress to assist in dealing with life's problems. It eliminates negative energy and allows positive energies to flow freely. It helps you to appreciate yourself and brings power and passion from the ruby and calm and nurturing qualities from the fuchsite, promoting our capacity for self-love, enabling us to set limitations and boundaries, and helping us to appreciate our own uniqueness. And the last crystal in this set is carnelian. This vibrant crystal is useful for restoring energy, motivation, creativity, and vitality. It can also help to keep you focused and can be beneficial if you're thinking of making any improvements to your lifestyle. The crystal symbolizes energy and stimulation and is a wonderful stone for self-esteem and maintaining a healthy sense of self. It has powerful healing properties and can help the body to restore itself. It can be used for grounding, but it can also cause some people to feel the opposite, energized and a little lightheaded, so just be aware of this. Carnelian is great for connecting your spirit with your physical body, helping with willpower, confidence, spiritual growth, and awareness. It helps us to let go of fear and face the unknown. So those are the crystals for Beltane. Let's now take a look at crystals for Litha. So Litha, also known as Midsummer, as its name implies, is celebrated at the summer solstice, the longest day of the year. It's also known as Midsummer and is considered the high point of the summer season. Midsummer celebrates the very height of the powers of the sun and of life, but it also acknowledges that after this date the sun will begin to weaken and the days will grow shorter. A solar Sabbath, Midsummer, is sacred to the sun god as Lord of Life. The sun god has reached his peak and reigns over the darkness. We focus now on protection, inspiration, healing, and taking advantage of the sun's powerful energy to revitalize and add a powerful boost to any magical work we are undertaking. The celebrations of Midsummer stress the powers of light and life and rejoice in the good things the universe has to offer. Bonfires and candles are lit and burned throughout the day, and drumming, chanting, dancing, and healing rituals take place around the fire. So here are some of my favorite crystals for Litha. Firstly is jade. This stone of prosperity is great for attracting luck and friendship. As the sun is at its highest point at Litha, this crystal represents the abundant green energy of the earth and promotes health and well-being. Jade can be carried with you as a charm or placed in your garden to improve the overall health of the soil and your plants. Jade has a strong energy and is very useful when making changes in your life for the better. It can be used to promote wisdom, balance, and confidence, and helps to soothe, bring calm, and alleviate anxiety. It's often used as a symbol of purity, love, and honesty, and can also be added to any type of spell to amplify its power. Next we have citrine. At this time of the year, our projects and goals should be in full flow, and citrine is an enigmatic crystal that can boost your creative endeavors, keep you motivated, and bring you positive energy and inner calm. Citrine is a stone of light. It attracts happiness and abundance, and very rarely needs cleansing as it doesn't absorb negative energy. It's a stone of manifestation, and is like carrying around a little piece of sunshine. It's warm and comforting and energizing, and helps to awaken the energy within, and brings optimism and joy. It helps us to find a positive, even in bleak situations, and can protect against negative vibrations. Then we have sunstone. This crystal is not surprisingly linked to the sun and empowers us with confidence and creativity. For a boost of personal power, you can carry a little piece of the sun with you wherever you go, or have it close to you where you work, focus on your goals, or do your hobbies and crafts. It can protect from all forms of negativity and can be used for courage, energy, vitality, and attracting wealth and abundance. It's a very active, stimulating force, concerned with the physical world, and an incredible stone for creativity. It helps us to burst through creative blocks and attracts to you everything you will need to complete your projects. Next is tiger's eye, and this stone is perfect for when you need some balance and protection. With summer at its height, you may feel you need some extra willpower, endurance, or motivation to keep you moving forward. Tiger's Eye helps us to recognize our own strength and gives us courage to keep going. This crystal encourages us to listen to our own heart and minds and gives us courage to keep going. It encourages us to listen with our own heart and mind and seek your own way on your own terms. It brings prosperity, abundance, good luck, and attracts wealth. It's used for personal protection and is said to ward off the evil eye, protecting us from harm and danger. And next we have yellow topaz. This crystal represents friendship and attracts good fortune, wealth, and happiness to your life. It can heal, recharge, motivate, and direct energy to where it is needed. It's best used with affirmations and visualizations when working towards a goal. This stone helps us to clarify our intentions, actualize our will, and release our goals. It's a great stone for manifestation and enables us to align our intentions with our own life's purpose. It's a crystal of potency and can attract the energies needed to manifest dreams into reality. And the last crystal within this set is ruby. Ruby is a stone of protection, prosperity, love, and abundance. It can boost your confidence, increase sexual desire, and amplifies vitality and energy. It is said that this crystal can deepen your relationships and understanding of soul communion and sensuality. Litha is a time when the male energies are at their height, and so passion, drive, motivation, and commitment are at their peak too. Ruby draws health, vitality, and courage to love, passion, and relationships. They often change color to warn the wearer of danger and protect them from negative energies and against nightmares. They can also enhance lucid dreaming. So let's take a look now at some precautions we need to take with our crystals. So crystals can come to us from various sources. We may be lucky enough to find them ourselves, we may have been gifted them by a friend, or we may purchase them online or from a store. Before they reach us, crystals have their own histories, and for each person or experiences the crystal has had contact with along the way, they will have been exposed to different energies. As well as cleansing our crystals from their past associations, we also need to know how to take care of them. Every crystal is different, and they may sustain damage if you're not careful. Some crystals are very delicate, like kyanite or tourmaline, which may crumble or flake even with gentle handling. Selenite and softer crystals like calcite, fluorite, and apatite may scratch easily. Water can affect crystals such as halite, which will dissolve, and celestite, which can break apart, or carnelian, which can become fractured if exposed to salt water. Sunlight may fade some crystals, and some may oxidize or rust if left to the elements. All crystals are susceptible to breaks or fractures if they are dropped or hit with blunt or sharp implements. It's extremely important to research the crystals you have and find out what could potentially cause them damage, and try to prevent this from happening. Some crystals can also be toxic and harmful if ingested, and it is incredibly important to be aware of the base minerals they contain. Some may have copper, lead, zinc, and even arsenic within them, and this can lead to poisoning or in some cases can be fatal. This can certainly be a problem if you're using crystals as an elixir or as part of an infusion. You should make sure you do extensive research on your crystals before you use them, and use your own judgment when choosing crystals to work with and how you use them. Your health and safety are paramount. One way to protect your crystals is to store them correctly. It's a good way to reduce the chances of them becoming damaged, and there are various ways you can do this, from using separate bags and cloths for each crystal, organza bags or velvet, or bags made of cotton are suitable. You can also use containers made from wood, glass, or plastic with separate compartments, or jewelry boxes for your crystals. There are also specially designed display cabinets for crystals, and of course you can always have them on display in your home and use them as decorative pieces to enhance your environment. So that's all for this episode. I hope you're enjoying finding out more about crystals for Beltane and Litha. And later today, I'll be talking about crystals for the last 2 Sabbats. After the break, I'm going to be making a flower chandelier for Beltane and a dried flower tea light for Litha. So please stay tuned and join me for the crafts.
So we'll be getting into those crafts in just a minute after our next donation break. So just to let you know, if you'd like to make a donation, please do go to correllians.live/donate in order to make your donation. Every little helps. Every donation will go towards our road to Parliament to help Correllians represent pagans as a whole at the Parliament of World Religions in Chicago, Illinois in August 2023. So we're going to go to that break now so that you can find out a little bit more about what we're doing here, why we're raising this money. So I will see you after the break with some crafts for Beltane and Litha.
Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from the beautiful metaverse. I am the first priest and chancellor of the Correllian Nativist tradition of Wicca, and I want to thank you for tuning in to the Road to Parliament 22 Correllians Live Telethon, 100 hours of magic and community. We're here to ask you to help us as we send a contingent to the Parliament of the World's Religions in August of 2023. We're going to give voice to you and to our community. During this 100 hours, our goal is to raise at least $10,000, and you can help us to do that. We humbly ask that you go to correllians.live/donate and give what you can. Then share this telethon and make sure those in your spheres know where and when to watch. Again, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the show.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the 9th Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here is one of 6 reasons you should attend. Number 6, it's a spiritually transformative experience. Participants and attendees tell of the truly improving life experiences that forever changed them towards their own spiritual life. The spiritual and emotional growth in the days of the Parliament is intense, organic, and awe-inspiring. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody.
What are you most looking forward to at the Parliament of the World's Religions?
What I am looking forward for the Parliament of World Religion 2023 is that the Parliament will bring me in so that I could meet my Correllian family. It's been a long time that I've been following the Parliament World Religion and the Correllian tradition through Magic TV. But this time, with your help, and I'm really hoping that you could help me to be at the Parliament of World Religion 2023. So this is what I'm looking forward to meet you and be in person with you at the Parliament of World Religion.
Why do we need representation at the Parliament?
Our attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, we can make a difference. By standing with our faith community and as a people of spirit, we can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way.
Who are the Sacred Order of Paladins?
The Order of Paladins is a service-oriented order dedicated to assisting our communities in moving towards a better, more sustainable stewardship of Mother Earth. And we are also dedicated to preserving Gaian culture today in order to support our civilization in the future.
Why support the Paladins?
Because we have had representation at every modern parliament, and we want to continue and expand on that with those of us who are attending in 2023.
What is the money going to be used for?
Most of the money we are looking to raise with our $10,000 minimum goal will go towards housing costs. Our plan is to house and feed all of us together for the week of the Parliament. Whatever money that remains when this goal is met will go towards bringing honored paladins in from other countries who would otherwise not have the opportunity to attend the Parliament. One such paladin is Reverend Sir Rolando Camon, whom we fondly call Apu Adman.
But we can't do it alone.
And that's ultimately why we are here, because we need your help. Thank you so much for watching and contributing in whatever way you can. Please donate to our cause at correllians.live/donate. Like our video feeds and share so that others can join us in watching what we have planned for you throughout these 4 incredible days and nights.
And welcome back, everybody. And for those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Reverend Joanne Williams, and I am a first-degree priestess with the Correllian Nativist tradition. And I'm your host for the next hour and a half. I can't believe it's going so fast. In this segment, we're going to be looking at crafts for Beltane and Litha, but I just want to kind of bring a few things to your attention, first of all. So we're having an auction at correllians.live/auction. There are some amazing things there, such as we have auction 1 is the festival experience with Chasing the Endless Summer, Neil Goodman, Sirius Rising, Brushwood. It's a $2,000 value, but rare and priceless. And we will include accommodation for one or two people, including tents, bedding, food, and other needed equipment, a parking pass or a pickup from the local airport, train, or bus. And then we have another auction, a numerology chart with Mary Hawk, valued at $200 each. Then we have some original art pieces by Reverend Don Lewis in auctions 5 to 12. And auction 13 is a surprise auction. I'm really interested in that one. I love surprises. So yeah, that might be an interesting one to bet on. Then we have a lot of metaphysical books, first editions, for auction 14, and auction 15 is a tote bag, cotton polyester, fabric padded with quilt batting. It's valued at $30 to $40. And then auction 16 is a brainstorming session of 90 minutes and a recorded interview with one of our book coaches who will take a basic 50-question guide, customize it through your interview to your topic and genre and audience. And then when it's finished, it will be the recorded interview will be transcribed into a final book outline and delivered to your email. So there are some amazing things to bid on in the auction. And also, if you donate at least $50 during special programming, you may receive a special gift. So, you know, keep tuned in for details of that. So coming up later today after my slot is Ed the Pagan, and he's going to be visiting us with coffee, morning coffee. I think I could do with some more myself, to be honest. So I'm looking forward to that. And then later today, we're going to have some more great content coming up with crafty Correllians with Sir Kai, and then the Cauldron of Story and the Well of Memes with Phaedra Bonowitz, hosted by Reverend Laurie. And then we're going to go behind the scenes of Pagan World TV with Ed again. And then at 8 p.m. this evening, we have Curio Rebecca Lynn Scott talking about Everybody Does It, Death and Dying, with host Cosmo Rubiconis. And then later this evening at 10, we have a tarot talk with Mary Hawke and Gail Tracy Mull. So there's loads of things to look forward to today. And that's just one day of programming. We have another 3 days after that of amazing content to share with you all. And this is all in aid of helping us to get to Parliament in August 2023. So any donation that you can give would be greatly appreciated. And if you'd like to make a donation, please go to Correllians Correllians.com Correllians.live/donate. Let's get it right. Sorry. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to upload the video for the crafts for Beltane and Litha, and I'm making a chandelier for Beltane, and a lantern, glass lantern, with dried flowers for Litha. So I hope you enjoy it, and please drop me a comment in the chat, and I will have a look and chat and respond to you back, or read some out on after this part of the show. Enjoy. Hi everybody, welcome back to Sit a Spell with me, Reverend Joanne Williams, also known as Earthstar, and today I'm going to be creating two crafts, a flower chandelier for Beltane, and also a flower tea light holder using dried flowers for Litha. So we'll start with the flower chandelier, and for this craft you're going to need one of these rings. Now usually you would display embroidery or cross stitch or something like that in these, but we're going to use the frame to create the top of our chandelier today. So you'll need one of those. You'll also need some dried flowers. I've got a selection of flowers and leaves here that I'll be using. You'll also need some rosebuds, some of this fake vine leaves, some invisible thread. This is what I usually use to create bracelets, and you'll need a needle with a large eye in order to thread that through. I also have some green glitter ribbon here that I'm going to be using to create a pentacle in the frame too. So the first thing we're going to do is wrap this twine around the frame itself. So to do this, we're going to remove this element of it first of all, because we're going to put the pentacle in place inside the rim. So for this you need to measure where you're going to place it,
and cut 5 strips of the same length. So we have 5 strips of the ribbon there of all the same length. So to do this, we're going to put a little dab of glue here to secure the first piece. Just like that. We're going to press that part in like that, so it's all nice and secure. And then take it to the other side and secure it on the other side across from the original place. And then we're going to take another strip and we're going to just keep adding the strips onto here until we've formed a pentacle. So once we have the pentacle all done, we can then reattach the outer ring onto the end. Just to secure all of that in place, make it nice and tight. And then with this leaf twine, we're going to then wrap it around the whole of the frame. Over and through until it's all the way around here. So I will come back once I've done that. You can just secure it in place to begin with on one of the points with the glue. Like so. And I will come back once I've wrapped this all around the ring. So here we have the ring with the vine wrapped around it, and what I did was I secured it on each point with a dab of glue from the glue gun, just to make sure that the vine stayed where it was supposed to. So now what we need to do is make the flower part of the chandelier. For this part you will need some dried flowers and leaves. I have some rosebuds as well, and your needle with the large eye, some invisible string, and I have a few quartz crystal beads here, cracked quartz crystal, and my scissors and my glue gun. So this part is very tricky and it does take a long time. You need to have a lot of patience for this part because everything is very delicate, so the flowers can snap or crumble easily, and it's very fiddly to do, but so worth it. So first thing you're going to do is take your invisible string and just put a tiny little dab of glue where you want the first crystal to start, and we're going to start with a crystal just to secure the ends. I think part of the challenge with this is finding the holes in the crystals. There we go, there's one. So that just goes over the glue like that, and it just secures the crystal in place. So then go to the other end and we're going to start threading on the flowers. So what I've been doing, the way I found it easiest is to actually pierce the flower first. So I go through the flower with the needle, make a nice hole like that. Don't know if you can see that there. There's a hole through the center, and then that makes it easy just to thread the string through. Just to thread the string through like that, and then I just pull it down to the bottom where the crystal is, so it's secured on there like that. And then we repeat that up here Sometimes the glue can dry quickly, so what I've been doing is putting the crystal on first and then finding a spot where I'd like the next one to go, so maybe here. The dab of glue. It really only needs the tiniest little bit, and I found that if you put too much on, it can actually snap the string as well, so it's all about being extremely careful and trying not to break anything, which can be an achievement in itself. So I'm going to just put a crystal there, and then I'm going to put on another crystal. Move it down again to where the other one is. Find my spot on the string where I want to put the next one. And again, just a tiny dab, just to place that on there like that. And you'll see that they don't move, they stay where they're put, which is nice. And let's put a leaf on this one now. So here's the leaf. I'm going in through the back and just making a hole, as you can see, and then threading the leaf onto the string, moving it down to where it needs to go. Now the rosebuds, these can be a little bit tricky, and I'm going to put one of those on next. For this you're going to need to thread your needle with the invisible string. That's why you need a thick-ish eye, because it is kind of difficult to get that string in there. And then with the rosebud you can just literally place that on there without a crystal, so you need to be careful though, because these are very fragile, and you just go through the bud itself, push it through like so, and then very, very gently pull the thicker end of the needle through it. And then once it's on, it will just slide on. And then find the place where you want to put it, another little dab of glue. That's a little bit too much there, let's take some of that away. And then just move the rosebud into place. So the easiest way to do this is just to tie these on using double bow, double knots, so that they don't slip. Make sure it's nice and tight, and then just trim off the excess a little bit. So there's one strand attached, and you just go around the hoop, placing the strands at various intervals. Okay, so at the end, when you've attached all of the strings in equal distance around the hoop, we're now going to make the hanger. So for that you'll need some more of this vine twine, or you can use string if you wish instead, and you'll secure it at each of the cardinal points, north, south, east, west, and then join them together in the middle at the top. And here is the finished chandelier. You can see the pentacle underneath and each of the strands hanging down. You can attach it to the ceiling or a beam in your home. And it looks very pretty for Beltane. Hi everybody, in this section I'm going to be creating a dried flower lantern or candle holder for Litha. So for this I'm going to use a small tea light holder. You can use a bigger one if you wish. I have a candle for later and some decorative white crystal sand. I have some Mod Podge, which I'm going to be using to attach the flowers to the glass, and a brush, a selection of dried flowers and leaves, and that's pretty much everything you're going to need. So to get started, I'm just going to open up the Mod Podge. I'm just going to put that over here so it doesn't get in my way. And then I'm going to use the glass and the brush, and I'll apply a small amount of Mod Podge where I'd like to place one of the flowers. Just has to be a thin layer, not too much. So just a little bit like that, and then I'm going to take one of the flowers and place it on there. Might take a little bit of persuasion to stick down, but once it's in place, I can just keep going around the glass and place the flowers and the leaves where we'd like to place them. Some very delicate flowers here. You may need a little bit more glue. There we go. You can use your brush to kind of put them into their place, because we are going to do another layer of the Mod Podge glue over the top as well. So if you have flowers that have like stems on, like these ones, you may wish to obviously cut them down to size, because they're not all going to fit on that glass there. So I'm just going to put a little bit more Mod Podge towards the top of the glass as well, like that. And then I'm going to just trim this down a little bit, and they snap really easily. So I can just place that on there like that, and again just move the individual pieces into their positions so that they lay where you want them. And we're just going to continue around the glass like this until I've stuck on as many of the flowers that I want to, so that I can lay that down there. So this is the first layer of glue, so I'm going to let that dry, and then once that's dry we can come back and put another layer on. So I'll be back when that's dried. Okay, so the first coat of the Mod Podge on this little tea light holder is dry. You can see that the flowers are stuck nicely to it. And what I have here are some little butterfly stickers, and I'm going to choose a couple just to put onto the glass as well. So I put another little one here. There's one here, one there, and one here. So there's just a couple that look like they're dancing around the flowers. And now we need our Mod Podge again, and our brush. We're going to put an even coat all the way around the glass, covering the flowers again. So we can put this on fairly thick, but just make sure it's evens out. And just be careful not to damage any of the flowers. kind of lay it so it goes over the flowers. You can put it on fairly thick, as I said, and it'll just fill in all of the gaps and help the flowers to stick down. So once you've got it all coated again,
once you've got it all covered in the Mod Podge again, it's time to just even out and remove the excess. So that's what I'm doing here now. It's just removing the excess from the glass, just to make it easy for it to dry, and also to make the finish a lot nicer. Oh, it's making a bit of a mess, but easily cleaned up. This Mod Podge is water soluble, so it will come off with just some water.
And here we have the finished glass tea light holder with the dried flowers. Some bits are still need a little bit to dry, but it's pretty much all done now. And here's another one I made earlier. So you can see a few different ones, and I have some of the decorative glass, sand I should say, that I'm just going to pop in there. A little swizzle, and then just pop in some candles. Light the candles. Here we go. And you can see how pretty they look. You can use battery operated candles if you aren't able to use candles, regular candles. They look just as pretty.
Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from the beautiful metaverse. I am the first priest and chancellor of the Correllian Nativist tradition of Wicca, and I want to thank you for tuning in to the Road to Parliament 22 Correllians Live Telethon, 100 hours of magic and community. We're here to ask you to help us as we send a contingent to the Parliament of the World's Religions in August of 2023. We're going to give voice to you and to our community. During this 100 hours, our goal is to raise at least $10,000, and you can help us to do that. We humbly ask that you go to correllians.live/donate and give what you can. Then share this telethon and make sure those in your spheres know where and when to watch. Again, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the show.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the Ninth Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here is one of 6 reasons you should attend. Number 1, with hundreds of classes available across the spectrum of religious and spiritual thought. Presentations with real-world events taught by thought leaders and teachers. Workshops to cover important skills and information training that offers results long after the participants return home. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody.
What are you most looking forward to at the Parliament of the World's Religions?
What I'm most looking forward to at the Parliament of World Religions is learning about all the different types of religions that are out there, meeting the various clergy and making new friends around the globe and getting to know the other people and what they're focused on and what needs to be done to help me focus and teach others.
Why do we need representation at the Parliament?
Our attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, we can make a difference. By standing with our faith community and as a people of spirit, we can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way.
Who are the Sacred Order of Paladins?
The Order of Paladins is a service-oriented order dedicated to assisting our communities in moving towards a better, more sustainable stewardship of Mother Earth. And we are also dedicated to preserving Gaian culture today in order to support our civilization in the future.
Why support the Paladins?
Because we have had representation at every modern parliament, and we want to continue and expand on that with those of us who are attending in 2023.
What is the money going to be used for?
Most of the money we are looking to raise with our $10,000 minimum goal will go towards housing costs. Our plan is to house and feed all of us together for the week of the Parliament. Whatever money that remains when this goal is met will go towards bringing honored paladins in from other countries who would otherwise not have the opportunity to attend the Parliament. One such paladin is Reverend Sir Rolando Camon, whom we fondly call Apu Adman.
But we can't do it alone.
And that's ultimately why we are here, because we need your help. Thank you so much for watching and contributing in whatever way you can. Please donate to our cause at correllians.live/donate. Like our video feeds and share so that others can join us in watching what we have planned for you throughout these 4 incredible days and nights.
Hi there, everybody. Welcome back. So I'm at the final hour of my show today. I can't believe it. It's gone so quick. And I've really enjoyed being here with you all and showing you some of the things that I've been working on. And it's just amazing that we're all involved in this amazing cause of getting Correllians to the World Parliament of World Religions in 2023. So as Liz was just saying there, if you'd like to donate, however you can, please visit correllians.live/donate to make your donation. If you'd like to register for the World's Parliament of World Religions, please visit correllian.com. And if you'd like to know more about the Parliament of World Religions, please visit parliamentofreligions.org. So in a few minutes, I'll be presenting my final crystal episode of the day, which will be about crystals for Lammas and Mabon. And then after that, in my final segment, we'll be looking at some crafts for those Sabbats as well. Just to give you a heads up, at the top of the hour, we have Ed joining us, taking over as host, and we'll be having morning coffee with him and seeing what he has to show us later this morning. We also have an auction happening, which you can bid on the different auctions, which will also raise money to help us on the road to Parliament. And we have some psychic readers as well, offering psychic readings using tarot and some other divination tools. Let me see. I'll give you an idea of what they are offering. So we have Reverend Ravenwolf Greenfield offering tarot readings, all types of readings. Reverend Don Lewis offering tarot. Reverend Ed Hubbard offering tarot. Sir Brian Ellicott, offering tarot. Gail Tracy Mull with tarot. Liz Torrey Price with tarot. Lakai Magbaya Agama offering Philippine traditional divination, Paper Tawas, and Sibulan Adlo Tala Mystic Oracle. And then we have Reverend Phoenix Coffin Williams offering tarot and spirit messages, and Rebecca Lynn Scott offering bone readings or tarot. So there's quite a variety of different readings that you can choose from, and all you need to do is choose your preferred psychic reader, click on their name to go to their page, and psychic readings are $25 for 15 minutes unless otherwise stated, and you just click on your PayPal to pay for your psychic reading, and then you'll receive an email with further instructions for that. So definitely worth having a reading if you'd like one. Just go to correllians.live/readers and you can find more information there. So I'm going to bring up the video now for the crystal segment of Lammas and Mabon. So I hope you enjoy it, and I will see you after that.
Greetings everyone and merry meet. My name is Reverend Joanne Williams, also known as Earth Star, and I'm very pleased to be here today to talk to you about crystals and the Wheel of the Year. My love of crystals began as a small child when my paternal grandmother gave me a small geode of quartz crystals, and I knew as soon as I saw the light glinting off the facets and felt that soft tingle in my hand that this was something very special. My crystal collection has grown a lot over the years, and I use them in many ways within my everyday life. And before we get started with this segment, I have a question for you all. And that is, do you have a fascinating fact about crystals? If you do, please share it with us and drop a comment in the chat. And if we have time after this episode, I will read them out. I'll also be discussing within this segment how to program a crystal to work with you to manifest your intentions. But my focus for this segment is on crystals for Lammas and Mabon. There are 8 main holidays that we celebrate as Wiccans, which are known as Sabbats, and they're divided into 2 sets of 4. These are the Grand Sabbats, which are feminine and dedicated to the goddess, and the Lesser Sabbats, which are masculine and celebrate the god. The Grand Sabbats are lunar in character and in former times were tied to the lunar calendar. Some groups still reckon the Grand Sabbats by the lunar calendar, and some fix their dates by other means. But most groups celebrate them by the calendrical dates, which I'll tell you in just a moment. The Lesser Sabbats are solar in nature and are the equinoxes and solstices of the sun. And this is what the solar calendar is based on. As the year is divided into a dark and light half, there are 2 Grand Sabbats and 2 Lesser Sabbats in each. So we're going to focus on crystals for Lammas and Mabon in this segment. So Lammas is celebrated on August the 1st, and Mabon is celebrated on the autumnal equinoxes, between the 20th and 22nd of September. So let's take a look now at crystals for Lammas. So Lammas is the first of the 3 harvests in the Wheel of the Year. It's a time when crops ripen and become ready for harvest. The days begin to grow shorter and we start to think about the impending winter and the return of the darker nights. It's also the time of the year when we can start to think about the harvest of our own personal achievements and reaping the results of what we sowed earlier in the year. The goals we made, the projects we've worked on, and the plans we set in motion are now coming to fruition. Lammas is also known as Lunasa. It's celebrated on August the 1st, though a few groups may celebrate it on August the 2nd. The name Lunasa comes from the Gaelic and it means marriage of Lu. Lu is the Celtic god of the sun and of vegetation and the cultivated fields. The marriage of Lu is the harvest, when the crops are reaped. When the harvest is completed and the last of the crops has been cut, Lu is symbolically married to the crone goddess of the dead. But Lunazar marks the beginning, not the end of the harvest. It's the beginning of the autumn or fall season, and it's celebrated as the festival of the first fruits, when thanks are given for fertility of the fields and the first baked bread from the new harvest is blessed. Though Lunazar celebrates the death of Lu, it is a lunar or grand Sabbath sacred to the mother goddess as the Lady of Harvest. So let's take a look now at my favourite crystals for Lammas. First we have aventurine. Aventurine reminds us that this is a time to give thanks for the harvest, not only of the food and bounty that has been provided, but also for what we have achieved on a personal level. Now is the time when our projects and goals are finalizing and on the home stretch. So take time to acknowledge where you were and how far you have traveled. Aventurine is a lucky crystal and great for attracting prosperity and abundance into your life. It gives us confidence and encourages us to take risks, while at the same time keeps us protected and safe. It allows us to connect with joyfulness and the rhythm of nature. Then we have Shiv Lingam. This crystal looks like a seed and is a reminder to us of where we started in the spring. We have spent time, cared for and nurtured the seeds we planted, both literally and figuratively. The Shiv Lingam helps us to reflect on how much we have grown, personally, spiritually, and how our ambition, hard work and determination have brought us to this exact moment. This crystal focuses on sexuality, confidence and balance. It's a representation of fertility and helps us to awaken to our own identity and expand self-awareness and understanding. Next we have sardonyx. This Sabbath reminds us that the sun's heat will eventually fade and we're heading towards the dark half of the year. This crystal reminds us to enjoy the remainder of the season and to rely on our inner strength, to keep pushing forward with as much energy and focus as possible, to see us through to the time when we can rest and start looking inwards. This stone reminds us that we can achieve our dreams and goals, but that these require energy, focus, and action on our part. Next we have moss agate. This stone is often referred to as a gardener's stone and is great for plant growth and useful at this time of year to give crops a final growth boost. Moss agate is connected to nature spirits and can help you to tune into the energies in your own garden and houseplants too. Hang it from a tree, bury it in plant pots, or place a piece on the ground to promote a healthy and bountiful harvest. This crystal calms and soothes. It attracts abundance and allows love to flow, nurturing friendships and relationships. It's also a great crystal for meditation as it helps us to focus inward, encouraging introspection and quiet thoughts. Next we have rhodochrosite, and this crystal brings unconditional love and a powerful frequency to open the mind to a higher consciousness. At this time, as we start to reap what we have sown, this crystal can help us to clear away psychic debris that we no longer need to hold on to. It helps us to balance negative emotions and connects with the fire energy of the sacral chakra with the heart. Rhodochrosite helps to balance negative emotions and provides stability during periods of tension and stress. It attracts love and healing and allows us to connect with our inner child. And finally, within this set, we have red jasper, a nurturing crystal that has a strong connection to the earth. This stone encourages working together towards a mutual goal and to help others when needed. It encourages self-honesty and facing up to your weaknesses, gives you determination, and encourages you to stick with your goals and projects until they are finished. Red jasper is a great crystal for gaining clarity and increasing focus. It's a great stone to use when starting new spiritual adventures or during meditation, astral travel, or shamanic journeying. It's a stone of passion, protection, and love, and can stimulate creativity, ideas, and motivation. So now let's take a look at crystals for Mabon. At this time, most of the crops have been harvested and stored away. We see a plethora of fruits and vegetables, and we give thanks to the earth and the sun for a plentiful harvest. The sun grows weaker, and there is a crisp coolness to the air. The grass is jeweled with dew, and we see the silky horse chestnuts emerging from their spiky shells as we venture further into the cooler days of autumn. It's now time to wrap up any loose ends of projects and to clear out anything we no longer need as we head into the reflective and restful winter period. New plans and ideas may start to form, but they are likely to be formulating and unfolding until spring. Mabon is celebrated at the fall equinox when day and night are again equal. Mabon is the middle of the harvest and of the fall season. This is the time of the sun's denouement, its slow slide into winter and symbolic death. It's also the time of the earth's ebbing life force as the plants of summer bear their fruit and decrease. The name Mabon comes from the Celtic god Mabon or Mapanos, who died every year to be reborn in the spring. A solar Sabbath, Mabon is sacred to the Father God, and this is the god as king and judge, lord of the tribe and elder of the community. He is the lord of balance, law, and justice, the god of honor and conscience. This is the God who willingly gives his life for the renewal of the land, as a good parent would give their life for their children, or a good leader for their people. Mabon is also sometimes associated with the old god, especially in his form as Dionysus. And because of this is the time of the grape harvest. In this sense, Mabon honors the god of ecstasy, spiritual visions, and freedom. So here are the crystals that I like to use around Mabon. First we have hematite, and at this time we're thinking about tying up any loose ends and finding that harmony that we feel when everything is complete. Hematite is a very protective stone that helps to ground energies and balance the mind, body, and spirit. This crystal relates to the root chakra and creates a sense of energetic stability, aligning, clearing, and balancing the chakra to help you feel centered and secure. It removes negative energies from the aura and neutralizes its harmful effects by balancing and aligning the other chakras, protecting you from lower vibrational energies. Next we have rhodonite. Another stone of self-love, this crystal also brings a balance of the masculine and feminine energies within us. It also brings our true purpose to light and the talents and abilities we may have repressed or hidden. It brings a sense of self-acceptance and self-love and encourages us to think about how we can use these gifts in service of others. This crystal clears emotional scars and surrounds us with love, serenity, and peace, stabilizing and transforming emotions. Next we have amber. Though not technically a crystal, this resin has been highly regarded by Wiccans for centuries. Amber has powerful healing and cleansing properties and can absorb negative energies and transform them into positive. Now is the time to reflect with a positive state of mind and make decisions about which direction you may wish to explore next. It's a great crystal for fertility spells, to attract luck and success, and for increasing psychic abilities. Next we have cassiterite. Traditionally, this is linked to astrology. This crystal helps us to understand major changes or cycles in life. It helps us to review situations objectively and understand why and how they happened, and our part in the way they occurred. As we're coming to the end of the liturgical year, this is a great time to reflect on what didn't go so well and to learn from mistakes made. Cassiterite is great for grounding and protects you against negative energies. It effectively deflects these energies and sends them back to their source. Next we have ametrine. This crystal is a combination of amethyst and citrine, and it's a very powerful stone that can be used to access the higher realms and yet also feel connected with the earth. Ametrine is a crystal that reminds you to seek clarification, direction, and purpose, to stay true to yourself, and to remember the importance of balance and harmony. Ametrine is a great stone for manifestation, to help you realize your desires and dreams. It's a stone of harmony. And finally, in this set, we have coprolite. Again, though not technically a crystal, this is actually fossilized dinosaur dung. It has a range of beneficial properties. If you have not had a particularly good year at this point, coprolite helps you to find the courage to carry on. It opens the mind to new ideas and alternative solutions, and assists in transitions, transformation, and personal growth. It helps us to recognize and release old or unhelpful thought patterns, beliefs, and behaviors, and open doors to new opportunities. This crystal also enhances memory and provides clarity on things that happened in the past. It can help us to feel protected and safe, and enables us to get rid of spiritual baggage that is no longer conducive to our paths. So now I'd like to talk a little bit about programming crystals. In previous segments, I've talked about how to cleanse your crystals using various methods and the precautions you need to take to ensure your crystals don't get damaged. So now I'd like to discuss how you can program a crystal to work with you to manifest your intentions. Programming crystals gives them a specific purpose or function to perform in order to manifest your intentions into reality. It makes the crystal more powerful and effective, and helps to focus its energy onto your specific goal or desire. By programming the crystal, you are sharing your energy, your thoughts, your emotions, and your needs, so that you build a special bond with the crystal, so that it knows exactly what it's meant to do. You can program a crystal to help with things like relaxation, meditation, healing, protection, clarity, prosperity, abundance, creativity, positivity, dreams, loving energies, and many other reasons. Remember, it's important to dedicate your crystal's energy to the highest good for all and with harm to none. So how do you program a crystal? First thing you would need to do is choose a crystal for your intention. You could either do some research to find a crystal that is aligned naturally with the intentions you're setting, for example, rose quartz for love, hematite for protection, aventurine for prosperity. Or you can let your intuition choose for you by running your hand over a selection of crystals to feel which one stands out or calls to you. Once you have chosen your crystal, you need to cleanse it of all previous associations using any of the cleansing methods I've previously discussed. Think about the exact purpose you want for your crystal and write down your thoughts on paper. Be clear and direct. Next, it's a good idea to spend a little time in quiet meditation in a place where you won't be disturbed. Hold the crystal in your hand, take a few deep breaths, Meditate on the intentions you wish to program into your crystal. Have the paper with you that you wrote your intention down on earlier and read it aloud. State your intentions clearly and directly. Say something like, I program this crystal for, and then your intention. Or, I charge this crystal with the intention to. Or, crystal, I require your assistance with, and then add your intentions at the end of those sentences. You can use any words that feel right to you. So you can either say your intentions out loud, whisper them into the crystal, or just say them in your mind. And visualize your intention being absorbed into the crystal and see it glowing with an internal light. And that's it. That's a fairly easy, straightforward way to program your crystal. If you wish to deprogram your crystal, you would just need to cleanse it again to remove the intention and previous associations. And that's pretty much it. You need to decide what you will do with the crystal. You can wear it, keep it in your purse or wallet or in your person somewhere, or keep it in a safe place somewhere associated with your intention, such as under your pillow for a dream crystal. So it's really up to you what you do with it or where you put it. So that's basically all for this episode, folks. I hope you have enjoyed finding out more about crystals for Lammas and Mabon. After the break, I'm going to be making a burlap wall hanging for Lammas and felted and crochet acorns for Mabon. So please stay tuned. Thanks for watching. Blessed be.
So thank you everybody for sticking with me and watching that episode. The Dino Dung Crystal Coprolite seems to have sparked a little discussion there, so that's really great. So as you all know, we're here to raise money to send Correllians to the Parliament of World Religions in August 2023, and I have an update for the amount raised so far, and the total now stands at $560. So thank you ever so much, everybody who has donated so far. It's greatly appreciated. And I'm going to now show you a video just to give you more of an idea of why we're raising this money and what it's going towards to help on that road to Parliament. So just bear with me and I will bring that up, and you'll find out more information about this amazing cause that we're raising this money for.
Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from the beautiful metaverse. I am the first priest and chancellor of the Correllian Nativist tradition of Wicca, and I want to thank you for tuning in to the Road to Parliament 22 Correllians Live Telethon, 100 hours of magic and community. We're here to ask you to help us as we send a contingent to the Parliament of the World's Religions in August of 2023. We're going to give voice to you and to our community. During this 100 hours, our goal is to raise at least $10,000, and you can help us to do that. We humbly ask that you go to correllians.live/donate and give what you can. Then share this telethon and make sure those in your spheres know where and when to watch. Again, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the show.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the 9th Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here is one of 6 reasons you should attend. Number 2, networking and contacts. You will meet people from every religion from over 80 countries. meet, and have conversations that are thoughtful, insightful, and with deep value. Making contracts across interfaith ministries, understanding and sharing knowledge and resources. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody.
What are you most looking forward to at the Parliament of the World's Religions?
At the Parliament of World Religions in 2023, I'm personally looking forward to broad exposure and deep engagement with various wisdom traditions from around the world, particularly as regards pressing issues from today and future goals for our human journey. I expect that I'll be able to incorporate much of the learning back into my own personal path, as well as share tangible insights back into the metaphysical and spiritual community that I work within.
Why do we need representation at the Parliament?
Our attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, we can make a difference. By standing with our faith community and as a people of spirit, we can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way.
Who are the Sacred Order of Paladins?
The Order of Paladins is a service-oriented order dedicated to assisting our communities in moving towards a better, more sustainable stewardship of Mother Earth. And we are also dedicated to preserving Gaian culture today in order to support our civilization in the future.
Why support the Paladins?
Because we have had representation at every modern parliament, and we want to continue and expand on that with those of us who are attending in 2023.
What is the money going to be used for?
Most of the money we are looking to raise with our $10,000 minimum goal will go towards housing costs. Our plan is to house and feed all of us together for the week of the Parliament. Whatever money that remains when this goal is met will go towards bringing honored paladins in from other countries who would otherwise not have the opportunity to attend the Parliament. One such paladin is Reverend Sir Rolando Camon, whom we fondly call Apu Adman.
But we can't do it alone.
And that's ultimately why we are here, because we need your help. Thank you so much for watching and contributing in whatever way you can. Please donate to our cause at Correllians.live/donate. Like our video feeds and share so that others can join us in watching what we have planned for you throughout these 4 incredible days and nights.
So as you can see, we are hoping to raise $10,000 minimum in order to take us on that road to Parliament. And here is the donation address if you would like to make a donation, Correllians.live/donate. If you'd like to have your views relayed at the Parliament, you can contact us by email, and that email is correllianslive@gmail.com. Just send us an email with your thoughts and what you would like to have represented there, and we will attempt to do that when we visit there. And we're representing the pagan community as a whole, not just the Correllians, but as a whole. So it's a great way to get your views and points across. If you'd like to know more about the Parliament of World Religions, here is the website, parliamentofreligions.org, where you can find out more information about what's going to be happening. So we have in 29 minutes, the next host will be taking over, and that is the amazing Ed the Pagan, who will be joining us with morning coffee. So a nice way to wake up and start the day. And then we have a whole host of other things on our schedule. And if you'd like to have a look at that and see what we have coming up later today and tomorrow and then Sunday and Monday, you can have a look at our schedule at www.correllians.live/schedule. So there's a heap of information on there for you to have a look at, as well as our auction, where you can bid on lots for the auction, and also our live psychic readers, where you can book a psychic reading with one of those. So as I was saying, our current donation is at $560, which is amazing. Thank you so much for donating. And please head over if you'd like to and make your donation at correllians.live/donate. So I'm coming to the end of my show now, and it's gone so quickly, and I've had such fun being with you all here. But I'm going to play my final video for today, which is the crafts for Lammas and Mabon. So I am going to just load up that video now, and we will watch that together. Let's see. Here we go. So I hope you enjoy, and I'll see you on the other side. Hi everybody, welcome back to Sit a Spell with Earthstar. And for this we're going to need some hessian, which is this burlap kind of material here, some ribbon or lace and some pretty ribbon there, some lavender, wheat stalks and bamboo sticks, and this smaller roll of hessian in a different colour, and I also have my glue gun. So this is going to be a wall hanging. The bamboo sticks need to be around about 45 to 60 centimeters long, depending on the width of your burlap, of course, your hessian here. And we're going to get started with that straight away. So I'm just going to clear my desk and come back with the first steps. First, you'll need your sticks and your hessian. So we're going to do one stick at a time, one at the top and one at the bottom. So to start, I'm just going to put a line of glue at the top of the material. And we're just going to secure the stick to that glue there. We're then going to put a line in front of the stick, like so. And then we're going to turn it on to that side. And then again, another line of glue. And we're just going to roll that onto there, tucking in the ends so it's nice and tight. And then once more, just to make sure that it's all secure. So once you've done that with both ends, you're ready to go on to the next stage. So I'm going to do that and come back to you. So once the stick is at both the top and the bottom, we can then start the decorative process. So I'm going to start by just placing a nice piece of this lacy ribbon onto the top and the bottom, just to give it an edging. So you can either sew this on or you can glue gun it on, it's entirely up to you. So I'm just going to do that and come back to you once I've finished that bit. Okay, so I have attached the ribbon at the bottom and the top, and I'm just going to open up the area that I'll be working on next. So this is the area that we're going to be placing some of the wheat on into a love pattern, so L-O-V-E. We need to leave a little bit at the bottom because we're going to do something down here too, so we'll work on this top bit first. I'm just going to roll this up a little bit and then move it up there so you can see what I'm doing. Okay, so for this bit we need the wheat, and I need to cut off strands of wheat for each letter. So we've got 2
for the L, one for the side and one for the bottom. Then we have one for the O, and I'm going to show you how I use that in a second for the O. Then the V has two, a left and a right. And then the E has four. So it has one for the side, which needs to be fairly long. That's a nice one there. And then it needs two medium-sized ones for the top and the bottom. And then a smaller one for the middle. So I'm just going to use one of these small ones down here. There we go. So again, I'm just going to put the glue where I want to place the letter, or part of the letter. There's the side of the L. And now the bottom of the L. I'm just going to leave the O for a second because there's something that I want to show you with that, so I'll just leave that there for a moment. So let's move on to the V. So we need the two pieces for the V, the left and the right. One goes like that, the other down like that, and then the E. So we've got a nice tall one there for the side of the E. And there like that. And then we have two, the top and the bottom. That, and then we have one goes in the middle, this shorter one like that. So we have the L, the V and the E. Now with the O, what you're going to do is break off these little strands into pieces, keep the long pieces on there as well, and then once you have enough of those, let's just clear this off a little bit. Okay, so in this section here, you can see that okay. I'm going to create a circle, and to do that I'm just going to use a pen firstly, just to mark out where I want this to go. So I need it to be quite big to match the size of the other letters, like so. And then what I'm going to do is use my glue gun and just go around a little bit at a time, and then attach these little frond bits to it. Close together as you can. Don't worry if you have to overlap some, that's absolutely fine. And you can just keep going around until you have gone all the way around the circle. And the O with the little fronds. You can then take a piece of the other coloured hessian and cut out a small patch like this. Now we're just going to pop that into the centre and glue it on. So we're just going to glue on the back here. on there like that. And we're going to take a little sprig of lavender. Like this. Let's take off a wee bit of the stalk. We're not going to need all of that. And then we're just going to place that in the middle, like so. A little bit more glue. And then position it nicely. And you can trim off any excess stalk that you don't want on there. Like that. So now we have the O. It's now time to look at the bottom of this. And here is the completed wall hanging that we made for Lammas. With the love made from the wheat and the beautiful fragrant lavender. It looks very pretty. Hey there, for our final craft today, we are going to be making some crocheted and felted acorns. Seem to have lost a little bit of sound there, so I'm just going to explain what's going on here. I have a felter's block. You can also use a felter's brush, and we have some acorn caps. You can find them online. They come in a bag with various sizes. Some coloured roving in the different colours that you want. I have like red, orange, brown, and a mustard colour. And this is just some plain natural roving that we can use for the inside. And I'm going to do some crochet acorns as well. You'll need a felting tool. It's a place where you can keep your needles, and it also is a safety tool so that you don't end up stabbing yourself or damaging, damaging your work surfaces. So we start with the natural coloured roving. Just break off a piece, as much as you need for the acorn. You don't need a lot because they are quite small. And I'm just separating the fibres there just to make it easier for me to make the shape. And we're going for kind of a flat oval kind of shape with this, sort of thicker at the top and tapered at the bottom. So I'm just moving it into a fairly flat shape there, and then starting to use the felting tool to bind the fibres together. It takes a bit of time and it can be quite tricky, and just be careful with that felting needle. They're extremely sharp. I'm just moving it around, trying to go up and down as much as possible rather than in from the side. If you go in from the side, you're likely to catch your fingers. So it's starting to take shape now. You can see it's starting to bind together into a more solid shape. And then we're going to take some of the coloured roving and we're going to cover the whole of that, the whole of the shape with that coloured roving there. And again, just bind it in with that needle felting tool. And then once it's all covered, you can see that it's taken shape like this, and it's just a case of finding a cap that fits. I think that was a little too small, so I'm going for a bigger one. Yeah.
That one fits better. And then you can just glue the cap into place using your hot glue gun. Just drop a little bit in the cap lid. And then you can just stick it straight on there. And it firms up really quickly. And there you go. There's the felted acorn, and then you can just tidy up the stray strands of the roving just to make it a little neater. And there you go. And now the crochet acorns. So with this one, you'll just need some wool and a crochet hook. I was using a 3.0 crochet hook. I'm not sure what that is in other measurements, but in the UK it's a 3.0. There are conversion charts online if you need to find out. And I start by creating a magic circle. And for this, you just create a knot. Go through the loop, pull it forward, and do like a single crochet just to secure that. And then you're going to do 4 more stitches, single crochet stitches into the loop. It's 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then you're going to go back into the first stitch and do 2 single crochets in each stitch around. So you're going back into the very first stitch you made. It's a little bit tight and a little bit tricky. But once you get it, it'll go through pretty quick. And then you're going to do 2 single crochet into each of the other stitches. So you'll end up with 8 stitches all together going around in like a spiral. So this is the last one, the last of the 4 original stitches. I'm going into it twice and then 2 single crochets like that. And then it's starting, as you can see, to create that little spiral. Now in the next part, you're going to go into the first 3 stitches with a single crochet, and then into the 4th you're going to make 2 single crochets. But right now I'm just pulling the loop tight just to tighten up those stitches around the bottom there. That's going to form the bottom of the acorn. So 1 single crochet in the next 3 stitches, and then 2 in the 4th one, and then repeat. And then 2 into this 4th one here. And then again, single crochet into the next 3. And 2 into the last stitch, stitch 8. And then you'll end up with 10 stitches going round. So there's the bottom of the acorn. And we have 10 stitches going all around the outside. And now we're going to do 1 stitch into each for 30 stitches. And there it is, the 30 stitches. You've gone round 3 times into the 10 stitches for 30 stitches. And now you can hide the tail on the inside and add a little bit more stuffing just to pad it out. And then you're going to go round again, 1 more round, 10 single crochet stitches, 1 in each. It's starting to take shape.